Chapter 2052. Alliance. This was Mu Rendi's plan. He had planned to start with Di Tian to put pressure on the other 4 dynasty lords. However, he didn't expect Di Tian to become a heavenly mandate expert. Not only did he fail to intimidate them, but he was also slapped in the face. Let's see how you're going to solve this. This was what Mu Rendi and his officials had come up with. At the same time, it was also the best way. They didn't need to use any force to gain the upper hand. Dynasty Lord Mu, this is unfair. We want to join too. Dynasty Lord Mu, take us in too. The alliance can't just be 5 divine dynasties. We are willing to, as long as Dynasty Lord Mu says the word. Dynasty Lord Mu is really a good person. Nowadays there are constant wars in the divine dynasties. We, the small divine dynasties, are the first to bear the brunt. I hope Dynasty Lord Mu can allow us to join. Before Divine Emperor Xueteng and the others could say anything, the divine lords present all expressed their willingness to join this alliance. After 1, 2, and 3 divine lords said so, the situation was obviously different. This was a sign that he was unwilling to join. Good move. Lin Fei almost clapped his hands. Mu Rendi was really good at scheming. Who didn't know that the dynasty lords here were his people? Using one's aura to suppress others, Lin Fei had learned another trick. At first, these words wouldn't have meant much to the godly dynasties of the 5 child worlds. But now that the court lords were putting on a show, the vague alliance seemed to be made of flesh and blood. Now that they were making a move against the 5 dynasty lords, it seemed like they were in the right. You don't want to join? That would be making things difficult for everyone. Especially at the beginning, when Mu Rendi pointed out the relationship between everyone. They were brothers in trouble. Was it appropriate not to join? Sure enough, after hesitating for a while, Mu Rendi agreed to join this alliance. Anyway, it was all directed by Mu Rendi himself. Without any hesitation, Mu Rendi agreed with a smile. In less than a moment, this newly introduced alliance became flesh and blood. A total of 15 divine dynasties were willing to join, as well as some powerful sects and families. Mu Rendi's words. It was no longer just a casual sentence from the mouth. Thank you all for thinking so highly of me. Mu Rendi cupped his fists at everyone. In fact, I don't want your god dynasty to be conquered. I've always believed in the saying that unity is strength. As long as everyone is united, we can crush the opposing forces. Don't you think so, Imperial Lord Xueteng? Mu Rendi's words caught everyone's attention. God Emperor Xueteng cursed Mu Rendi for being so shameless. Dynasty Lord Mu is right. Unity is indeed power. God Emperor Xueteng couldn't deny this point. Using excuses? He had no excuse to use now. Mu Rendi laughed. Imperial Lord Xueteng. How righteous of you. Actually, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Years ago, our 6 subsidiary worlds were sealed by the God world. If our seniors from back then had banded together, perhaps the God world wouldn't have dared to so brazenly seal us away. As a result, the illustrious subsidiary worlds of the God world didn't dare to do so. It has completely declined. The Nether River Shenhuang and the others wanted to say that it had nothing to do with them. But they couldn't find anything to say. Mu Rendi was really cunning. They couldn't say anything about the past. After all, they occupied the world. This was the reality. It was undeniable. It was the same no matter who came. I wonder if everyone is interested in joining this alliance to resist the invasion of the other forces. Mu Rendi looked at God Emperor Xueteng first. Then his gaze swept across everyone. Contribute to our 6 subsidiary worlds and prevent the seal from reappearing. Mu Rendi expressed his sincerity. No one in his position would say anything bad about Mu Rendi. No one dared to underestimate the power of an alliance. Especially when the God dynasty, family clans, and sects joined. They knew that since Mu Rendi dared to bring it up today, he must have studied it for a long time. Even if they didn't agree now, they had ways to force them to agree. They knew this very well. Mu Rendi was such a person. Shameless and despicable. I think it's a good idea. God Emperor Xueteng smiled. But I have a few doubts. Now that we've formed an alliance, how will we mobilize our forces? Who will manage them? Also, God Emperor Xueteng was also cunning. Although he seemed to agree, he was actually expressing his doubts. Hearing God Emperor Xueteng's words, a God Lord immediately said, "That's simple. Of course, we'll let Dynasty Lord Mu be the alliance leader. By then, everyone will take out a portion of the forces in the God Dynasty and form a new force. Dynasty Lord Mu is doing this for everyone's sake." Dynasty Lord Xueteng, what do you mean by this? Are you not willing to form an alliance? A God Lord said coldly. That's right. I heard that you 4 God Lords don't like Dynasty Lord Mu. But what I see now is that Dynasty Lord Mu is doing this for everyone's sake. What are your intentions? Dynasty Lord Xueteng, tell us. Mu Rendi didn't stop them. This was his own arrangement. In fact, he wanted God Emperor Xueteng to say it himself. They had to join this alliance today even if they didn't want to. Of course, even if they didn't join, Mu Rendi had ways to deal with them. As long as God Emperor Xueteng and the others didn't agree today, they would be in trouble. God Emperor Xueteng's expression turned ugly. It was the same for the others. Over a dozen god lords, sects, and clans. The deterrent force wasn't small. After all, many of these god lords and clans were located not far from the 6 subworlds. However, they understood in their hearts. These forces were all controlled by Mu Rendi. Their words were equivalent to what Mu Rendi wanted to say. Mu Rendi was forcing them to join the alliance. Everyone quiet down. Mu Rendi suddenly waved his hand and everyone quietened down. Actually, there's no need for everyone to be like this. Perhaps they have other thoughts. After all, joining the alliance isn't a must. I'm already satisfied with everyone's enthusiasm. Mu Rendi's words were vicious. His words sounded nice as if he was showing mercy to them. In reality, he was targeting God Emperor Xueteng and the others. At the same time, he would incur the wrath of the masses and the one in trouble would be God Emperor Xueteng. Lin Fei watched quietly. Mu Rendi was really good at stirring up trouble. He just had to drag everyone into it. God Emperor Xueteng and the others' expressions turned ugly. Who would want to join the alliance? Especially since everyone inside and outside the alliance was Mu Rendi's people. When the time comes, wouldn't they be the ones suffering losses? However, if they didn't agree now, Mu Rendi would definitely play some tricks again. This was forcing them to join. Chapter 2053. Mu Rendi was surprised that Lin Fei suddenly spoke. From the start, Mu Rendi had been thinking about how to deal with Di Tian. He didn't expect Di Tian to speak up for him. Couldn't Di Tian tell what he was trying to say? Mu Rendi was confused. God Emperor Xueteng didn't think that Di Tian couldn't tell what he was trying to say. Thinking about it, no one could reject today's offer. He felt a little guilty. Daoist friend is right. Mu Chaozhu is so enthusiastic. If we don't join, it'll be too insincere. God Emperor Xueteng changed his previous words. Just like that? Mu Rendi kept asking himself. After that, Celestial Emperor Yi Lung and the others all spoke up and agreed to join. Their words were very nice. In order to not be bullied, they were united and said all sorts of nice things. Mu Rendi, who wanted to find an excuse to make things difficult for them, was speechless for a while. Mu Rendi was indeed a dynasty lord. After a little grievance, he moved on to the second matter. He didn't say it himself but let others do it. Choosing an alliance leader. When an alliance was united, there had to be an alliance leader to lead everyone. Even though everyone knew that the alliance leader position was only temporary, they still had to go through the necessary procedures. I think that Mu Chaozhu is the most suitable. Don't you guys agree? Other than Mu Chaozhu, I don't like anyone else. Mu Chaozhu, Mu Chaozhu. Immediately, everyone supported Mu Rendi. Lin Fei sat calmly. The alliance leader's selection had nothing to do with him. Mu Rendi could do whatever he wanted. While everyone was talking, God Emperor Xueteng asked Di Tian, I thought you would reject Mu Rendi's words. Can't you see that they are determined to get it? After all, it's just an alliance. As for what to do, it's still up to you. Lin Fei said lazily, winking his eyes at the same time. God Emperor Xueteng had already thought it through. He gave a thumbs up. You have thought it through, unlike the rest of us who are prejudiced by our first impressions. It's just an alliance. Actually, everyone reacted quickly. It was just that they couldn't let go of their pride. After thinking it through, everything became simple. Alliance. That was the alliance. It didn't matter who the alliance leader was. This time, Mu Rendi was destined to be disappointed. Originally, Mu Rendi had planned to put on an act for a while longer. In reality, he would not give up on the position of alliance chief. It was destined to fall into his hands. Celestial Emperor Xueteng and the others had thought things through, and they were even less interested in the fight for the position of the alliance leader. There was no need for that. In my opinion, the one who is qualified to be the alliance leader is Emperor Mu. Lin Fei said with a smile. Dynasty Lord Mu is one of the top rankers on the Heavenly Fate rankings. His potential is limitless. With Dynasty Lord Mu as the alliance leader, we can save a lot of effort and worry. I'm 100% in favor of him. You're praising me again. A strange look flashed across Mu Rendi's eyes. He had a strange feeling in his heart. This didn't match Di Tian's personality at all. Didn't the information say that Di Tian had a fiery temper? His actions were arrogant, and he definitely wouldn't give up easily when it came to fighting for the position of alliance leader. The current situation was completely different from his previous calculations. Far from it. Actually, I also agree with Taoist D. Tian's words. Dynasty Lord Mu, don't put it off anymore. We support you. God Emperor Xueting smiled. We support you too. We're convinced. Dynasty Lord Mu is the most qualified person here. Hence, a game that seemed to be filled with competition. A simple curtain of sunset. Mu Rendi easily became the leader of the alliance. It was so fast that even Mu Rendi couldn't accept it. It was a calculated exchange of blows. What happened to everything he had planned? It ended just like that? Mu Rendi felt that this was just a farce. Ever since D. Tian displayed the strength of a heavenly fate realm expert, everything was developing in a different direction. This made Mu Rendi very unhappy. He clearly wanted to attack D. Tian in all sorts of ways, but everything ended just like that. Many things that were calculated didn't develop according to the plot at all. This was something that had been planned a long time ago. Mu Rendi's well-thought-out plan came to an end with just a few words from Lin Fei. Everything came to a swift end. After Mu Rendi became the alliance leader, he set up a banquet. Lin Fei and God Emperor Xueting sat together. Although Mu Rendi had a smile on his face, he concealed his anger and didn't explode. After the banquet ended, Lin Fei and God Emperor Xueting bade farewell and left. That was so satisfying. God Emperor Xueting heaved a sigh of relief. Taoist D. Tian is still the best. If he wants to form an alliance, let him. Anyway, we can play our own game in private. I reckon that Mu Rendi is about to vomit blood now. God Emperor Styx River's cold face revealed a trace of a smile. However, Taoist D. Tian is really good at concealing his strength. He became a heavenly fate realm expert without anyone knowing. Lin Fei smiled and explained. Actually, I just advanced too. Who would have thought that Mu Rendi would make things difficult for me so soon? Since he made things difficult for me, I have to give him a memorable lesson. There's no better way than to display tyrannical strength. Although it was just a few simple sentences, everyone knew one thing. The Tianxian divine dynasty behind D. Tian was not simple. It was even more mysterious and unfathomable. After leaving the territory of the Mu clan divine dynasty, God Emperor Xueting and the others left one after another. When they left, they invited D. Tian to be their guests. Now they were trying to rope D. Tian in. To be able to become a heavenly fate realm expert in such a short time, it required a lot of resources. Since they were not on good terms with Mu Rendi, they might as well get closer to the Tianxian divine dynasty. With a ferocious tiger watching from the side, they couldn't afford to offend the Tianxian divine dynasty at this time. Fortunately, even though they looked down on them previously, they still had a way to salvage the situation. Lin Fei was only here to see what tricks Mu Rendi had up his sleeves. A show of strength? He was destined to be disappointed. On the way back, Lin Fei kept a smile on his face. Alliance? Lin Fei didn't mind. My Tianxian divine dynasty doesn't have many people now. Alliance or not, there's no difference. Come out. You still have to hide your aura after following me for so long. Suddenly, Lin Fei stopped and said to one of the starry skies. Kill? There was a fluctuation in the starry sky. 4 tyrannical auras pressed towards where Lin Fei was. Immediately, 4 people in black robes appeared, all wrapped up tightly. They attacked with the power of heavenly fate. 4 different forces for different directions, perfectly combined together, the power suddenly increased greatly. The starry sky collapsed on the spot, and astral winds swept across. You dare to kill me with just this bit of strength? Lin Fei laughed. Go back and tell Mu Rendi that this won't do. Lin Fei walked over and casually threw a punch. Chapter 2055. How disappointing. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and shook his head. Mu Rendi is only capable of this. At this moment, the little devil spoke. Master, just a while ago, God Emperor Xueting and the others were attacked by the black-robed men. They weren't as lucky as Master, so they left the starry sky hurriedly with injuries. I'm not surprised at all. Lin Fei chuckled. If Mu Rendi only deals with me and not them, then it would be too abnormal. Lin Fei had already predicted this. It wasn't easy for Mu Rendi to make a show of strength, but in the end he turned it into a farce. They didn't fall for his tricks at all. It was like punching a cotton ball, soft and powerless. Revenge was inevitable. Lin Fei was very disappointed with such petty revenge. He turned and entered the galaxy. On the same day, a piece of news spread. Divine Emperor Xueting and the others were attacked by a group of men in black on the way back. Fortunately, not many people paid attention to it and they just laughed it off. You? In the main palace of the Mu family. Mu Rendi was expressionless as he listened to his subordinate's report. What a bunch of trash. Didn't I ask you to ambush? Is this the result of the ambush? Mu Rendi had indeed arranged for revenge. The focus was on Di Tian. In the end, Di Tian ended the ambush with a single punch. The Heavens Mandate experts who returned were all injured and were still in the secret chamber to expel the Heavens Mandate energy from their bodies. They would not recover anytime soon and would not be able to display much combat power. Everyone in the Imperial Court lowered their heads. Especially the Heavens Mandate experts who were sent out for missions, they all had ugly expressions. They were all Heavens Mandate experts. Even if Di Tian was a Heavens Mandate expert, they had confidence in dealing with a junior like Di Tian. But in the end they were all sent flying with a single punch. They left in a hurry and did not dare to approach. Imperial Lord, Di Tian is simply too strong. Lin Fei returned to the mysterious sky world without a hitch. After returning to the mysterious sky world, Lin Fei resumed his peaceful days. Alliance? To hell with it. He did not care at all. Mu Rendi could do whatever he wanted. The divine veins and sacred veins that Lin Fei had plundered were also being refined. The divine energy in Lin Fei's body was completely converted into Heaven's will energy. Just by standing there casually, a boundless might came from his body. This pressure was much heavier than ordinary pressure. Heaven's will pressure. Leisure was leisure. The entire world. It was not very quiet. Soon the war between the godly dynasties began. That was especially true of the God world, where wars broke out everywhere. One godly dynasty after another went on without rest. Lin Fei's old neighbor, Mu Rendi, had never stopped his actions ever since the alliance was formed. All the forces of the Mu Divine Dynasty began to merge together, and the power of the Mu Divine Dynasty expanded rapidly. As the leader of the alliance, Mu Rendi did not do anything to the other 5 subworlds, as if he had forgotten about the failure of the ambush. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The chaos in the Divine Dynasty had begun. The small Divine Dynasties were either destroyed or annexed, while the mid-sized Divine Dynasties joined forces and occupied areas one after another, forming new forces. The rankings of the Divine Dynasty on the Destiny list began to change. Every day, some Divine Dynasties disappeared, while others continued to advance. As the situation continued to advance, the powerful Divine Dynasties became more and more obvious, and soon an era of separation was formed. This was also an indispensable process in the era of Destiny. 3 years was enough to destroy a small Divine Dynasty. Soon only the mid-sized and large Divine Dynasties were left. The distribution of forces also became obvious. Now, the Divine Dynasties ranked in the top 50 had absolute strength without exception. It would take a long time for them to destroy each other. First on the Destiny list, Dream Divine Dynasty. Second on the Destiny list, Peerless Divine Dynasty. Third on the Destiny list, Jinhai Divine Dynasty. Invincible Palace. Lin Fei looked at the latest ranking. These should be the 10 strongest Divine Dynasties fighting for the Destiny list in the future. Lin Fei put down the information. During these 3 years, the competition among the Divine Dynasties on the Destiny list was very fierce. However, during these 3 years the 10 Divine Dynasties had been determined. Some of them were newly risen, while the others were Divine Dynasties that had existed since the beginning. The Heaven Dragon God Dynasty is really capable. In just 3 years they've already reached the 7th position. Lin Fei had a whole new level of respect for the Heaven Dragon Divine Dynasty. I heard that the Divine Sun Heavenly Dragon is now a Destiny expert and has condensed a Destiny seed. He also has a mysterious force behind him. Soon Lin Fei's eyes fell on another force. This peerless Divine Dynasty is strange. Its Dynasty Lord is very mysterious and it rose even faster. In just a year it has already reached 2nd place. Lin Fei thought. Which Divine Dynasty is that super dangerous existence supporting? After the 10 Divine Dynasties occupied a part of the Divine world, the lords of the restricted areas all maintained a wait-and-see attitude. None of them participated in the scuffle. After the top 10 Divine Dynasties were determined, the competition between the 20th and 50th Divine Dynasties became more intense, and the rankings changed every day. After the 10 Divine Dynasties were determined, they began to recruit these Divine Dynasties. In the Mu Divine Dynasty, Mu Rendi secretly welcomed a special envoy. This envoy had a powerful background. Even Mu Rendi had to humble himself a little in front of this envoy. Welcome, Special Envoy Huang. Mu Rendi had a smile on his face. He had no choice. The other party's background was too powerful. The visitor was dressed in brocade and had an imposing appearance. He was from the second-ranked peerless divine dynasty. "You're too polite, Lord Mu," Special Envoy Huang said with a smile. Mu Rendi invited Special Envoy Huang to a secret chamber. Mu Rendi was very excited when he learned that the peerless divine dynasty Special Envoy was coming. In 3 years, the Mu divine dynasty's power had expanded rapidly, and its ranking had risen to about 35th. It had a certain influence, but compared with the peerless divine dynasty, it was nothing. The peerless divine dynasty was ranked second, and its dynasty lord was an absolute expert among the destiny experts. There were even experts who had condensed a destiny seed. What was that? He hadn't even condensed a destiny seed yet. The destiny seed was actually a division of strength among the destiny experts. The destiny seed could absorb the destiny power faster. Others needed 10 days, but a destiny expert who had mastered the destiny seed only needed 1 day. This was the gap that couldn't be made up for. It was very difficult to break through to this level, and Mu Rendi was still stuck on the edge until now. "Lord Mu, you should know why I'm here. Our dynasty lord thinks highly of you. As long as you are willing to submit, he will give you the position of feudal prefect in the future." Chapter 2056. The peerless divine dynasty rose the fastest. Mu Rendi knew very well that if the Mu family wanted to resist the peerless divine dynasty's attack, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They were not on the same level at all. Mu Rendi attached great importance to the arrival of the peerless divine dynasty's special envoy. The fight for the heavens would always be fought over by a few peak existences. For a dynasty lord like them, it was nothing more than accumulating strength and following a powerful dynasty lord. In the future it would be easy to inherit the clan. That was the best pursuit. The special envoy of the peerless divine dynasty had arrived. Mu Rendi showed enough sincerity and attitude. As soon as special envoy Huang threw out this title, Mu Rendi was very excited. At the same time he was also quite tempted. The title of feudal governor of an era was not as simple as it sounded. "Unparalleled dynasty lord, you think too highly of me." Although Mu Rendi was very tempted, he did not agree. Mu Rendi still understood the principle of comparing goods from 3 different shops. Meanwhile, the 5 subworlds welcomed a special guest. A special envoy of the 10 divine dynasties. Every single one of the 6 subordinate worlds beneath the God world was of interest. Since ancient times, it had been said that obtaining a child world would increase the number of variables in the future. This saying had been passed down for a long time. Until now, no one knew what was going on. The only thing they knew was that everyone attached great importance to the 6 subworlds under the God realm. Therefore, the special envoys of the 10 divine dynasties set off in secret. If he could recruit them, he would. A special envoy had also come from the profound sky world. However, it was not just 1 but 3 special envoys. Special envoy? Lin Fei rarely took care of affairs. When he heard that the 3 special envoys had come, he was a little surprised. "He's here earlier than I thought." Ever since the establishment of the 10 great god dynasties, Lin Fei knew that the mysterious sky world would be targeted. Everything came down to the words that were passed down. Obtaining a child world was a matter of destiny. Before, the divine dynasty's power had not been established yet, so no one paid attention to it. Now that the 10 great god dynasties had been confirmed, and their internal problems had been resolved, it was only natural that they set their sights on the 6 subordinate worlds under the God world. Invite them in. What a coincidence. This time the imperial court sent you here. He hasn't come in yet. The 3 envoys outside bumped into each other. Yu Fei, the special envoy of the Ocean God dynasty, said coldly. Ever since the locations of the 10 divine dynasties were confirmed, both of them wanted to replace each other and expand their own strength so that they could fight for the heaven's will in the end. Your Ocean God dynasty is not the same. Why do you have to talk about me? The person who came was also from the Purgatory God dynasty, ranked 4th among the 10 great god dynasties. He was also very powerful. Yu Fei snorted coldly. Our Ocean Divine Dynasty wants the mysterious Sky Divine Dynasty. You'd better leave. You can't say that. The 3rd special envoy spoke. It was Zi Cheng from the 5th-ranked Purple Flame Divine Dynasty. Who can guarantee who the profound Sky Divine Dynasty will choose? As the 5th Divine Dynasty, the first 4 Divine Dynasties were all enemies. When they arrived, they knew what they were here for. They were all competitors and enemies. Obtaining a child world was the mandate of heaven. This saying has been passed down ever since. The envoys of the 3 divine dynasties all wanted to bring the profound Sky Divine Dynasty into their own forces. Right now, neither side was willing to submit to the other. If it weren't for the fact that their strengths were about the same, they would have already started fighting. In the palace, Lin Fei sat on the main seat and did not greet the 3 special envoys. Of course, Lin Fei was just like that. Even though the 10 divine dynasties were confirmed, Lin Fei did not care. After the 3 special envoys were invited in, they saw Di Tian, who was sitting swaggeringly and felt very uncomfortable. After the positions of the 10 divine dynasties were confirmed, the 10 divine dynasties were already the top existences in the world. Even if they were special envoys, no matter where they went, everyone had to deal with them carefully. Even those dynasty lords had to come out to greet them. Now, Di Tian, who was just a subject in the imperial court, actually welcomed them like this. They were all imperceptibly angry. I haven't been feeling well recently, so I can't come out to greet you personally. I hope the 3 of you don't mind, Lin Fei said apologetically. The 3 special envoys snorted coldly in their hearts. Only your body isn't well? What kind of joke is this? Isn't the body of an immortal not good? Are you lying to a 3-year-old child? What made them the most unhappy was that the profound Sky Divine Dynasty had arranged for Di Tian to greet them. They did not take the special envoys of the profound Sky Divine Dynasty seriously. Actually, I didn't want to come either. All the higher-ups in the imperial court have matters to attend to, so they could only push me out. If you think that I'm not qualified to talk, you can stay in my invincible palace for a while. When they are better, I will inform you, Lin Fei said. From the moment they came in, Lin Fei did not like them. The 3 special envoys all had a high degree of arrogance. They looked at the profound Sky Divine Dynasty with disdain, as if they were looking at the people of the lower class. Lin Fei did not like such gazes. Haha, it's no big deal at all. Yu Fei of the Ocean Divine Dynasty laughed. I heard that Di Tian of the profound Sky Divine Dynasty is young and promising. Seeing him today, I can see that it is indeed true. At your age, I can't be in charge of such an important matter. You flatter me. This is because everyone is giving me face. It's really nothing. Lin Fei invited the 3 of them to take a seat. Although the 3 of them were unhappy, they did not really show it. After sitting down, the 3 of them first introduced themselves. In fact, they were just raising their names to let everyone know that they were not as simple as special envoys. The Ocean Divine Dynasty is 3rd, the Purgatory Divine Dynasty is 4th, and the Purple Flame Divine Dynasty is 5th. They all have great backgrounds, Lin Fei said to himself. 3 of the top 5 divine dynasties of the 10 major divine dynasties had come. Lin Fei did not quite understand the words that were circulating outside. Obtain the child world, obtain the mandate of heaven? The 3 of them introduced themselves in a lofty manner. When they spoke to Lin Fei, they didn't view him as someone on the same level. Even if they knew that Di Tian was a Heaven's Mandate expert, he was still just a Heaven's Mandate expert. A Heaven's Mandate seed could easily kill him. Moreover, they were from the 10 major divine dynasties. They represented the entire divine dynasty. Even if the profound Sky Divine Dynasty was mysterious, they would at most be a little afraid. They would not be truly afraid. How could this be possible? They could occupy the profound sky world with just 1/3 of their strength. It was just that they would have to pay a huge price. It was not worth it. The 3 special envoys have come from afar. Just say what you want. I am a very straightforward person. As long as it is possible, I will agree. The Imperial Dynasty Lord has given me full authority to handle it. Lin Fei put on another hat for himself. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he was with this idea. They were a little surprised when they saw Di Tian speak so casually. What did this guy do to deserve such attention from the Imperial Dynasty Lord? Yu Fei of the Ocean Divine Dynasty was the first to speak. He said condescendingly, Friend Di Tian, our Imperial Dynasty Lord is quite interested in your profound sky world. Chapter 2057. As a special envoy of the 3rd God Dynasty, Special Envoy Yu Fei naturally had his own pride. He didn't mind saying it in front of everyone. Our Ocean God Dynasty is interested in the mysterious sky world. What are you going to do about it? Even though he doubted whether Di Tian could handle it, Special Envoy Yu Fei wasn't worried. He was saying it for the people behind it. He believed that the higher-ups of the mysterious Sky God Dynasty would be paying attention. Let's see how you choose. This was Special Envoy Yu Fei's plan. The Purgatory God Dynasty's Triple Kill Envoy and Purple Flame God Dynasty's Zicheng Envoy scolded Yu Fei for being shameless. Even though they were unhappy, they weren't in a hurry to speak. From their previous interaction, they knew that Di Tian wasn't as easy to deal with as they had imagined. They decided to wait and see. If they could make Yu Fei unhappy, that would be even better. At least they could vent their anger. Lin Fei was shocked. The Ocean God Dynasty really thinks too highly of our mysterious sky world. At the start, Special Envoy Yu Fei was quite happy. Di Tian was tactful and knew how powerful the Ocean God dynasty was. If he did well, he might be able to complete the mission. Obtain the world, obtain the destiny. Who didn't know this saying? As long as Special Envoy Yu Fei could convince Di Tian, it would be equivalent to completing a mission and making a great contribution. When he returned, he would definitely be promoted and reach the peak of his life. No. As he listened, he felt something was wrong. Gone just like that? Are you done talking? Special Envoy Yu Fei felt something was wrong. The first half of the sentence was fine, but why did you stop? Weren't you going to declare your position? Then what does Taoist Di Tian say? Special Envoy Yu Fei couldn't help but ask again. Lin Fei did it on purpose just now. Just brushing him off first. Anyway, the situation wasn't too serious. Brushing him off was fine. But now, Lin Fei still didn't understand why there would be such a saying the moment the God dynasty appeared. The Triple Kill Envoy and Zicheng Envoy laughed in their hearts. It was just as they had imagined. Di Tian wasn't that easy to deal with. Triple Kill Emissary Zicheng, come here. Is it because of this as well? Lin Fei suddenly asked the two of them, as if he hadn't heard Special Envoy Yu Fei's words. The Triple Kill Special Agent was rather skinny, but he had a strong baleful aura around him. It could imperceptibly affect a person's mind, and it could also be used as a support in battle. Taoist Di Tian is right. I represent the Purgatory God Dynasty and wish for the Profound Sky Divine Dynasty to join our Purgatory God Dynasty. You can state your conditions. The Triple Kills Envoy said. Special Envoy Zicheng, who was at the side, became anxious and said, Our Purple Flame God Dynasty also hopes that the Profound Sky God Dynasty will join our God Dynasty. Our Dynasty Lord said that as long as the Profound Sky God Dynasty Lord is willing to join, he can bestow a piece of land. At the same time, he can assume the position of one of the 10 great generals in the God Dynasty and rule over a region. Lin Fei was delighted when he heard this. Everyone was really going all out in order to obtain the Profound Sky World. General. In any God Dynasty, a position was very important, especially when one had military power. No one dared to neglect it. For the sake of the Profound Sky World, the other party had spent a lot of money and could even seal a region. However, Lin Fei also understood in his heart that the other party was using peaceful means before resorting to force. What would come next would definitely be the opponent's martial strength. When Special Envoy Yu Fei heard this, he knew that it was not good. He was trying to use generous gifts to move the upper echelons of the Profound Sky God Dynasty. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, don't listen to them. These things can't compare to our Ocean Divine Dynasty at all. Envoy Yu Fei sneered, Our Ocean God Dynasty can let your Profound Sky World set any conditions. Even if it's a heavenly mandate technique, it won't be difficult. Our Ocean Divine Dynasty will give you whatever you want. This is our sincerity. After saying that, Special Envoy Yu Fei looked at the other two envoys proudly. Use this to move the other party? Then you're going to lose. The expressions of the two of them changed slightly. Although the gap between them was not big, they were still lacking in terms of foundation. Furthermore, any conditions that were laid out would definitely move them. The Triple Kill Envoy knew that things were bad the moment he heard that. The Ocean Divine Dynasty was really willing to set any conditions. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, you can actually state more conditions. Our Purgatory God Dynasty will agree to any of them. The Triple Murders Envoy said sincerely. When he came, his superiors had given him strict orders that he had to convince the other party no matter what. Now that they were competing in terms of conditions, let's go for it. Who's afraid of who? Hence, the three envoys started arguing. Lin Fei was overjoyed, but the doubts in his heart grew. The Profound Sky World did not seem to be mysterious. Until now, he had not discovered any clues. However, the three God dynasties placed such importance on it, so Lin Fei had no choice but to take it seriously. Elder, there are a few more God Emperors outside. They say that they are the Divine Dynasty's envoys and want to see you. Suddenly, someone ran in from outside and interrupted their conversation. Invite them in. Lin Fei did not hesitate and asked his subordinates to invite them in. However, Special Envoy Yu Fei and the others were not too happy. It was obvious that someone had spread the news and purposely came at this time because they were afraid that someone else would beat them to it. After a while, special envoys with powerful auras walked in from outside. When they saw the three envoys sitting there, their eyes shot out a sharp light and they started to oppose each other. Interesting. Lin Fei did not mind their appearance. The more people there were, the harder it would be to negotiate. The previous idea of the three envoys would probably have to be dispelled. As soon as they came in, Lin Fei asked someone to bring chairs over. Everyone sat down. The atmosphere was not very good, and the way they looked at each other was not very friendly. After the envoys came in and sat down, they introduced themselves. Just as Lin Fei had expected, they were all from the 10 god dynasties. Today they were all gathered together. The fact that the envoys of the 10 god dynasties had gathered in the profound sky world was shocking. Di Tian, the dynasty lord of the Dream Dynasty, said that as long as you are willing to convince the higher-ups to join the Dream Dynasty, everything is negotiable. This is your chance. The Dream Dynasty's envoy is called Meng Li. It sounds like a very feminine name, but in fact he is a man. He has the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. Special Envoy Meng Li is a member of the Dream God Emperor's family. He is also a God Emperor. Although he cannot compete with those invincible God Emperors, with the God Dynasty behind him, no one would dare to disrespect him. Right now, Special Envoy Meng Li was waiting for Di Tian's reply. As for the others, he chose to ignore them and just looked at Di Tian, who was once an important enemy of the Dream Race. Special Envoy Meng Li's words made the other envoys very unhappy. No one could hear the coercion in his words. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Everyone thinks highly of the profound sky world. My face is very proud. However, this is not a small matter. I have to report it to the higher-ups." Perfunctory again. These words were very reasonable. Chapter 2058. That was Lin Fei's mentality. Envoy Meng Li did not hear what he wanted, and the other envoys were secretly happy. They all expressed their intentions to recruit him, and they were willing to pay any price for the mysterious sky world. That was really generous. But they were destined to be disappointed. Lin Fei had been perfunctory and did not agree at all, nor did he reveal any information, which made everyone very unhappy, especially Envoy Meng Li. Di Tian was originally an enemy of the Meng Yi God Dynasty. If not for the mysterious Sky God Dynasty, the Meng Yi God Dynasty would have captured Di Tian long ago. The noisy meeting ended simply. The envoys of the 10 God Dynasties all stayed in the Invincible Palace. No one was willing to leave at this time, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. The mysterious sky world was too important. I heard that the envoys of the 10 God Dynasties are here today? Lin Fei quickly gathered with the Massacre Deity Emperor and the others. In a short time, their strength improved extremely quickly, and now they were all in the Creation Deity Emperor realm, infinitely close to the Apotheosis Deity Emperor. Among them, the one who improved the fastest was the Massacre Deity Emperor. Yes, it's quite lively. Everyone wants the God Dynasty to join their God Dynasty. Lin Fei said with a smile. It's just that I'm not the God Dynasty Lord and I can't decide. After all, this is a big deal. The Qinzi Divine Emperor smiled. Even if you can't decide, little junior brother is very popular now. The few of them laughed. In their eyes, little junior brother Di Tian, whose position was lower than theirs, was now above them, and he himself was a terrifying Destiny Realm expert. Especially after accepting little junior brother's kindness, they realized that it was so easy to improve one's strength. I guess little junior brother came today because of that message. The Massacre Deity Emperor said with a smile. Senior brother is indeed senior brother. I can't hide this from you at all. Lin Fei admitted straightforwardly. I'm really curious about this. Senior brother should know that I haven't been in the mysterious sky world for long, and I didn't know there was such a secret. I didn't even know about this secret. Senior brother should know about it. After returning, Lin Fei paid more attention to this message. Back then, Lin Fei had some doubts about the profound sky world. How could the 6 subworlds grow to such an extent, to the point that they were willing to be sealed beneath them? Unfortunately, he had never been able to figure out the details. With the arrival of the Mandate era, Lin Fei finally understood some things. The subworlds seemed to play an important role in the future era of Destiny. Lin Fei wanted to learn more about the specific situation from his senior brother, the Slaughter God Emperor. This time Lin Fei was destined to be disappointed. The Massacre God Emperor shook his head with a bitter smile. If you want to talk about something else, I might be able to talk about it. However, I can't do anything about this because I'm not too sure myself. Lin Fei exclaimed, how is this possible? Hasn't the infernal realm always been passed down to senior brother? In the profound sky world, it has always been a chaotic era. The Qinzi God Emperor added with a bitter smile. Junior brother, we really don't know about this. As for the true meaning of this sentence, I'm afraid that even the other 5 subworlds don't have any records. I reckon that no one in the entire divine world knows about it. Lin Fei frowned. Since there are rumors, why is it that no one in the entire divine world knows about it? Why is it that no one in the entire God world knows? Someone must have recorded it. The Massacre God Emperor said to Lin Fei. Actually, I had the same expression as you at that time. Later on, I tried to investigate but to no avail. Hence, I came to a shocking conclusion. I suspect that there's someone behind it. The Chensi God Emperor nodded heavily. I also think that Senior Brother's words are very reasonable. The secret of the subworld seems to have been erased out of thin air. Even now, no one knows about it. Lin Fei was overwhelmed with shock. Erased by someone? This was simply too unbelievable. Even Lin Fei was starting to doubt himself. Just who in the world had the ability to erase a secret like this? However, perhaps my position isn't high enough. Perhaps someone knows about it. For example, the lords of those restricted areas. The Massacre God Emperor suddenly said, I remember that you know the Supreme Demon Emperor. He might know something. Although he didn't get any definite information, Lin Fei couldn't help but think of the three extremely dangerous fellows he met in the starry sky. At the same time on the other side, in a courtyard where Meng Li was. Meng Li was very pleased with Di Tian's performance today. The profound Sky God dynasty is really something. Why did they let a brat handle this matter? Meng Li hated the higher-ups of the profound Sky God dynasty. A lucky fellow actually received the attention of the profound Sky God dynasty. If it wasn't for the mysterious profound Sky God dynasty, even until now no useful clues had been found. The profound Sky God dynasty was still so mysterious. In the room, after setting up an array formation, Meng Li took out a jade talisman and pinched it. Then a light screen appeared. A person appeared on the light screen, emitting a powerful aura. Dynasty Lord, Meng Li said with his head lowered. His eyes were filled with endless worship. The person who appeared on the light screen was none other than the first Dream God Emperor, the current first Dream Dynasty Lord. How is it? The faint voice was filled with endless majesty, causing one's soul to tremble. It didn't succeed. That brat Di Tian is doing it half-heartedly. I think the profound Sky God dynasty doesn't want to be annexed and is deliberately delaying us. Meng Li said in a low voice. The first Dream Dynasty Lord was very calm. However, no matter how calm he was, there was always a trace of anger in his eyes. That was the first Dream Dynasty Lord's anger towards Di Tian. The profound Sky God dynasty will be annexed sooner or later. No matter how mysterious the profound Sky God dynasty is, they can't stop this trend. The first Dream Dynasty Lord said coldly. Then what should I do? Meng Li asked. Aren't you usually very smart? If he doesn't want to consider it, then give him pressure. Pressure the profound Sky God dynasty and force them to take the initiative to speak. Do you need me to teach you such a simple thing? Meng Li nodded repeatedly. I understand. The light screen didn't last long before it dissipated. At this moment, in a few other courtyards, the special envoys of the profound Sky God dynasty were all contacting the dynasty lord and reporting what happened today. Special Envoy Huang came as well. With regards to today's result, Special Envoy Huang wasn't surprised at all. He took out a jade talisman and contacted someone. Dynasty Lord Mu, it's your turn now. On the other side of the light screen was Mu Rendi. Di Tian asked for it. Just when everyone was thinking of a solution, Lin Fei once again wandered around the profound sky world. Analyze and search the profound sky world again. It's best if you can enter a deeper level of analysis. I want to know everything about the profound sky world, including any different places. Lin Fei didn't plan to look for the Supreme Devil Emperor and the others. They weren't good people. Master of Chaos? Chapter 2059. The All-Heaven God Dynasty. The All-Heaven Divine Emperor had been having a rough time recently. Ever since the Destiny Stone incident, not only did they not gain any benefits, but they also became the scapegoat. After that, the entire dynasty was attacked by the first Dream God Dynasty and some other God dynasties, causing their vitality to be greatly damaged. In the following period of time, the good situation was quickly dealt a heavy blow. In the end, they didn't enter the territory of the 10 God dynasties. This caused Luo Tian to gnash his teeth in anger at that brat Di Tian. There were many times when he wanted to go and take care of Di Tian. However, every time he heard about the Tianshen Divine Dynasty, he could not help but want to retreat. That Tianshen Divine Dynasty was too mysterious. Luo Tian had once thought about it. Other than Di Tian, no one else had this suspicion, and Di Tian was the most suspicious. Although the All-Heaven Divine Dynasty did not enter the top 10, it was still a formidable existence in the top 20. After the All-Heaven Divine Emperor heard the news, he dismissed everyone. Hearing that the special envoys of the 10 God dynasties had gone to the profound sky world, the All-Heaven Divine Emperor had felt uncomfortable. When that news spread, everyone could not help but take it seriously. Humph, so what if you have a backer, Tian? The 10 divine dynasties are all hungry tigers. There's nothing for you to take advantage of. All Heaven Divine Emperor gulped down a cup of wine. Boom. At this moment, a black-robed old man appeared in the palace without warning. A cold light flashed in the All-Heaven Divine Emperor's eyes as he waved his palm. His heavens will turned into a wind blade that swept towards the black-robed old man. Not bad, not bad, I'm about to condense the heavens will seed. The old man in black waved his hand, and the wind blade automatically disintegrated. Who are you? The God King's heart trembled. That casual attack just now was enough to kill a beginner Heavenly Mandate Realm expert, but the old man in front of him was able to easily block it. This was too hard to accept. You don't need to know me. I just want to borrow something from you. The God King was secretly on guard. He knew that he had met a top expert who could tell with a single glance that he was about to condense a heavens will seed. This was his trump card. What is that? Your body. Don't even think about it, Luo Tian said harshly. As soon as he finished speaking, All Heaven Divine Emperor found himself unable to move. Unable to even circulate the energy in his body, the black-clad old man walked up to Zhang Xian and placed a finger on his forehead. After that, he turned into a black mist. After entering the All Heaven Divine Emperor's body, the All Heaven Divine Emperor had a ferocious expression on his face. After a few breaths, he stopped. Not bad. Not bad, this body is not bad. The All Heaven Divine Emperor opened his eyes again. His body swayed back and forth as he revealed a smile. The seed of heavens will is still lacking a bit. The God King channeled his heavens will energy and opened his mouth to swallow an item. The heavens will seed that was just a sliver away was instantly condensed. The heavens will seed took root in his body as strands of heavens will energy drilled out. Another one. Big brother. What should we do? At the same time, somewhere else. A black and a white figure stood in a valley. The valley was in ruins and almost the entire valley had been destroyed. Another doppelganger. Black Robe shook his head. His myriad holy spirits are getting more and more powerful. White Robe sneered, so what if it's powerful? We'll deal with it sooner or later. What should we do next? We've already lost the lead. The black-robed man frowned. What's there to worry about? Isn't that old man's goal to rebuild the Celestial Dynasty? Now that the Heavens Will era has begun, the 100 Dynasties era has begun. The old man will definitely control the Celestial Dynasty. As long as we pay attention, we'll be able to find the old man's whereabouts. I don't think it's appropriate. He used this method the last time. Now that his myriad holy spirits have matured, it's even stronger than before. It's hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. If he wants to hide, it'll be hard for us to find him. Black Robe Man said worriedly. That's easy. We'll support a celestial dynasty. Let's play with that old man. The two hit it off. On that day they controlled a celestial dynasty that was ranked in the 30s. They became the people behind the scenes and controlled the entire celestial dynasty. In the underground of the mysterious sky world, Lin Fei shuttled back and forth. With the large success of the power of space, Lin Fei could come and go freely in the mysterious sky world. Even those envoys could not find him. Nothing. Still nothing. Nothing again. Lin Fei had been looking for something different in the mysterious sky world. In the past, Lin Fei did not have the strength to do so. Now that he naturally had to study the mysteries of the mysterious sky world. The news from the outside world was not groundless. There had to be a reason behind it. Lin Fei did not look at the system. He relied on his own ability. Unfortunately, as long as there was something different in the mysterious sky world, Lin Fei would go there personally. He even went to all kinds of dangerous places. Unfortunately, he did not find anything. It seems like I still have to rely on the system. On a mountain peak, Lin Fei sighed softly. It was still too difficult to rely on himself. How is it? There's almost nothing. This time Lin Fei threw caution to the wind and used his destiny points. Only then could he find some clues about the mysterious sky world. If not for the envoys of the 10 celestial dynasties coming, Lin Fei would not be in a hurry to check out the entire mysterious sky world. He had no choice but to be anxious. If he knew in advance, he would have a higher chance of winning. Master, there's news. Suddenly, a message came from the system. Lin Fei opened it to take a look. It was not about the mysterious sky world, but from Invincible Number 1. Mu Rendi has begun to mobilize his troops and is going out in secret? Ever since the organization Counterkill became popular, Lin Fei had arranged for Invincible Number 1 to stay outside with 3 invincible god emperors to secretly monitor the Mu family dynasty. Follow him. At this time, the Mu family dynasty had arranged for many people to move out. They were all top-notch experts. It would be fine if they did it openly, but if they did it sneakily, it would be suspicious. Lin Fei was in contact with Invincible Number 1. If there was any movement over there, he would know immediately. The search is complete. Little Devil appeared. Master is really lucky. The mysterious sky world is really mysterious. What are you talking about? Say it. Lin Fei scolded jokingly. At this time, even Lin Fei was a little excited. No matter how you hide, you will still be exposed in front of my system. Master, look. A map appeared in front of Lin Fei, but there was a red dot in the middle of the map. After the system's analysis, we found that this location is very different. It is naturally isolated by a kind of power, and that is the destiny power. The other party is very good at hiding, and even top-notch experts will not be able to discover this destiny power. Lin Fei was very surprised. There is destiny power in the mysterious sky world. Bring me there quickly. This was definitely sensational news. Chapter 2060. The system was awesome. Ever since he had the profound sky world, Lin Fei had been pondering over one thing. Why was the profound sky world so important in the eyes of others? Moreover, it was an independent subworld. Now he finally had an answer. It turned out that the profound sky world had a source of heaven's will energy. Now that Lin Fei knew that the heaven's will energy could be absorbed, it floated in the void and did not have a fixed source. This was surprising and shocking. He could not help but be shocked. Then why didn't you find it last time? Lin Fei asked. Little Devil gave a reply that vomited blood. Previously, I did not have advanced mode, nor did I input the heaven's will energy, so I was unable to analyze and search in all aspects. Lin Fei was speechless. This is it. Following Little Devil's guidance, Lin Fei came to the underground and continuously shuttled. Then he went deep underground. Very quickly he encountered a layer of formless energy. Lin Fei was secretly speechless. What a powerful array! It actually separated the underground. If I used my divine sense to search, I would definitely not be able to find anything wrong with this place. Standing in front of it, it was as if the underground did not exist. This was definitely a surprising thing. Break the array for me. After trying a few times, Lin Fei's face turned grave. No matter what method he used, the formless energy kept him outside. Even when he used the power of space, it was also blocked by a layer of energy. This is a heaven's will array, it is flawless. Little Devil said seriously, interesting, really interesting. I don't care if it is a heaven's will array or not, I am just saying that you have no confidence in breaking it. Lin Fei was shocked once again. Although it was the heaven's will era, heaven's will experts could use the power of heaven's will, but to perfectly release the power of heaven's will, Lin Fei had only seen it with God Emperor Meng Yi. Absolutely no problem, my master, as long as there are heaven's will points. Little Devil snapped his fingers, and the heaven's will points in the system began to be deducted. Lin Fei sat cross-legged, looking at the formless existence in front of him. This was the central core of the profound sky world. If it was not for his great increase in strength, he might not be able to sense the power of heaven's will. I don't know. Is there a big secret behind this? Lin Fei was a little excited. It wasn't like they hadn't checked this place before. He had not discovered anything at all. As for using his spiritual sense to scan the entire profound sky world, he could forget about it. 2 hours later. All right. The Little Devil said happily, Master can go in now. Lin Fei stood up. Casually glancing at his destiny points, he sucked in a breath of cold air. *CK, why did I use so much? Why didn't you give me a notification? In just a short period of time he had used up 80 million destiny points. Lin Fei was about to collapse. How painful. Even if Lin Fei was filthy rich, he could still spend 80 million destiny points in 2 hours. His heart ached a lot. He who asked me to use advanced mode. Advanced mode consumes a lot of energy. Furthermore, this heaven's will formation is extremely powerful. If it was anyone else, they would only be able to watch. The Little Devil said proudly, furthermore, I told Master that this heaven's will formation is flawless. If it was someone else trying to break the formation, they wouldn't be able to break it even after 100 million years. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. 80 million destiny points. If this heaven's will formation is so powerful, have you mastered it yet? Suddenly Lin Fei had an idea. He couldn't help but look at the Little Devil. If it was possible, he could at least make up for the loss. The Little Devil had goosebumps. Master, what are you trying to do? What are you doing? I'm gay. Lin Fei slapped the Little Devil's body, causing it to scatter into pieces. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not gay. I just want to know whether this Heaven's Will formation is useful or not. This formation took the system 2 hours and 80 million destiny points. Lin Fei realized how precious this Heaven's Will formation was. It couldn't even be said to be precious, but it was definitely a rare existence. If the mysterious sky world, no, the invincible palace could set up such a Heaven's Will formation, Lin Fei would be completely at ease. He could only break it with the system. What about outsiders? They would probably grind their teeth and not be able to break it. In theory, I've already mastered it. There shouldn't be a problem. The little devil said confidently, I've analyzed the entire Heaven's Will formation. This is indeed an extremely powerful concealment formation. It's clearly in front of you, but you can't detect it with your divine sense. If Master wants to set it up, according to the system's calculations, I only need to spend about 100 million destiny points to set it up. 100 million destiny points? Lin Fei swallowed his saliva, very big. I'm going to go bankrupt. He shook his head. Let's go in and take a look first. The formation was broken, but Lin Fei didn't break it completely. Instead, he walked in. The Heaven's Will formation was still intact. If he completely broke the formation now, the secret here would be exposed. At that time, the mysterious sky world would definitely be involved. He had no choice but to make a choice. How mysterious. Lin Fei was shocked as he walked. This was a brand new formation structure, far beyond the scope of ordinary formations. If he really had to break it, even if he stood for a few days and nights, it would still be the same. As he walked, there was suddenly an empty space in front of him. A small independent space appeared in front of Lin Fei. That's right, it was an independent space. Oh. The moment Lin Fei entered, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Instantly, the destiny energy that filled the sky surged towards him. His whole body expanded like a ball, and all the pores on his body opened up. Awesome, this is too awesome. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. There's actually so much destiny energy here. No wonder the system actually used 80 million destiny points to break the formation. I almost became a pauper. Previously, Lin Fei was still feeling heartache over the 80 million destiny points. Such a large amount of destiny energy was enough to kill many Destiny Realm experts. Now that he had used it to break a ridiculous Heaven's Will formation, Lin Fei felt a little resentful. However, when he saw the incredibly dense Heaven's Will energy, he immediately felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Worth it? Absolutely worth it. How is it? My analysis is correct, right? Little Fiend became cocky again. That is. Lin Fei didn't care about Little Fiend's words. His eyes were attracted by something in front of him. In the center of the small independent space, there was a huge black altar. It was just floating in the middle of the space. The surroundings of the black altar were empty, giving off a very quiet feeling. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that someone had planted a tree on the black altar. The tree was purplish gold in color, and it was absorbing destiny energy. Chapter 2061. Apart from the purple gold tree, there was nothing else in the entire space. Lin Fei searched up and down for a long time, but he really didn't find anything new. Instead, the power of Heaven's Will appeared very quickly, like a treasure bowl of Heaven's Will. About an hour later, Lin Fei stopped searching and stood near the altar. 6 subworlds. It seems like this is the reason why it's different. Lin Fei found it hard to imagine who would be so generous. To create such an existence, a god emperor? It didn't seem possible. If it wasn't for the system, Lin Fei couldn't imagine that there would be such a good place right under his nose. With just a little bit of effort, this good place was going to change hands from his hands. The difference between discovering it earlier and later was actually very big. Master, if there are no accidents, according to our system's analysis, this place will open in 100 years. Little Devil suddenly said. 100 years. Lin Fei became pensive. This time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. For the chaotic era of Heaven's Will, it could indeed change many things. At the very least, the 10 god dynasties would grow to a very powerful level. At that time, the 6 subworlds would make the 6 god dynasties go out of control. In the end, it would become a battle between the 6 god dynasties, and the final outcome would be changed. Lin Fei thought very quickly and thought of the situation 100 years later. It seems that the situation in 100 years will change. At this time, Lin Fei completely understood the meaning of the words that were circulating outside. Whoever obtained the subworld could expand their forces, and in the end they would become the final overlord with unlimited possibilities. Whoosh! Lin Fei gently breathed and the Heaven's Will power surged. No wonder the profound sky world and the other 5 subworlds were the most powerful existences in the divine world. It turns out that there is such an altar with unlimited possibilities. Lin Fei observed the altar closely. The more he looked, the more he felt that the purple gold tree was extraordinary. It could release the heaven's will power. How amazing was that? Analyze this purple gold tree for me. Such a tree was also very useful to Lin Fei. At the very least, the 18 clones could quickly become heavenly fate realm experts. As for the system itself, it could also increase its destiny points rapidly. One day the divine range would not be able to keep up. With a place like this, Lin Fei could guarantee his destiny points. No matter how many powers came, he would be able to hold them off. This was Lin Fei's greatest source of confidence. The system was awesome. Energy points had always restricted Lin Fei's growth. Here. Without a doubt, it would allow him to grow stronger faster. The system began its in-depth analysis. Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He activated the system and absorbed the drifting heavens mandate energy. Because the heavens will energy was sealed in this small space, none of it leaked out. It was so dense that Lin Fei's eyes turned red. After the conversion, his destiny points rose like a rocket. The 80 million destiny points he had spent earlier were replenished in no time at all. This was simply a cornucopia and it was boundless. Even if the system was open to the limit. A heavens will vortex formed around Lin Fei, but there wasn't much change to the overall heavens will energy. There's a result. Half a day later, the system finished its analysis. It came to a conclusion. The purple gold tree isn't a complete existence but a small part of it. If Master can obtain a few other purple gold trees and fuse them together, the production of destiny points might be even greater. Around this altar, there are countless mysterious existences that seal the purple gold tree. If Master is willing, the system can extract it for you and turn it into a powerful heavens will cultivation technique. After analyzing them one by one, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. There is such a part of the mysterious sky world. In that case, were the other 5 subworlds the same? Or are they burying something else? The opening of the altar after 100 years is a huge gift, and it belongs to me now. Lin Fei quickly discovered that there were runes carved around the altar. These were very unfamiliar runes and it was Lin Fei's first time seeing them. According to the system's analysis, these were special runes that contained the heavens will cultivation technique. It was these runes that suppressed the purple gold tree and produced traces of heavens will energy at the same time. Analyze it for me. Lin Fei was very concerned about the heavens will cultivation technique. Until now, Lin Fei had only seen it from Xinhuang Meng. It was very domineering and at the same time, it was a powerful use of heavens will energy. It could explode a power that was 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than the original. Soon, the Invincible Palace welcomed the second day. The 10 special envoys were all waiting for Di Tian's reply. But as they waited, Di Tian didn't send anyone to inform them. From morning to night there was no news at all. What does Di Tian mean by this? Meng Li said unhappily. As the 10 special envoys of the Invincible Palace stayed in the designated area, they would bump into each other the moment they came out. Meng Li represented Dynasty Lord Meng Yi, and he had a lot of opinions about Di Tian. Now, a day had passed and Di Tian didn't send anyone to inform them. This was something that made them rather unhappy. What's the hurry? Di Tian can't represent the Tianxian God dynasty. Special Envoy Huang said with a smile. Although he said that, he actually affected everyone's mood. A few special envoys quickly revealed impatient expressions. They were unhappy that Di Tian didn't come. There were also some special envoys of the Tianxian God dynasty who were very indifferent, as if they weren't affected at all. On this day, Di Tian didn't appear, and there was no movement from the Tianxian God dynasty. On the second day, Di Tian still didn't appear. On the third day, just like the day before, there was still no trace of Di Tian. This time, everyone was unhappy. They couldn't stay in the Tianxian world forever, and their impression of the Tianxian God dynasty also worsened. Until 7 days later, they still didn't see Di Tian appear. This undoubtedly gave them an illusion that Di Tian and the Tianxian God dynasty behind him were just brushing them off. The special envoys of the Tianxian God dynasty flung their sleeves and left angrily. Since the Tianxian God dynasty didn't accept their good intentions, they could only use force. This was a plan that they had planned a long time ago. Peaceful measures before force. Special Envoy Meng Li was the first to leave the Tianxian world, and he was most willing to see such a situation. It also meant that the Tianxian God dynasty had offended all the 10 great God dynasties at once. In 7 days, Di Tian didn't appear for a single day. It was a blatant naked perfunctory attempt on their part. No matter how they tried to explain, they could see the attitude of the Tianxian God dynasty. This result was also the best result for everyone. After all, the Tianxian God dynasty didn't fall into anyone's hands. What happened next would depend on who had the bigger fist, who could swallow the Tianxian God dynasty and even the Tianxian world. Immediately arrange for your men to come over and test the Tianxian world. No matter what their reaction is, you can carry on with the next step. Special Envoy Huang left with a smile, but he didn't go back directly. Instead, he stopped on an uninhabited star in the starry sky, and at the same time he saw a mysterious guest, Mu Rendi. I will make the arrangements. Mu Rendi personally led the team, indicating the importance of this matter. Then it depends on Dynasty Lord Mu. Special Envoy Huang said politely, then turned around and left. For the time being, he didn't want to be too close to Mu Rendi in case someone saw through him. This was a hidden chess piece of the Peerless God dynasty. After Special Envoy Huang left, Mu Rendi revealed a cold smile. I, Mu Rendi, have obtained a child world. As long as I can decipher the secret within, the final owner of the child world will not be decided by you. Mu Rendi had his own ambitions. In fact, he was only temporarily lowering his head. Let me see how different the Tianxian God dynasty is. After the attitude of the Tianxian God dynasty spread, the 10 great God dynasties all took action. They discovered that they were all mobilizing their troops, preparing to deal with the Tianxian world together. On the other side, when Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace, 10 days had passed. They've all left. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Lin Fei was slightly startled, but he immediately returned to normal. It seems like they are ready to take action. His original intention that day was to find out where the true secret of the child world was. He didn't expect to stay there for 10 days. If one took a closer look at Lin Fei, they would discover that he was very different from 10 days ago. In the depths of his pupils, the mandate of heavens will flickered, and the mandate of heavens will become stronger. As for their departure, Lin Fei didn't want to do anything. Anyway, it was only a matter of time. With the discovery of the central mysterious space, Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Perhaps in the past, Lin Fei would be afraid of the 10 great God dynasties. Overall, their strength was much weaker, especially in terms of the number of experts. But now Lin Fei was very calm. The discovery of the special space was equivalent to Lin Fei having enough ammunition. Even after 10 days, the mandate of heaven's will in the space did not decrease much. Not even 10% was absorbed. Lin Fei's harvest was also huge. Through the mysterious runes left around the altar, Lin Fei obtained 2 mandate of heaven's will cultivation techniques. Now that he had completely grasped them, they had terrifying destructive power. Analyze the Tianxian world and set up the 100 million mandate of heaven's will array. Now Lin Fei was rich and overbearing. It would be a waste if he didn't set up such a stable array. It would be best if I could connect to the mysterious space and use the mandate of heaven's will to create the first great array. Even though he didn't know who left the array space, there wouldn't be any danger for at least the next 100 years. If he didn't make use of it now, he would be a fool. With this array, Lin Fei could also rest easy. From then on, he didn't need to worry about the 10 great God dynasties, and he would have the confidence to go against them. At the same time, he would have time to explore the mysteries of the other 5 child worlds. Chapter 2062. Lin Fei was very fast. Lin Fei had all the materials needed to set up the formation. He was not lacking in any of them. They had all been swept up previously. Now they could finally be put to use. Let's set it up outside the spatial formation. Lin Fei swept away all the scouts and started to set up the formation. This formation was very big and required a large amount of resources. With the system, Lin Fei did not have to worry at all. He just had to set it up according to the plan. With a large amount of resources, this destiny formation was slowly taking shape and was gradually being perfected. Combine. After the last position was set up, Lin Fei wanted to combine all the positions to form a huge formation. This step was not difficult. Lin Fei easily completed it. When the formation was combined, a large amount of destiny energy surged in from the center of the formation, supporting the huge formation. The huge mysterious sky world disappeared in the starry sky. Done. Standing in the starry sky, the original mysterious sky world had disappeared without a trace. Even if they used their divine senses to search, they would not be able to find any traces of the mysterious sky world. It was as if it did not exist, but in reality, it was in the starry sky. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fei was very satisfied. At the same time, he sent Little Evil Demon to check if everything was fine and to ensure that there were no accidents. This formation would always be activated. Destiny energy? Lin Fei did not care at all. The daily maintenance only consumed a small amount of Heaven's Mandate energy, which was almost negligible. For others to break the formation, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. They could not determine the exact location. The vast starry sky was constantly changing, making it even more difficult. Lin Fei was completely relieved. Now he really wanted to know what would happen when they sent the news back. He did not know what it would be like, but it should be very interesting. In fact, after the scouts were cleared, the second batch of scouts came. When they appeared in the distance, they could not see the mysterious sky world. They could not help but be dumbfounded. If not for the coordinates, they would have thought that they had come to the wrong place. Damn, where is the mysterious sky world? Why is it gone? Did we come to the wrong place? Is it still ahead? The moment these spies arrived, unable to see the profound sky world, even if he used his divine sense, it would be the same. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Could it be that the profound sky world had moved? They searched up and down and even passed through their original positions. They thought that they would encounter obstacles, but who knew that they could actually pass through? This time they were quite frightened and hurriedly reported the news back. Something big had happened. The profound sky world had disappeared. In the invincible palace, Lin Fei smiled as he watched them report the news back to their superiors. Mu Rendi's men are impersonating the enemy god dynasty and are heading towards the profound sky world? As the spy reported, another piece of news came. A group of people was approaching the profound sky world. This group of people was Mu Rendi's men who had sneaked out a while ago. At this moment, they disguised themselves as people from another divine imperial court, and were charging at Ji Hao with a strong killing intent. From the day he received the news, Lin Fei knew what Mu Rendi wanted to do. Is this a test? Disappeared? In the Dream God Dynasty, Meng Li was dumbfounded when he heard the report. He hurriedly went to report to the God Dynasty Lord. In the end, he was scolded by the God Dynasty Lord. How could the profound sky world disappear? It was extremely ridiculous. Meng Li scolded those spies to death. The profound sky world was a fixed location. How could it disappear? Hence, he contacted his confidant to check. Lord, it's not good. The profound sky world really disappeared. The news came back quickly. This time Meng Li was really dumbfounded. This time there was a picture of the truth. He recorded it and saw it clearly. The profound sky world really disappeared. In that place, in a starry sky, the spies passed back and forth. They were not isolated. What the hell, this is really... Meng Li had no choice but to report again. This matter was too big. Could it be that the profound sky world had left after seeing that the situation was not good? But they had never heard that the profound sky world could move. After the God Dynasty Lord saw it, he could not help but become serious. What kind of joke was this? That was the profound sky world. How could it disappear? No, this emperor needs to go there personally. The God Dynasty Lord could not sit still. At the same time, the 10 great God dynasties received the news. The profound sky world of the 6 subworlds had disappeared for no reason. This was definitely a big matter. At first, they thought that the spies had seen wrongly. The profound sky world was concealed by the array and they could travel freely. This did not conform to the characteristics of the array. The God Dynasty Lords were anxious. Hence, a wave of God Dynasty Lords headed towards the profound sky world. With the strength of the Seed of Destiny, they arrived at the profound sky world very quickly. The first to arrive was the God Dynasty Lord. When he saw the boundless starry sky, his calm face revealed a change of expression. It actually disappeared. God Emperor Meng Yi's divine senses swept across the boundless starry sky without stopping. Now he felt that something was wrong. Damn the profound sky dynasty. Did they really move the profound sky world away? From the bottom of his heart, God Emperor Meng Yi did not really believe that it was true. If they had this ability, the profound sky dynasty would have long become one of the 10 great God dynasties instead of lingering outside. God Dynasty Lord Meng Yi, you are the first God Dynasty Lord. Did you discover anything? There was a spatial fluctuation. God Dynasty Lord Wushuang appeared in a white robe. He stood in the starry sky not far away and spoke to the God Dynasty Lord. It's already so obvious. Do you still want us to go and see? The God Dynasty Lord Meng Yi sneered. Although the God Dynasty Lord Wushuang looked young, he was actually very old. He was sinister and cunning. It was not easy to deal with him. We have all underestimated this profound sky dynasty. More God Dynasty lords appeared one after another. Almost all of the imperial lords that appeared had the same expression. They all looked at the empty space in disbelief. The profound sky world had disappeared just like that. They were planning to deal with the profound sky dynasty, but it actually disappeared. Wasn't this catching them off guard? This was definitely something that made them very unhappy. The God Dynasty lords used their divine senses to check the surroundings of the starry sky, trying to find some traces. However, no matter how they checked, they did not find anything. It was as if it had really disappeared. Inside the invincible palace, Lin Fei smiled as he looked at the situation outside through the system. That should be the God Dynasty Lord Wushuang and the Purgatory Dynasty Lord. Lin Fei saw the changes in their expressions. He was even more confident. Even they could not discover the secret for now. Many beneficial things could be done. After this array was set up, it isolated all connections with the outside world and formed a unique existence. Lin Fei did not have to worry about the scouts sending the news out. Even if he swaggered out now, they could only watch helplessly. I can chat with them now. Chapter 2063. Alarmed. It was truly shocking. The dynasty lords of the 10 divine dynasties had come personally. The impact of this matter was too great. A perfectly good world had disappeared just like that? It was so fast that it was unbelievable. That was not a mountain but a great world. How could it be moved so easily? If it was another star world, in the eyes of those top-notch experts, moving it was not a difficult task. But the mysterious sky world was different. It was a unique existence. There was no need to think about it. Now that the mysterious sky world had disappeared, if it was really moved by an expert, then the strength of this expert would be completely beyond their imagination. What a frightening existence it was. Divine senses kept searching this starry sky. Unfortunately, the mysterious sky world had really disappeared as if it had never existed. If they were not familiar with this starry sky, they might really believe that there had never been a world under this starry sky. Find it, we must find it. The dynasty lord of the first dream dynasty ordered his subordinates, his expression somewhat grave. Out of the 6 subworlds, one had disappeared. Everyone would be unhappy. There were so few resources. Losing one would be akin to killing them. Ever since the positions of the 10 divine dynasties were confirmed, in their eyes, the final contender for the mandate of heaven would appear among the 10 of them and not others. Naturally, the 6 subworlds were also something they had their eyes on. Now that one was missing, no matter who it was, they would be unhappy. This meant that they had lost a helping hand on their journey to fight for the mandate of heaven. The other dynasty lords were actually more or less the same. They all sent people to investigate. Find it, we must find it. This was their only thought. They believed that with an all-out investigation, there would definitely be some clues. At that time, the mysterious sky world would still appear before their eyes. However, there was one thing that they did not dare to underestimate, and that was the mysteriousness of the mysterious sky god dynasty. There were top-notch experts in the mysterious sky god dynasty. They might even be experts with the mandate of heaven's seed, who could absorb the mandate of heaven energy between heaven and earth, and could fight for a long time. This was enough to give people a headache. One such top-notch expert was still manageable. But if there were 2 or even 3, they would be in big trouble. It was enough to make them secretly wary. Haha, what wind blew all of you here? Just as everyone's expression was grave, a burst of laughter spread throughout the starry sky. Then a somewhat familiar voice was heard. It's Di Tian. The Dream Dynasty Lord would never be able to forget this voice even if he died. This was the voice of that damnable Di Tian. A cold light flashed in his eyes as his killing intent surged. The first Dream Dynasty Master's hatred and killing intent towards Di Tian could be said to be the heaviest out of everyone present. As long as Di Tian appeared, the Dream Dynasty Lord would inexplicably emit killing intent. As the voice appeared, everyone looked over and recognized the person who had appeared in the starry sky. It was Di Tian, the fellow who was rumored to have great authority in the profound sky divine dynasty. Another doubt appeared. Why would Di Tian appear here? Could it be? It didn't seem very likely that Di Tian would stay here to wait for them. Lin Fei's attitude towards the 10 Imperial Dynasty Lords was very calm, and he did not feel any pressure like the others. Seeing the 10 Imperial Dynasty Lords' expressions change, the smile on his face became even more brilliant. Are you Di Tian? I am the Purgatory Dynasty Lord. The Purgatory Dynasty ruler clasped his hands towards Di Tian. This was the first time he met Di Tian, but he could tell with a single glance that Di Tian was extraordinary. Di Tian was already a heavenly mandate realm expert at such a young age. Just based on this point, he was worth paying attention to. You flatter me. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The Purgatory God dynasty, on the other hand, is very famous. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. The Purgatory dynasty ruler naturally did not believe Tian's words, but his words were still very comforting. Tian, we have come from afar. Aren't you going to invite us in? We are old friends after all. The first Dream Dynasty Lord said. Everyone, don't you think so? Lin Fei was now very confident and had nothing to fear. Even if the 10 divine dynasties attacked, with the support of the heavenly mandate energy, he could continue to resist. It was even more tortoise-shell than a tortoise's shell. I am really sorry that everyone is a little late. If you had come earlier, the Dynasty Lord would definitely have welcomed you warmly. However, it is not possible recently. My Dynasty Lord has spent a lot of effort to set up the array. Hence, for a period of time, the profound sky world will not see outsiders. Please forgive me. Lin Fei clasped his hands and said. The first Dream Dynasty ruler was slightly angered and focused on the words, set up the array. The others also heard it clearly. Their hearts skipped a beat. Able to cover up the profound sky world? Could it be that he had set up an array? That was too powerful. Even they might not be able to do it. Just now they had used their divine senses to search up and down countless times but had not found anything. This was still an array? Lin Fei was overjoyed and said with a look of realization, could it be that everyone doesn't know? That's impossible. The profound sky world isn't like those star worlds that can move, and the profound sky world can't move. My Imperial Lord only set up a formation to hide him. The 10 divine dynasty rulers' expressions turned ugly. Array? To hell with it. There was such a powerful array. Even the powerful divine senses could not see through it. The first Dream Dynasty ruler really did not believe that there was an array here. If it was really an array, the Dynasty Lord of the profound Sky God dynasty was too powerful. At that time, if they really wanted to deal with the profound Sky God dynasty, they would definitely have to go through a lot of trouble. For example, the profound sky world in front of them. There is actually such an array. I wonder if little friend Tian can broaden our horizons. The unparalleled dynasty ruler asked. The others actually had the same thoughts. Lin Fei was put in a difficult position and said, originally the array cannot be casually opened. However, everyone here is a reputable person. It is not impossible to open the array. Letting them see the hidden profound sky world, Lin Fei was not afraid that they would see through it. Lin Fei turned around and struck out many seals towards the void in front of him. It was very fancy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The starry sky suddenly trembled. The huge profound sky world once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at the profound sky world in front of them, the dynasty lords swept their gazes back and forth. This was the first time they had seen such a top-notch array. Incredible, truly incredible. The unparalleled dynasty lord clapped his hands and shouted. My horizons have been broadened. With their eyesight, it was very easy for them to see how extraordinary this array was. Their expressions all changed. This great array actually gave them a feeling that they could not see through it. One by one, the names of the top-notch arrays were searched out by them. None of them could be compared to the array in front of them. Those array in front of this array seemed to be of a lower grade. It was as if they were dwarfs in the presence of a great sorcerer. This time they finally understood why they could not use their divine senses to search it. With the existence of such a mysterious array, wouldn't it be very difficult for them to deal with the profound sky world in the future? Everyone felt a sense of foreboding. Taoist Tian, this array was set up by your dynasty lord? I wonder if I have the honor to pay a visit to your dynasty lord? I'm also very interested in researching arrays. The unparalleled dynasty lord asked with a beaming smile. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm afraid that everyone will be disappointed. My dynasty lord is currently resting. I will not be seeing him for a period of time. However, when my dynasty lord is done, I will definitely inform everyone. Resting? Could it be that he had consumed too much energy? Or was there another reason? Everyone's expression changed again. The unparalleled dynasty lord did not intend to leave so easily. One Tian was nothing much now. However, this Tianxian Divine Dynasty's dynasty lord was someone that everyone paid special attention to. He was able to lay out such a formation. If he hid himself in the starry sky, they did not know how they would be able to find him. Tian, what you said is wrong. It is rare for 10 of us dynasty lords to appear together. Could it be that your dynasty lord is not willing to come out and meet us? Isn't he putting on too much airs? The unparalleled dynasty lord said in disappointment. This move was impressive. He even pulled the dynasty lord along. Right now, everyone had the same thought. They wanted to meet this mysterious dynasty lord. If possible, they did not mind joining hands to get rid of this profound Sky Dynasty Lord. They would first settle the mysterious profound Sky Dynasty Lord. As for the remaining matters, there would be time to settle them in the future. From the moment this array appeared, they all realized that this profound Sky Dynasty Lord was not easy to deal with. He was exceptionally hard to deal with. They had yet to meet him, but his reputation was already known. That's right. We came all the way here just to meet your Dynasty Lord. Could it be that we can't even do this? The unparalleled Dynasty Lord followed up with a smile. With the unparalleled Dynasty Lord taking the lead, everyone had the same thought. As for whether or not they were taking advantage of the situation, no one knew. However, they were clear about one thing. No matter what, they had to meet that profound Sky Dynasty Lord today. Not meeting him? At most they would just barge in. Since they were all here today, everyone would put down everything and go figure out this profound Sky Dynasty Lord first. Daoist Ditian, I think it's better if you bring us in. The Purple Flame Dynasty Lord, who was dressed in purple robes, said to Ditian with a hint of pressure. Right now they were only interested in that profound Sky Dynasty Lord. As for the others? They were not in his eyes at all. Ditian? So what if he had a reputation? Lin Fei shook his head again. I advise everyone not to pay a visit. When the Dynasty Lord is resting, he hates it the most. If everyone really wants to pay a visit, the Dynasty Lord will definitely be unhappy. It's better to do it another day. Unhappy? So many of us Dynasty Lords came personally. This is giving him face. What's there to be unhappy about? The unparalleled Dynasty Lord said sinisterly. The unparalleled Dynasty Lord wanted to stir up everyone's emotions and force Ditian to bring them in. That's right. Bring us in quickly. If you don't bring us in, we will tear down your profound sky world. Do you believe me? A smile appeared on Lin Fei's face, but it disappeared in a flash. Boom. All of a sudden, a huge pillar of light soared into the sky. A horrifying aura engulfed the entire starry sky. Chapter 2064. Without any warning, a terrifying aura spread out. This aura came too suddenly, directly sweeping over everyone, causing their expressions to change. What a terrifying power of destiny. Too thick. I can't believe it's real. As the terrifying aura swept across the entire starry sky, that trembling voice also resounded throughout the starry sky world. No matter who it was, they all trembled at this moment. This was a completely crushing aura. The one who spoke just now was a Dynasty Lord ranked 8th, called the Yangfeng Dynasty Lord. His entire face suddenly turned black, and a terrifying aura came crushing over, turning into a giant hand pressing down. Joke, this is a joke. The Yangfeng Dynasty Lord hurriedly explained, at the same time releasing his destiny aura. Boom. The giant hand pressed down, and the Yangfeng Dynasty Lord's destiny power was completely crushed. A terrifying blast of air swept in all directions. With just this bit of strength, you have the cheek to say that you can destroy the mysterious sky world. Even if I can only use 1/3 of my strength, I can still beat you up. Another palm of destiny power gathered and slapped down. Boom boom boom. At this moment, palm after palm slapped down on the Yangfeng Dynasty Lord. Every move carried a killing aura, and at the same time, a huge air wave was set off. The Dynasty Lords at the side subconsciously avoided it. The destiny power resisted the attack of the air wave. Too terrifying. This is simply crushing all the way. The Yangfeng Dynasty Lord is going to suffer a big loss this time. The Dynasty Lords secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. No one dared to believe that the scene before them was real. Inexplicably, this mysterious Sky Dynasty Lord had come out, but unfortunately, there was no sign of him. The streams of destiny power in the starry sky seemed to have become the best representation, exuding strength everywhere. In this strength there was also an invincible domineering aura. Puff puff puff. Although the Yangfeng Dynasty Lord had condensed the seed of destiny and was constantly absorbing destiny power, compared to the destiny power in front of him, the two were not on the same level. There was suppression everywhere. After just blocking a few palm attacks, the following attacks could not be blocked at all. Too fast, too ferocious, how can it be so strong? The Yangfeng Dynasty Lord vomited blood. However, he still couldn't block the other party's attack. The other party didn't use any techniques or anything else. He only used his incomparably dense Heaven's Mandate energy to crush him. As soon as he used his Heaven's Will, it was ruthlessly destroyed. You're too weak. Another disapproving voice came from the starry sky. Another terrifying attack appeared in the air. The mandate of Heaven's power turned into a blade light. It was invincible and tyrannical, and it slammed into the Yang Fiend Dynasty Lord's body. Bam bam bam. Then everyone heard a burst of sound. The Yang Fiend Dynasty Lord's body was split into two, and the Heaven's Will energy in his body was instantly destroyed. With only 10 to 20% of his strength left, the Yang Fiend Dynasty Lord, who had reconstructed his body, hurriedly took out a treasure and fled into the void. If you want to leave, then leave. Aren't you looking down on me too much? An even more terrifying aura once again enveloped everyone's hearts. This was even more terrifying than the previous attack. Suppress. The thick power of Heaven's Will turned into a suppress character that suppressed the space where the Yang Fiend Dynasty Lord was fleeing. Boom. The intense tremors caused all the Dynasty Lords present to lose their balance, as if they were about to fall. Looking at the distant starry sky, they saw that it had turned into a huge black hole with merciless astral winds blowing. Everyone could no longer sense the Yang Fiend Dynasty Lord's aura. Could he be dead? The Dynasty Lord sucked in a breath of cold air. In less than a dozen breaths, the Yang Fiend Dynasty Lord was beaten to the point where he disappeared? And he was killed on the spot? They were even more fearful of the final move. That was definitely a Heaven's Will technique. The moment he attacked, he destroyed a part of the starry sky. It did not matter if the Yang Fiend Dynasty Lord was dead or alive. It was definitely a huge blow to their vitality. Only at this moment did they truly realize how terrifying this profound Sky Dynasty Lord was. That thick Heaven's Will energy would make anyone's eyes turn red with envy and jealousy. The stronger the Heaven's Will was, the more powerful one was, and the more fearless one could be. No one dared to move now. The Yang Fiend Dynasty Lord had been beaten to such a sorry state with just a sentence. They knew that even if they used all their trump cards, they might not be a match for this profound Sky Dynasty Lord. He had said that he would use 1/3 of his strength. This was much stronger than all of them. Lin Fei quietly looked at the changes in their expressions. He felt a wave of comfort in his heart. With a treasure land that produced Heaven's Will energy, he could act without fear. Even though he did not personally make a move, the Heaven's Will energy was controlled by him. I wonder if there is anyone here who wants to tear down the profound sky world. Feel free to step forward and let this Dynasty Lord experience it. The cold voice sounded again. What followed was a terrifying divine sense. This divine sense was filled with tyranny. It smashed the divine senses that they had left outside into pieces, causing them to cease to exist. The Dynasty Lords present all felt a trace of anger. However, they forcefully endured it and did not dare to show any signs of it. They were afraid that they would be seen by the other party and start a fight. With Taoist fellow Profound Sky around, who would dare to tear down the Profound Sky world? The sea-subduing Dynasty Lord revealed an ugly smile as he spoke. I heard that Taoist fellow Profound Sky is resting. I shall not disturb you any further. There are still many matters in the court that I have yet to settle. I will pay a visit another day. The Purgatory Dynasty Lord made up an excuse and turned to leave. Looking for trouble? His guts had grown, hadn't they? Right now, the Purgatory Dynasty Lord no longer had any confidence. His heart was filled with fear. If he did not go back and get rid of the shadow left behind, it would be a weakness to the Profound Sky Dynasty Lord in the future. After throwing down a sentence, the Purgatory Dynasty Lord left very irresponsibly. I also have matters in the court. I shall leave first. I remember that a furnace of elixirs is almost done. I have to go back and oversee it, lest I ruin a furnace of peak-grade elixirs. One by one, the Dynasty Lords turned to leave. The first Dream Dynasty Lord originally wanted to pull everyone along to take the Profound Sky Dynasty Lord down a notch. If there was a chance to take care of him, that would be the best thing. After eliminating the Profound Sky Dynasty Lord, they would think about how to distribute them. In any case, they would not be at a disadvantage. However, they did not expect that this Profound Sky Dynasty Lord would be so ferocious. In just 2 or 3 moves, the Yang Fiend Dynasty Lord had disappeared. At the very least, he would be heavily injured. A bunch of cowards. Seeing them leave, the first Dream Dynasty Lord cursed in his heart. Actually, the first Dream Dynasty Lord himself wanted to leave this place. Facing a ferocious Profound Sky Dynasty Lord, the pressure was as great as a mountain, and it was extremely uncomfortable. He turned and prepared to leave. Reason? The first Dream Dynasty Lord did not intend to find a reason at all. He was the first Dynasty Lord. If he wanted to leave, he could leave. Was there a need to say anything? Find an excuse like them? That would be too spineless. First Dream Dynasty Lord, hold on. Don't be in a hurry to leave. The one who spoke was not Lin Fei but the voice in the starry sky. The first Dream Dynasty Lord's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition. Fellow Daoist Profound Sky, is something the matter? The first Dream Dynasty Lord had no choice but to stop. A terrifying killing intent locked onto him, forcing him to stop. Otherwise he would expose an opening on his back. Of course there's something. That voice said. Ditian, you should know him, right? I heard that you once made a move on my little junior brother in Demon Emperor Feiyang's palace, and even chased after him from 10,000 li away. Don't you intend to explain? Little junior brother? The first Dream Dynasty Lord's body trembled slightly, not daring to believe that it was true. This guy was the Profound Sky Dynasty Lord's little junior brother? What kind of joke was this? Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. The first Dream Dynasty Lord cursed in his heart, but he had no choice but to explain. Bullshit, this is not a misunderstanding. Lin Fei added insult to injury. Last time, you chased after me for 10,000 li away. You even used a heavenly mandate art to kill me. I remember it clearly. Do you still want to quibble, senior brother? You have to avenge me. The Unparalleled Dynasty Lord and the Sea Suppression Dynasty Lord did not leave. After hearing the Profound Sky Dynasty Lord's words, they finally understood why Ditian had such great authority. He was the Dynasty Lord's little junior brother. They were secretly glad that they did not make a move on Ditian back then. Now the first Dream Dynasty Lord was unlucky. The first Dream Dynasty Lord wished he could give this bastard Ditian a slap. It would be best if he could kill him with one slap. Will you die if you don't speak? You're exposing my background. Back then when he chased after Ditian, the Dream First Dynasty Lord had never imagined that such a day would come. He only felt that Ditian was lucky and obtained a bunch of treasures. At that time in his eyes, Ditian was merely an ant. Who would have thought that one day Ditian would be able to turn things around and become the junior apprentice brother of a Dynasty Lord? Wasn't this a scam? The first Dream Dynasty Lord did not understand this Profound Sky Dynasty Lord at all. He only knew that he was terrifyingly strong. If he fought with such a terrifying person, there was no chance of victory. He did not wish to fight. If he fought with such a mysterious expert, even if he exhausted all his heavenly mandate power, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. He might even be in danger. Since you like to bully the weak, then I will also bully the weak. Boom. In the starry sky, a saber light came. The first Dream Dynasty Lord's expression sank. Profound Sky Dynasty Lord, don't go overboard. Ha ha, overboard, so what? Shio. In the starry sky, another dozen saber lights flew out. Each saber light contained immense terror and was completely formed by heavenly mandate power. A single saber light could severely injure a heavenly mandate expert. The moment this saber light appeared, the first Dream Dynasty Lord's forehead twitched. He took out the heavenly mandate weapon fragment and struck down 2 saber lights. The remaining saber lights could not block it. In an instant, the first Dream Dynasty Lord was struck 7 or 8 times, blood flowing. Suppress. Without waiting for the first Dream Dynasty Lord to catch his breath, a large suppress word was cast down. The first Dream Dynasty Lord had seen it before but had never personally experienced it. When he truly experienced it, the heavenly mandate power in his body suddenly became silent, unable to be activated. His heart instantly sank. Bang! The first Dream Dynasty Lord's powerful physical body exploded on the spot. Lin Fei chased after him and stretched out his hand. The heavenly mandate weapon fragment landed in his hand. Senior brother, I want this thing. Ditian, return my heavenly mandate weapon fragment. The reconstructed and revived first Dream Dynasty Lord's face was pale. Seeing the heavenly mandate weapon fragment land in the other party's hand, he immediately screamed as if his beloved woman had been snatched away. Even the heavenly mandate weapon fragment can't unleash its true power. Aren't you ashamed to have it? In the starry sky, a suppress word was cast down. Wah. Chapter 2065. This Jingguang came without any warning. It appeared suddenly and swept the first Dynasty Lord away, leaving no time to stop it. Lin Fei was clearly startled. Damn, this works too. Lin Fei's system had been monitoring the surroundings, and there was no one hiding in the surroundings. However, the inexplicable appearance of the Jingguang was enough to make Lin Fei unhappy. Analyze it for me immediately. What was that golden light just now? Lin Fei was very unhappy. The Sea-suppressing Dynasty Lord and the Unparalleled Dynasty Lord secretly inhaled a breath of cold air. They looked at each other, a trace of joy flashing in their eyes. This mysterious Sky Dynasty Lord cannot be underestimated anymore. The Sea-suppressing Dynasty Lord transmitted to the Unparalleled Dynasty Lord. The unparalleled dynasty lord nodded to himself. Too terrifying. We have already condensed the seed of destiny, but compared to him, we are truly not on the same level. The first dynasty lord was beaten into a sorry state, and even the weapon of destiny fragment was snatched away. This time we really suffered a great loss. The two actually wanted to see if the first dynasty lord could resist the other party. If possible, they wanted to study it carefully to see if they could analyze the true strength of this mysterious Sky Dynasty Lord. The current mysterious Sky Dynasty Lord was unbelievably mysterious, and at the same time, unbelievably powerful. However, they had not expected that the profound Sky Dynasty's Dynasty Lord's combat prowess would surpass their imaginations, easily defeating the first Dream Dynasty's Dynasty Lord. The heavenly will energy that he unleashed was unbelievably dense, forcefully crushing over. Could it be that the two of you also want to spar with me? Suddenly, a cold voice rang in their ears. The two came back to their senses. This wasn't their territory. With an unbelievably powerful mysterious Sky Dynasty Lord here, it would be easy to deal with them. Mysterious Sky Dynasty friend, you are mistaken. We will leave immediately. The unparalleled Dynasty Lord said hurriedly. Right, we will leave immediately. The sea-suppressing Dynasty Lord came back to his senses. The two did not dare to stay behind. Go back and tell them that I have no interest in contending for the mandate of destiny. If anyone dares to enter the mysterious sky world, I will personally kill them. The unparalleled Dynasty Lord nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will. I will definitely tell them. Voila, the two of them turned around and left, vanishing without a trace. They're gone. He used a treasure. The little devil sat on Lin Fei's shoulder and said with a smile. I believe that for a period of time, they won't do anything to the mysterious sky world. Lin Fei retracted his gaze and returned to the invincible palace. The formation outside was activated once again and the huge profound sky world disappeared without a trace. News of what happened in the profound sky world quickly spread. Once the news spread, the whole world was in an uproar. The 10 great divine dynasties were incomparably powerful, but now they had actually suffered a great loss at the hands of the profound Sky Dynasty's Lord? No one dared to believe it. As the news spread out, everyone had no choice but to believe it. Only then did all the dynasty lords realize that there was actually such a powerful divine dynasty outside of the 10 great dynasty lords. It was so mysterious that people only knew its name. But this time, everyone knew that this profound sky god dynasty was terrifyingly powerful and easily suppressed the 10 great dynasty lords. The first dynasty lord of the Dream Dynasty was severely injured by the profound sky god dynasty lord. If he had not been rescued, he might have perished outside the profound sky world. This news was even more shocking. The first dynasty lord. What kind of status did he have? He was actually seriously injured just like that. After the incident, the first dynasty lord of the Dream Dynasty was silent, as if to verify this matter. At the same time, another news spread. From the mouth of the unparalleled dynasty lord and the Jinhai dynasty lord, regarding the profound sky world. At this point, no one doubted the authenticity of this matter. The originally noisy situation. As the dynasty lord suffered losses, the profound sky god dynasty lord's strength caused the whole world to become quiet. While it was noisy outside, Lin Fei finally had a discovery. You said that Jingguang came from the destiny list? Hearing this news, Lin Fei was very surprised and shocked. Jingguang actually came from the destiny list. It was really inconceivable. Yes, he came from the destiny list. There's no mistake. The little devil guaranteed. In fact, Lin Fei never doubted the system's analysis. He was just a little surprised this time. He originally thought that someone had made a move, but he didn't expect it to be the destiny list. That destiny list is really a little special. Lin Fei rubbed his chin and thought, originally, I wanted to exhaust the power of the destiny list and beat the first dynasty lord half to death. I didn't expect that the destiny list would interfere. Sooner or later, it will destroy the destiny list. Imperceptibly, Lin Fei was very unhappy with the destiny list. The first dynasty lord of the Dream Dynasty could obtain the help of the destiny list. That meant that the Yang Fiend dynasty lord must have been taken away by Jingguang. He just didn't notice it at that time. Lin Fei already understood. Master is right. The destiny list is a very special existence. According to our analysis, the dynasty lords of the destiny list will receive protection. Only at the end of the struggle for the destiny list will the destiny list remove this protection. Shameless, really shameless. They actually have protection. Lin Fei agreed with this sentence. From the start, Lin Fei felt that the destiny list was very extraordinary. The only thing he didn't expect was that it had such a protective effect. Forget it, forget it. This time that guy is lucky. Lin Fei took out the fragment of the destiny weapon and began to struggle. After handing it over to the system to suppress, it became Lin Fei's. Master, this destiny weapon fragment is not bad. If you hold this kind of destiny weapon, if it is complete, it can increase your attack power. On top of the original foundation, it can increase your combat strength by 100 times. Lin Fei was slightly shocked. The complete one can increase the attack power by 100 times? 100 times. Lin Fei didn't dare to imagine. Right, it is 100 times attack power. However, it is a fragment now, so it can only display 3 to 4 times the power. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. 3 to 4 times the power is already quite good. The destiny weapon is already a high-level power. With another 3 to 4 times the power, it is enough to run amok. Lin Fei had seen the Dream Dynasty Lord wielding the destiny weapon fragment and displayed a powerful combat strength. A weapon in hand could indeed increase a person's combat strength by a lot. The Dream Dynasty Lord was a good proof. Then, Master, do you want a destiny weapon? The little devil tempted. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Of course I want it. However, you are not joking. A complete destiny weapon can increase the attack power by 100 times. Right now there is not a single complete destiny weapon out there. Although it is a bit difficult to obtain a complete destiny weapon, I am an invincible system. I am the invincible system, a mere weapon of destiny is nothing to me. Now that Master has a fragment, the system can analyze and calculate it, then create a fake weapon of destiny. Although it won't be able to unleash a 100-fold increase in power, it will be around 40 times stronger. Lin Fei stood up happily. A counterfeit can also be created? 40 times the power. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Killing people was like cutting vegetables. Of course, this is all thanks to the Dream Dynasty Lord. If not for him contributing the destiny weapon fragment, even I would not be able to analyze it and create a counterfeit. Hurry up and create a counterfeit. Lin Fei never thought that a fragment of a destiny weapon would actually have such a great use. A knockoff Heaven's Will weapon with a 40 times increase in attack power was simply a godly weapon that could destroy anyone it wanted to kill. Because the system wanted to analyze the counterfeit. It would take at least a few days, and in the process, it would consume destiny points. Lin Fei didn't care at all, it was just destiny points. Just use it, this daddy is a nouveau riche. I want to kill Di Tian and that mysterious Sky Dynasty Lord. In the secret room of the Dream Dynasty Lord. Dream One Dynasty's Lord looked dispirited and listless, completely different from his earlier high-spirited appearance. Ever since he was saved by that Jingguang, the Dream Dynasty Lord could not forget the scene in the mysterious sky world. Every time he thought about it, it was as disgusting as swallowing a fly. All this was because of that damn Di Tian and that mysterious Sky Dynasty Lord. Every time he thought of this, the Dream Dynasty Lord's entire face would contort, becoming sinister and extremely terrifying. This time, the Dream Dynasty Lord's injuries were not light. The other party's destiny power had not been cleansed yet, and it was still wreaking havoc in his body. This was still secondary. What he could not accept was that he lost a destiny weapon fragment. That was obtained with great difficulty, and it fell into Di Tian's hands just like that. The divine sense on it was also quickly erased. The Dream Dynasty Lord knew that it was erased by the mysterious Sky Dynasty Lord. Di Tian did not have this ability. Damn it, my destiny weapon fragment. The Dream Dynasty Lord flew into a rage. Roars could be heard, but he had no way to deal with Di Tian for the time being. The entire divine realm maintained a rare state of peace. Half a month later, the chaotic war started again. The mid-sized god dynasties and mid-sized god dynasties kept fighting. The large god dynasties, on the other hand, maintained a rare silence. In reality, everyone understood that many of the mid-sized god dynasties had been subdued by the large god dynasties, becoming another part of their war. Especially the 10 great god dynasties, they would not easily start a war for the time being. Everyone was accumulating strength. The best way to accumulate strength was through continuous war, and then obtaining all sorts of resources. This was the best way. Hence, while the 10 great god dynasties were peaceful, the mid-sized god dynasties were in chaos. The divine realm was once again in the flames of war. In the mysterious sky world there was a rare silence. There were no scouts in the vicinity. Who knew if that mysterious Sky Dynasty Lord would make a move? Moreover, the mysterious sky world had always been hidden under the formation, and it was difficult to sneak in. After a long time, there was naturally no one to monitor them anymore. In a secret room, Lin Fei happily held a saber that was purple gold in color and emitted a powerful destiny aura. Purple Moon Sacred Saber, what a good name. Lin Fei grabbed the Purple Moon Sacred Saber, feeling very satisfied. The moment he grabbed it, the power fused perfectly. After the system's analysis and production, the first imitation product was finally produced. It consumed a large number of destiny points, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was all worth it. Chapter 2066. Purple Moon Sacred Saber. Lin Fei likes it very much. Its entire body is purplish gold with arcs of light flashing around. Lin Fei really finds it hard to believe that this is the appearance of the complete fragment. With a 40 times increase in combat strength, Master can solve a lot of problems with it. Little Evil Demon said proudly. After seeing the finished product, Lin Fei is very satisfied. Where can I get this kind of good stuff from? Hee, if that person knew about this, he would probably vomit blood. He contributed a top-notch weapon to me for nothing. Lin Fei played with the Purple Moon Sacred Saber. He loves it so much that he can't bear to part with it. Although he did not experiment with it, he can clearly feel the terrifying might of the Purple Moon Sacred Saber. Wah! In a distant starry sky, Lin Fei quietly appeared and stood in the starry sky. That uninhabited star will do. In the distance, an uninhabited star appeared in Lin Fei's vision. After scanning with his divine sense, Lin Fei confirmed that there is no life on that star. To put it simply, it is a dead star. Lin Fei has become the target. Go! The Purple Moon Sacred Saber landed in his hand. Lin Fei casually swung the saber. The purple saber light slashed across the sky and landed on the uninhabited star. Boom! With just one slash, the uninhabited star was torn into pieces. Shio! 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 Lin Fei swung the saber again. The originally calm starry sky is suddenly filled with astral winds. Not far away, the starry sky is like a ditch. It is in disorder. It was brought out by Lin Fei's saber just now. A 40 times increase is indeed terrifying. I wonder what 100 times attack will be like. If it was in the past, it would not be so easy for Lin Fei to destroy a star world. But now, with the support of the Purple Moon Sacred Saber, he can easily destroy a star world. Lin Fei is very satisfied. Furthermore, he did not use his full strength before. If he used his full strength, Lin Fei is very clear that it will reach a certain level. The power is not bad, right? It is best for killing Heaven's Mandate experts. Lin Fei nodded. Indeed. Not only does the Purple Moon Sacred Blade increase attack power, it also has the unique characteristics of a Heavenly Mandate weapon. Unfortunately, it is not complete. Master, when will you find the other fragments? Then I can make a complete one. The little demoness laughed. Lin Fei suddenly thought of something. Now that the first counterfeit weapon of destiny has been made, I wonder if I can make another one? That's right, Lin Fei didn't just want a weapon of destiny. Even if it was a knockoff. Yes, but the increase in combat power is not 40 times, at most 15 times or so. Lin Fei's main body had the Purple Moon Sacred Saber, but his 18 clones did not. After confirming the might of the Purple Moon Sacred Saber, the Purple Moon Sacred Saber did not have one. He couldn't help but think about the destiny weapon. If it's 15 times, then so be it. That's already very shocking. Lin Fei was very satisfied. A fragment of a Heavenly Mandate weapon could multiply its power by several times. Now, the knockoff could multiply it by 15 times, which was already very satisfying. At the very least, Lin Fei was satisfied. As long as he gave it to his 18 clones, his combat power would soar. At that time, if he met a Heavenly Mandate realm expert, he would be able to deal with them one-sidedly. I wonder how many Heavenly Mandate points a fragment of a weapon of destiny would cost. A knockoff weapon of destiny would cost 30 million Heavenly Mandate points. This number was still acceptable to Lin Fei. Although it was a huge price, to Lin Fei it was necessary. Furthermore, he had a treasure basin, so he was not afraid of consumption. Very soon, the knockoff Purple Moon Sacred Saber was made. A total of 19 pieces. If it was before, Lin Fei would not dare to do it. His net worth could not withstand the torment. But now there was no need to worry about it. With that treasure basin, Lin Fei did not care about mere Heavenly Mandate points. As for the new Purple Moon Sacred Saber, Lin Fei was too lazy to give it a name. Anyway, once it was made, it would be purple gold in color. Compared to the Purple Moon Sacred Saber in Lin Fei's hands, the Heavenly Mandate pressure was much weaker. This was also the reason why there was no weapon of destiny fragment. Looking at the row of 18 clones holding the Purple Moon Sacred Saber, the more Lin Fei looked, the more satisfied he was. His combat power had greatly increased. Mu Rendi wanted to play tricks last time. You guys play with him. After Lin Fei distributed the Purple Moon Sacred Saber, he arranged for the clones to do something. Teach Mu Rendi a good lesson. The last time Mu Rendi brought people out, he wanted to enter the profound sky world. Who would have thought that there would be a formation blocking them and they could not find the way in, so they could only return without success? Lin Fei naturally saw this small action. Now that everyone was quite frightened, Lin Fei naturally did not plan to let Mu Rendi have an easy time. No matter what, he had to go and torment him. Anyway, Counterkill was famous, so there was really nothing to worry about. Mu Rendi was in a bad mood recently. He originally wanted to use the opportunity to attack the Profound Sky world, but when the Profound Sky Dynasty Lord made a move, he was so frightened that he returned to the Mu family god dynasty and did not dare to do anything. That scene was still unforgettable until now. Special Envoy Huang, the last time you said that you wanted to deal with the Profound Sky world, and now you say that you don't want to deal with it. What exactly do you want? Mu Rendi looked expressionlessly at Special Envoy Huang, who was not far away. Special Envoy Huang actually did not want to come. The Profound Sky Dynasty Lord was really not easy to deal with, and his background was mysterious. Even though he only made a move for a short while, it made people unable to forget the Profound Sky Dynasty Lord's tyranny. Even the first Dream Dynasty Lord was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, let alone them. Because of the previous incident, Special Envoy Huang did not have a good time in the court. The court used all kinds of reasons to blame him, and now Special Envoy Huang was sent here. Special Envoy Huang could only blame himself for being unlucky. Why did such a thing happen to him? Dynasty Lord Mu, this matter was indeed our negligence. Even though Special Envoy Huang was angry, it was not the time to fall out with them. The Peerless God Dynasty still had to pull Mu Rendi into their camp. This is what our Peerless God Dynasty Lord asked me to pass to you. After seeing it, Mu Rendi's expression became a little better. Mu Rendi was indeed brooding over the previous incident. If not for his good luck, he would have completely offended the Profound Sky Dynasty Lord, and even his vitality would have been greatly damaged. Originally he did not take Dtian seriously, but now Mu Rendi did not dare to look at him that way anymore. The Profound Sky Dynasty Lord's little junior brother was too illustrious, so illustrious that Mu Rendi felt a little afraid. The first Dream Dynasty Lord was only chasing after Dtian. During this period, he did not succeed and was almost killed on the spot by the Profound Sky Dynasty Lord. He was simply a ferocious tiger. Originally, Mu Rendi felt very good about himself. With his own strength, he would be able to swallow the surrounding subworld sooner or later. Now that the Profound Sky Dynasty had appeared like a dragon crossing the river, he was quite frightened. Although he had a trace of resentment towards the Peerless God Dynasty, Mu Rendi did not want to offend them. He still needed them now. Boom, boom, boom. As the two conversed, a huge spatial fluctuation reverberated in their ears. Mu Rendi's face darkened. He disappeared from his position and appeared in the sky above the Profound Sky Dynasty. His powerful divine sense swept out, and he saw a scene that made Mu Rendi feel as if he had lost his life. Those figures flashed back and forth. Then the people on his side fell from the sky. Counterkill organization. Mu Rendi's eyes were scarlet red. In a short time, the experts guarding the important cities were all killed by the swarm of bees. Among them there were even 2 or 3 Heaven's Mandate experts. In the distance, 10 figures were like ferocious tigers, and the power of Heaven's Mandate constantly bombarded them. Men, kill them for me. Don't leave a single one alive. Mu Rendi's chest trembled violently. A weapon appeared in his hand and he charged over. Previously, when he was ambushed by Counterkill, Mu Rendi had suffered a great loss. He did not expect that Counterkill would come again. It was like a thorn in Mu Rendi's heart. Counterkill organization. Special Envoy Huang revealed a trace of surprise. He had heard of this organization before. It was extremely powerful. Mu Rendi, this is just the beginning. In a corner of the Mu family god dynasty, Lin Fei stood quietly. Now they are all attracted there. I can also look for the secret. Ever since he discovered the secret of the profound heavens world, Lin Fei looked forward to the other world even more, hoping to find something good. Even if there was only a large amount of Heaven's Mandate energy, Lin Fei was very happy. On the contrary, other things were not useful to him. It was not as practical as this thing. Boom, boom. Looking at the 10 clones in the sky, Lin Fei grinned and disappeared, heading straight to the underground of the Hell world. Start searching. Lin Fei no longer cared about what was happening outside. Chase them. Mu Rendi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The 10 black-robed men did not fight with him. Instead, they chose to retreat after a single strike, and kept changing places in the Hell world. They were ruthless. Under the attack of 10 Heaven's Mandate experts, the huge god dynasty began to become chaotic. Especially when Heaven's Mandate experts were killed, it was undoubtedly a provocation to Mu Rendi. Even if the Heaven's Mandate experts did not die, they would be heavily injured. For example, now that they heavily injured another Heaven's Mandate expert, they turned and ran to the next place, not fighting with them. This made Mu Rendi very unhappy. Open the formation, don't let them escape. Mu Rendi was getting angrier. Last time he couldn't do anything to them. This time, if he did not make them stay, Mu Rendi would be the first to not forgive himself. Lord Mu, these people from Reverse Kill are too despicable. I also brought some people, they are experts in joint attacks. Special Envoy Huang caught up, secretly shocked by the people from Reverse Kill. Their battle was too strong. After such a long time, it was very likely that they were all experts with Heaven's Mandate seeds. 10 Heaven's Mandate experts with Heaven's Mandate seeds appearing at one time was definitely very rare. Then I will trouble you. Mu Rendi agreed. The 10 clones went straight to the same place and attacked with all their might. At first, they were dealing with the Heavenly Fate Realm experts. Then, they directly attacked the God Emperors. Each time they didn't stay for long. As soon as Mu Rendi and the others caught up, they immediately left. The difference in time between each attack was very small. This made Mu Rendi even more furious and roared from time to time. Mu Rendi, listen up. Our Reverse Kill is very interested in your Hell world. There are also other subworlds. If you know what's good for you, hand them over immediately. Otherwise, we will make your Hell world restless. One of the black-robed men laughed, his voice echoing throughout the entire Hell world. Mu Rendi cursed, "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you spy on the Hell realm? Today I'll make it clear. As long as I'm alive, your counter-kill will be the eternal enemy of the Mu family." Mu Rendi's killing intent soared. Haha, you don't deserve to be the enemy of our Reverse Kill. So well hidden. It had been 3 days. Lin Fei's system had been running, analyzing the entire Hell world. It was harder than he had imagined. After 3 days, Lin Fei still hadn't found the secret of the Hell world. However, he wasn't worried at all. If he could find it in the profound sky world, then the other subworlds were just a matter of time. Deep underground, Lin Fei opened up a small space. He sat cross-legged. Opening the system's 3D image, as the image kept changing, Lin Fei saw a battlefield. Mu Rendi's expression is quite interesting. In the image, Mu Rendi's dark face appeared. It had been 3 days. The 10 doppelgangers that Lin Fei left behind in these 3 days caused chaos in the entire Hell world. Every city was raided and countless people died. Now in the Hell world, the Mu clan was afraid of the Reverse Kill organization. God Emperor experts were killed in a single move, and Heavenly Mandate experts didn't dare to approach. In 3 days, the 10 doppelgangers came and went freely in the Hell world. Mu Rendi, who was behind them, organized several attacks, but it didn't work. Instead, he took lives. This made Mu Rendi's face even darker. At the same time, the news of the Reverse Kill organization appearing in the Hell world and saying that they were targeting the Hell world immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding subworlds. Originally, everyone was afraid of Mu Rendi's Mu clan god dynasty. However, with the rise of the profound sky god dynasty, Mu Rendi's Mu clan god dynasty was nothing. While they were in a state of panic, even if that rumor was spread out, no one would believe that it was true. Not interested in Heavenly Mandate? Do you really think everyone is a fool? Who would believe you even if you say it? Maybe it's just to confuse everyone. The other 4 subworlds were even more afraid of the profound sky world. Before they could come up with a countermeasure, the Hell world was attacked by the Reverse Kill group. They even spread the news, which was a big blow to the other 4 subworlds. Who knew if the Reverse Kill organization was really interested in the other subworlds? Therefore, seeing that he couldn't eliminate the 10, Mu Rendi contacted the other 4 subworlds. As for the profound sky world, forget it. The dynasty lords of the other 4 subworlds discussed and agreed to take action, because Mu Rendi took out his authority as the Alliance Lord. On the second day, the dynasty lords of the 4 subworlds came and joined the team to eliminate the Reverse Kill organization. Unfortunately, the encirclement was not very successful. Every time they would be broken out, leaving everyone staring at them. For a moment, the Hell world was in a mess again. It's about time. Now that the Reverse Kill organization had attracted everyone's attention, Lin Fei's goal had been achieved. If this continued, the Heavenly Mandate experts of the other god dynasties might come. The 10 clones received the order and scuttled underground, quickly returning to Lin Fei's body without anyone noticing. Go after them, we can't let them leave. Although Mu Rendi didn't know why they went underground, it was not a big deal to him. It was fine as long as he killed them. Lord, they're gone. They're not here. They're really gone. What the hell? One by one his subordinates came back to report. Chapter 2067. Following Mu Rendi's order, the entire infernal realm began to move. However, what made Mu Rendi unable to believe was that the 10 members of the reverse kill organization seemed to have vanished into thin air, disappearing from the infernal realm just like that. This made Mu Rendi vomit blood after hearing this. Search. Even if we have to turn the entire infernal realm upside down, we must find those 10 people. Mu Rendi roared, his voice echoing throughout the infernal realm. The people of infernal realm began to move once again, searching inch by inch. Regardless of whether it was on the ground or underground, there were experts searching everywhere. Mu Rendi mobilized all of them, afraid that they would miss any part of the search. After 3 days and 3 nights of searching, those 10 people seemed to have disappeared. They had completely disappeared. Whether it was Mu Rendi or the other dynasty lords, all of this seemed abnormal. However, to the people of Infernal Realm, those 10 terrifying Heavenly Fate Realm experts were like sharp swords floating above their heads, ready to slash down at any moment. The entire Infernal Realm was in chaos. Before they could find those people, Mu Rendi had no choice but to order a lockdown. Especially at night, no one was allowed to go out on the streets. At the same time, all kinds of people began to search. If there was anything wrong, they would be severely interrogated. For a time, the entire Infernal Realm was in a state of panic. Good, this is good. Lin Fei recalled his doppelganger and paid attention to what was happening outside. This time Mu Rendi is going to have a good time. A chaotic infernal realm was exactly what Lin Fei wanted to see. No matter what, he had to make Mu Rendi unhappy. As long as the investigation was not carried out, the infernal realm would feel uneasy. After a few days he would let his clone go out and show himself. Lin Fei revealed a smile. At that time there would be a good show to watch. Thus Lin Fei no longer cared about it. Now he just needed to wait for the system's analysis. In the following days, Mu Rendi commanded people every day trying to find those people. However, as time passed, the 10 black-robed people seemed to have really left, never to appear again. They had completely disappeared without a trace. Mu Rendi roared every day. The more time passed, the more uneasy Mu Rendi became. He couldn't imagine those people from the reverse kill organization. Where are they hiding? In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Everyone in the infernal world was in a bad mood. No one knew where they would appear, so every city entered a state of alert. The more he thought about it, the more it came. On the 6th day, the members of Inverse Kill appeared again. They destroyed more than a dozen cities and killed a large number of experts. They disappeared again, leaving only their corpses behind. Reverse Kill. After Mu Rendi arrived, he roared again. On the other side, Lin Fei also gained something. After spending a large amount of destiny points, there was finally a result. I thought it would take at least half a month. Lin Fei sighed. A smile appeared on his face as he headed straight for the mystery he had discovered. This time, there were a total of 6 locations that needed to be searched one by one. As long as the location was revealed, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. He rushed to the corresponding location one by one. I don't have that. No. Not really. Very soon. There was only one place left. It was located near an underground river in the infernal world. Hua hua hua. The moment he entered the underground river, Lin Fei heard the sound of flowing water. This was a huge black river. The river water was tumbling and monsters were constantly jumping up. Here. At a location in the black river. Lin Fei rushed in. As soon as he went down the black river, a large group of evil fish welcomed him. They were densely packed, causing one's scalp to go numb. But to Lin Fei this was nothing. Lin Fei opened his mouth and exhaled. That was the power of destiny. Hua hua hua. With this breath, half of the densely packed evil fish were killed. Lin Fei soon arrived at the bottom. It's an array formation again. Lin Fei left it to the system to deal with. Anyway, breaking arrays was not his forte. On the other hand, those evil fish did not fear death and came forward, but they were unable to reach Lin Fei. After some time, Lin Fei finally managed to break through the array. Then he rushed in. Whoosh. It's really an independent space. As soon as he entered, the rich power of destiny rushed towards him. Soon he found the middle position. It was also an altar, including a mysterious purple gold tree. It was exactly the same as the one in Tianxian world. It seems that every subworld has such a place where destiny power is born. Lin Fei understood some of the situation. It seems that this is the place where the last 6 destiny powers are fighting for the most. After searching for a while, Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. This infernal world space did not have anything special. It also had a huge amount of destiny power. Awesome. However, soon a headache came. There is a huge amount of destiny power here. I can't stay here forever. Lin Fei frowned. The destiny power here was too huge. It was definitely not something that could be absorbed in a short period of time. Stay here forever? Lin Fei did not have this idea. Master, you can build an energy pagoda. It can absorb destiny power for you. As long as you have a certain amount of time, you can come and collect it. The little devil said disapprovingly. Lin Fei entered a fixed state of mind and did not think too much. Now that he heard the little devil's words, his eyes lit up. This was a good idea. He immediately opened the treasury and found a high-grade energy storage pagoda. The price was not cheap. Lin Fei bought 10 of them in one go and installed one in each of the 10 locations. Once activated, it turned into a huge whirlpool. What a fast speed. Lin Fei stood at the side and watched for a while. As the destiny power was absorbed, it gathered together and became a common energy block. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. Although it was only a part of it, Lin Fei saw it clearly. The energy in the energy block was very pure. There was no wastage. It could be absorbed by the system. There was another method. It could also be directly absorbed without any consumption. It could be directly converted into destiny power. Good. We can go now. Lin Fei was completely relieved. As long as there was time, he could come and collect it. Before leaving, Lin Fei let the 18 clones eat their fill. They absorbed a large amount of destiny power. Mu Rendi, we will be back. The infernal world shook. The activated formation was broken by a saber ray, and 10 black figures rushed out. Mu Rendi, who was still searching for reverse kill, suddenly heard this voice. His heart sank and he appeared outside, looking at the backs of the 10 black-robed men. Bastard! Mu Rendi cursed. What the hell, where are they hiding? Mu Rendi felt like he was hit in the head again. It was just these 10 people that consumed a lot of manpower and resources. In the end, it was all in vain. How could Mu Rendi accept this news? He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. When this news spread, everyone was in an uproar. How did this reverse kill do it? While everyone was still talking about the reverse kill organization, Zhang Xian and the others were talking about the reverse kill organization. Another piece of news came. Reverse kill's invasion of the Moan world caused a huge commotion. God Emperor Shueteng, who was watching the show, almost fainted. He quickly brought his people back. He kept muttering in his heart, why did they come to the Moan world? Aren't they tormenting people? It didn't matter if they were tormenting people or not. Reverse kill's people once again came to the Moan world. The Moan world was in an uproar. Just like the infernal world, the Moan world was tormented for a month. Mu Rendi also came personally, but he still couldn't find them. It was as if the curtains of the infernal world had opened. Starting from the infernal world, reverse kill continuously visited the subworlds. After the Moan world, the Genesis world, the Bloody Fiend world, and the Sky Fusion world were all tormented by reverse kill. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone couldn't figure out what reverse kill was trying to do. In a year's time, the 5 subworlds were swept clean. In the entire divine realm, it was hard not to know about them. At the same time, they also remembered this organization. The 10 heavenly fate realm experts broke through the ambush time and time again. Reverse kill's influence also increased imperceptibly. When everyone thought that reverse kill would go to the profound sky world to torment them, they turned around and left. It was a big blow to those who were watching the show. It turned out that they were afraid of the profound sky world. Finally, I can rest. In 1 year, Lin Fei went to all 5 subworlds. Among them, there were quite a few subworlds that were quite difficult to enter. They were hidden too deeply. Thanks to the system, Lin Fei was able to enter them without anyone noticing. A year had passed since he went to all 5 subworlds. Returning to the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei placed pieces of energy blocks in front of him. They were completely black in color and each of them could explode with super strong destructive power. This should be the same as those immortal stones. The energy tower was placed in the space. Lin Fei obtained the first batch of energy blocks, and this was only the beginning. He could go and collect them every half a year. Could be said that Lin Fei was the richest person in the entire divine realm. Comparing heavenly fate energy, the difference was too big. I wonder what kind of expression those people will have when they see the empty space with not much destiny energy left after 100 years? Lin Fei really wanted to see. No matter who left it behind, it belonged to him now. 100 years later, Lin Fei didn't care. Whoever wanted it could have it. Fight for heavenly fate? You guys can slowly fight for it. The war between the dynasties in the divine realm was still ongoing. Lin Fei was also quietly watching. Soon a dynasty rose up. It was an old acquaintance of Lin Fei's, the all-heaven divine emperor who took the blame back then. He was now a dynasty lord and constantly annexed other dynasties. His overall strength increased by leaps and bounds, charging into the top 20 and then the top 15, becoming a dynasty that shook the world. Ever since the 10 great dynasties suffered losses, they didn't make a move on the subworlds. Instead, they started annexing other dynasties and temporarily put the subworlds aside. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. While the entire divine realm was in chaos, there was only one place that was relatively quiet, and that was the mysterious sky world. Those who thought that the Tianxian dynasty lord had other ideas were dumbfounded. After that day, the mysterious sky world seemed to have really disappeared. The array shrouded it every day, and until now no one had been able to break it. In 30 years, the mysterious sky world seemed to have been forgotten. Those who had been wary of the mysterious sky god dynasty secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were really worried that the Tianxian dynasty lord would be involved. That wasn't so easy to deal with. Now that he wasn't involved, they were the happiest. However, to the 10 great dynasty lords, that Tianxian dynasty lord was the most terrifying. Until now, no one had found anything, and the information they had was pitifully little. Someone has broken in. In the past 30 years, Lin Fei was more leisurely. Other than accompanying his wife, there was almost nothing to do. At the same time, Lin Fei's forces had increased greatly in these 30 years, especially those at the level of unrivaled divine emperor. With the transformation of the heavenly fate, they had become terrifyingly strong. His 18 doppelgangers were secretly dispatched. With the purple moon sacred saber, he easily brought back the corpse with 15 times the attack power. Even if it was a puppet, Lin Fei wasn't dissatisfied. However, these good days were interrupted by the system's information. Lin Fei's leisurely life was interrupted. When the system opened, an image appeared. This is the independent space of the infernal world. Lin Fei recognized it. However, at this time, there was an old man standing on the altar in the space. It's him. Seeing this old man, Lin Fei was shocked. Isn't he being hunted down? Why is he here? Could it be that he knows the secret of this subworld? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He had to thank the system for this place, but the other party could enter so easily. What was the background of this old man? The old man appeared on the altar as soon as he entered the space. The heavenly fate space is destined to belong to me. The old man smiled and soon frowned. He appeared in a place where the energy tower was. His eyes flickered and he exclaimed. There was an expression of disbelief on his face. How is this possible? Did someone enter this place? The old man didn't recognize the metal equipment in front of him at all, but he remembered that there was no such thing back then. And in the world, only a handful of people knew how to enter this place. Feeling the energy fluctuations, his face turned even uglier. Oh, who came in? Could it be them? On the other side, Lin Fei was shocked. There was actually someone in this world who knew how to enter, and it was the super dangerous person he saw back then. Bang, bang. The metal tower exploded and the energy blocks fell. Strange, really strange. The old man picked them up, his face full of doubt. Could it be that they came in? Impossible, the heavenly fate array outside was set up by those old guys. Unless the time is up, no one can enter. Lin Fei was glad that he wasn't inside. If he encountered this guy, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with him. It was a pity that his energy tower still had energy blocks. Then the old man appeared in the second energy tower. It seemed that he was going to destroy all of them. Lin Fei was anxious. Destroying one was equivalent to losing a large number of heavenly fate points. He had to be anxious. Chapter 2068. Seeing that the rest of the energy towers were doomed, Lin Fei immediately activated the energy tower's speaking mode. This mode had always been there, and Lin Fei had never thought of using it one day. From the day it was set up, Lin Fei had never thought of using it. There was really no need for it. Anyway, there was no one here, and Lin Fei would not use this mode at all. Who would have thought that in just 30 years, not even 100 years, an old man would come, and the system had evaluated him as a very dangerous person. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. He had hoped to accumulate wealth within 100 years, but now that the old man had appeared, it meant that his future plans had changed. Since the old man could come in, perhaps the second person could also come in. Who is it? The old man was very surprised to actually hear a voice. This made him very confused because he did not sense anyone inside. Other than him, there was no one else in this place, and he was confident that no one could hide in front of him. Except for those two people. To be more specific, there should be half a person. That person's concealment method was very powerful, and until now the old man had not been able to find a way to break it. However, he was sure that there was really someone there, but that person was very patient and did not reveal any flaws. Now that he had encountered another mysterious existence, the old man suddenly felt that he was getting old. No need to look, I'm right in front of you. Whoosh. A shadow directly appeared in front of the old man. The shadow did not have a face, and it was just a simple person. Interesting, interesting. A strange look flashed in the old man's eyes. This must have been created by you through this metal equipment. It's good that you know. This place has already been contracted by me, sir. You should go somewhere else. After receiving the little devil's guarantee that it was absolutely safe, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. Last time it was in close range and he could not show himself. Then this time Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. It was so far away. Who was afraid of who? You talk big. Although I don't know how you came in, you should know that this place is not for you to own. The old man said lightly. A fierce look flashed across his eyes. Are you threatening me? Lin Fei sneered. I was the one who discovered this place first. You're the one who came later. You should understand. The old man was indeed surprised. This place. In this world, only a handful of people knew about it. The old man was very suspicious as to how the other party had entered and even set up such a thing. It was something that he had never seen before. Right now, you are just an illusion without any power. If this old man wants to destroy you, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. The old man laughed. Destroy me? You can do it, but as long as you kill me, I'm afraid that some of the information I know will be leaked out. Presumably, you don't want others to know. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of threats. If you dare to threaten me, then I'll threaten you first. The old man's expression suddenly changed but quickly returned to normal. Threatening me? That's really interesting. What's there to threaten an old man? The old man said coldly. His tone was also a bit colder. I heard that you're a descendant. It seems like you're being chased. I know that you want to use this to absorb the mandate of heaven's energy to improve your strength, but I don't like you being here. Lin Fei didn't expose himself last time. He wasn't afraid that the other party would recognize him. Things were different now compared to the past. Afraid? There was really nothing to be afraid of. Amazing, amazing. You're the first to guess my origin. The old man's heart was in turmoil. Regarding descendants, there were only a handful of people in the world who knew about it. I'm very curious. Which old monster are you? Maybe we know each other. There's no need to meet. I'm not interested in what happened to you in the past. Lin Fei knew that the other party had misunderstood. This was what Lin Fei wanted to see. If he didn't misunderstand, how could he maintain a sense of mystery? You walk your path and I walk my path. Now you should know why I can come in. The old man couldn't figure out who this person was. Although his identity was a secret in this world, it was highly likely that he knew something about the situation. He knew that no one in this world knew that he had been able to enter this place. He had avoided danger after danger to break through the spatial spell formation. Now that the other party could come in and reveal his secret, it was very likely that he was an old monster who had survived. For a moment, he suspected that he was one of those old monsters from the forbidden area. No. The old man wouldn't give up on this space. Lin Fei could only clench his teeth. This old man seemed to be very reluctant to leave, which made him very unhappy. Little devil, do you have a way to change the internal structure of this array and form a new one? Lin Fei suddenly asked the little devil. The other party could appear in the space of the infernal world. Perhaps he would soon come to his world. This was very bad. At the very least, Lin Fei had to keep one in his hands. Yes, but according to the degree of danger this person is, we can change the array. He can definitely break it. At most, it will take a few years. Then later we'll change our place first. No matter what, we have to discuss this guy. Lin Fei didn't plan to let the old man take advantage of him. This old man is not afraid of you leaking it. Moreover, if you leak it, it won't do you any good. The old man said, according to this old man, this space is so big. You and I each have a place and we will mind our own business. What do you think? Lin Fei didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with the other party for the time being. This guy's background was too big. Lin Fei didn't want to have anything to do with the other party. The two people chasing after him might catch up at any time. It was not a good thing to have anything to do with him. Lin Fei felt that this method was feasible. If he really threatened Lin Fei, it wouldn't do him any good. Since the other party said so, Lin Fei could only agree. Seeing that we know each other, I'll do as you said. We will mind our own business. Lin Fei wasn't afraid that the other party would steal his Heaven's Will energy. Thus, the two of them had a short talk and shared the Heaven's Will energy in this place. The old man appearing in the same place made Lin Fei very unhappy. He could have been at ease, but now that he had appeared out of nowhere, Lin Fei had no choice but to be more careful. After ending the conversation, Lin Fei went deep underground and let the little demon rearrange the array formation. After adjusting it again and again, Lin Fei believed that he would be able to get more time for himself. On the other side, the old man was also frowning. Until now he still couldn't figure out who it was. Old monsters that could live until now were not easy to deal with. Although I don't know who you are right now. However, I believe that before long, you will appear sooner or later. The old man sat down cross-legged and opened his mouth to absorb. The surging Heaven's Will energy rushed over, forming a huge whirlpool. For safety's sake, Lin Fei went to the remaining places. Fortunately, he had the coordinates so Lin Fei could move over and easily harvest the things. After that, he rearranged every place, trying to delay as long as he could. After that, every place was rearranged to buy as much time as possible. Even 50 years would be fine. 50 years of harvest was enough to make anyone jealous. Lin Fei's overall strength could also be raised to a terrifying level. Others might struggle over a trace of Heaven's Will, but Lin Fei didn't care at all. He could absorb it as much as he wanted and convert it for his own use. Let's see how you'll get in when the time comes. He paid a huge price to set it up. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had set it up 30 years in advance. 30 years was enough for him to obtain a large number of destiny points. The old man in the infernal realm never left. He was absorbing the power of destiny every day. Lin Fei allowed the energy pagoda to absorb the Heaven's Will energy and did not collect it. In any case, he was not afraid of this thing being taken away, and the old man did not have the guts to do so. Now Lin Fei had to wait for the old man to leave. Once he left, he would immediately go and collect the energy blocks. As for arranging for someone to go there, Lin Fei would never do it. Even if he couldn't get it for the time being, he wouldn't expose himself. The guy in front of him. He wasn't easy to deal with. He thought that the old man would be the first to move to the second space. In the end, they weren't the first to appear. It's them. This time it was the Blood Evil world. Deep underground in the Blood Evil world, in front of the array, two people, one black and one white, appeared. When they started to break the array, Lin Fei received a notification and saw familiar faces. It was the two people who tried to enter the space and touched the small trap that Lin Fei had set up. They were directly teleported out. There's a good show to watch. Lin Fei immediately went and collected the energy blocks. He erased the traces of the array and returned to the Invincible Palace. When he returned, the two people reappeared. Their expressions were a little ugly, as if they had been agitated. It must be that old thing. The white-robed man said coldly. Maybe that old thing is inside. This is the array that those people set up. It hasn't changed for generations. It was only last time that old thing got there first, so it was modified later on. I didn't expect the old man's ability to get stronger and stronger. He can actually change the internal structure of the array. Amazing, amazing. The black-robed man's killing intent was even stronger. The two of them sat cross-legged again. They sat cross-legged for a few days. When they stood up again, they started to break the array and tried to enter. This time they avoided many positions and advanced very far, but they were still sent out. This was also specially set up by Lin Fei's request for the little devil. You're really patient. Then you guys can slowly break it. Although this person was dangerous, Lin Fei was now hiding in the dark, so there was nothing to worry about. Should I tell that old man? Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the old man. What he didn't dare to ignore was his terrifying combat power. The system listed him as a super dangerous person. Old man, let me tell you a piece of news. A black and white person appeared. They seem to be looking for you. Lin Fei used the destiny manifestation again and appeared in the space to tell the old man the news. The old man wasn't surprised at all. If he could come in, the others wouldn't be a problem. As for knowing the white robes and black robes, it wasn't something that couldn't be guessed. It was just that they came earlier than he had imagined. This old man owes you a favor. The old man cupped his hands, turned around, and left. Lin Fei didn't expect the old man to be so decisive, leaving immediately after hearing the news. On second thought, the old man had a plan in mind. Maybe he knew that the black and white people were looking for him. As soon as the old man left, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. A mountain of energy blocks was good stuff. However, just as Lin Fei was planning to wait and see, the old man came back again and waved his hand to put away the energy blocks. These old men have taken a fancy to them. I owe you another favor. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. In less than a moment, the old man took away all the energy blocks. This was the accumulation of many years, and it really piled up like a mountain. Lin Fei cursed and gritted his teeth. This old man was really a bastard, taking advantage of him for nothing. Lin Fei even suspected that the old man already had the intention to take them. This is my harvest for many years. Lin Fei cursed the old man. If he met those two, it would be best if he was chased for thousands of miles. Ever since the old man left, he didn't appear again. Lin Fei took the opportunity to set up the formation again and took advantage of the limited time to collect the energy blocks. In the Blood Fiend world, the black and white people broke the formation and entered. At this time, Lin Fei finished searching and didn't leave any clues. No one would suspect anything if they came in. Let's go. The two of them swept through and left for the next place after finding nothing. It seems like their mission is to kill the old man. I was wondering if they would absorb the heaven's will energy. This is good too. I will set up the formation again and there will be nothing to worry about. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, what he was most afraid of was that the other party would stay and absorb the heaven's will energy. With the old man as an example, it would definitely be troublesome. It would be best if they could chase after the old man forever. Lin Fei got busy. He watched and changed the formation every day. Fortunately, he had a lot of heaven's will points, so he wasn't afraid of wasting them. After the old man disappeared, he didn't appear again. The black and white people changed to another space and began to break the formation again. Lin Fei couldn't wait for that to happen. Time also began to pass. 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. In the blink of an eye, 90 years had passed. In the end of the war, the small god dynasties were all swept away. Now all that was left were the powerful god dynasties. They stopped to rest and began to accumulate their strength. The younger generation grew exceptionally fast in 100 years. The mysterious heavenly world seemed to have really disappeared, and it really didn't come out. Among the 5 subworlds, it could be said to be the one with the worst days. No matter who they sided with, they would have enemies. It was only 80 years ago that they really chose to side with a force. As the saying continued to spread, they had to make a choice sooner or later. Siding with a powerful god dynasty was undoubtedly the best choice. In the future, they would also have the opportunity to become a feudal lord. Chapter 2069. It's finally been 100 years. Lin Fei murmured to himself in the invincible palace. In a short time, 100 years had passed, and the structure of the divine world was basically settled. What was left was to slowly increase their strength, fight for the mandate of heaven, and become the supreme god emperor. In these 100 years, Lin Fei had never let his guard down, especially that old man who had never appeared again after leaving, as if he had disappeared from the world. The more this was so, the more Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate him. There were also 2 super dangerous people, one in black and one in white, who gave Lin Fei a headache. Fortunately, they didn't reveal their whereabouts, but they still made Lin Fei nervous for a while. After 100 years, Lin Fei was looking forward to the changes that would follow. 100 years passed and another 5 years passed. On a certain day, the destiny list shone with a blinding light. This light enveloped the entire world and everyone saw it. The light shone brightly, illuminating the world. It's here. In the invincible palace, Lin Fei stood up. According to the system's calculations, the secret of the subworld would appear in 100 years. Although it was an extra 5 years, it was reasonable. In 100 years I've absorbed most of the mandate of heaven's energy, and the rest is not enough. I believe that when those people find out, their expressions will be very good. Thinking of the 100 years, Lin Fei felt a burst of joy in his heart. Although there was a threat, he had absorbed all the mandate of heaven's energy. Although he had lost some during this period, it was relatively small, and it didn't affect him at all. Could it be that a treasure is about to appear? Or is it about that rumor? The dynasty lords of the divine dynasty all looked up at the sky, and then at the destiny list. No one knew that the destiny list would release a blinding light, and no one dared to come out at this time. No one knew how strong it was. Who would be willing to be a guinea pig? Everyone watched quietly. Perhaps they would soon find out what the destiny list was for. On a mountain peak, a black-robed old man looked at the blinding light, letting it shine on him. This day has come, but I'm more interested than before. I'm even more interested than last time. The old man was expressionless. Tianming, this isn't something you can decide. There are 6 subworlds. Perhaps even the heavens will energy has been used up. There's going to be a good show, hee. The black-robed old man turned around and disappeared. Only the sound of chuckling could be heard. The heavenly fate rankings continued to shine with boundless radiance. As the entire world was covered in light. Suddenly, 6 streaks of light shot out from the heavenly fate rankings. He headed in 6 different directions, but his general location did not change. What is that? They seem to be heading towards a subworld. That's right, that rumor must be about to be verified. The first to react were the 10 Imperial Dynasty lords. Based on the clues, they more or less knew some of the situation. The fight over the past 100 years was all for the last secret of the child world. Now, the final secret was about to be revealed. How could they not be excited and agitated? They had risked their lives and expended a large amount of manpower and resources, all for the sake of obtaining this subworld. From there he could obtain the final secret. Chase. The 10 great Imperial lords were the first to give chase. Behind them, the medium-sized divine dynasties also began to chase. No matter how fast they were not as fast as the rainbow light. Boom boom boom. All of a sudden the world shook for a total of 6 times. A subworld. The treasure is about to appear. The huge movement caused the 6 subworlds to shake violently. Then, a beam of light rose into the sky and stood in the starry sky. It was so eye-catching that it was impossible not to notice it. After the beam of light rose into the sky, it was filled with dense heaven's mandate energy. I know the subworlds contain the mandate energy. The first dynasty lord laughed. Aha, why didn't I think of that? In the past 100 years, the first dynasty lord had been searching for the secret, but he only understood it now. No wonder I couldn't find the secret. It turns out that I need the heavenly fate rankings to crack it. The first dynasty lord went straight to the blood evil world. As long as I absorb the mandate energy, I can break through another realm. Then I can enter the last realm, the consolidation realm. At this moment the Imperial Dynasty lords understood. The 6 subworlds and the 6 beams of light contained incomparably rich mandate energy, enough to raise people's cultivation by several levels and strengthen their forces at the same time. Now they finally understood why obtaining a subworld was equivalent to obtaining the mandate of heaven. As long as there was a huge amount of mandate energy to support them, the strength of the entire divine dynasty would rapidly increase, and they would become the last 6 overlords to compete for the mandate of heaven. Thus, the beams of light rushed into the subworlds. Everyone could see hope. Aha, so this is the secret. In the hell world, Mu Rendi had been obedient for the past 100 years. As the beam of light soared into the sky, he felt the incomparably rich mandate energy and couldn't help but laugh loudly. The mandate energy is all mine. Mu Rendi rushed into the secret underground space and was greeted by the heavens will energy. Ha ha ha, so it can continuously produce mandate energy. I'll absorb it. Mu Rendi was the fastest. As soon as he entered, he opened his mouth and absorbed the mandate energy. A huge vortex formed around him and his aura continued to rise. Ha ha ha. Before Mu Rendi could enjoy himself, the rich mandate energy disappeared without a trace like a flash in the pan. Only a small portion of the mandate energy remained in the entire space. What the hell, how can this be? Mu Rendi was dumbfounded. Where did the damn mandate energy go? This didn't make sense. It was gone, it was all gone. The weak heaven's mandate energy was tasteless like chicken ribs. Boom. While Mu Rendi was lost in thought, the Purgatory Dynasty Lord charged in and blasted at him. Haha, mandate energy, it's all? Before he could finish his sentence, the Purgatory Dynasty Lord's entire face stiffened. At this moment, the incomparably thick beam of light had disappeared, leaving behind only a weak existence. Where did my mandate energy go? The Purgatory Dynasty Lord's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Mu Rendi in the distance. Sensing the Purgatory Dynasty Lord's killing intent, Mu Rendi's heart skipped a beat. He knew he was in big trouble and hurriedly said, Taoist Purgatory, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think, really, I definitely didn't devour the mandate energy here. You're the first to arrive. Where did you put that thick mandate energy? The Purgatory Dynasty Lord angrily attacked, unleashing one mandate energy after another. Mu Rendi wanted to cry. How did he get into such big trouble? I really didn't take it. Mu Rendi defended while explaining. Chapter 2070. Haha, this is interesting. While Mu Rendi was being blamed, Lin Fei, who was in the Invincible Palace, laughed heartily. Remove the array and let them in. Lin Fei was not interested in this. It was more interesting to hide in the dark. The entire mysterious sky world appeared again. After 100 years, everyone saw the mysterious sky world appear again. This situation was also discovered by the court leaders. Originally, everyone was afraid of the Tianshan court leader. However, once the secret of the subworlds was revealed, everyone could not care less. Greed could make people burst with endless motivation. Even if the Tianshan court leader was strong, he could not stop the crowd from attacking him. This Tianshan court leader is quite tactful. Many court leaders nodded. They went straight to the mysterious sky world hoping to get some benefits. They believed that the mysterious sky holy dynasty would not make an enemy of the entire world. The 5 subworlds have a scapegoat. I wonder who will be the scapegoat in the mysterious sky world this time. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Those 5 subworlds were in chaos right now. Whoever entered first would be unlucky this time. They would be the scapegoat for no reason, and it was the kind of scapegoat that could not be cleared even if they jumped into the Yellow River. In a short while, the 5 subworlds broke out in an intense battle. Lin Fei looked as if he was watching a good show. This seems to be a medium-sized holy dynasty. Soon, someone entered the mysterious sky world. Lin Fei did not know this court leader. He barely had an impression of him and gave him a death sentence. Soon, the court leader entered excitedly. Then he realized that the destiny energy had disappeared. The remaining portion was floating in the space and was very weak. He gritted his teeth. Where did it go? Before the court leader could regain his senses, one after another, people barged in and started to fight. The entire space was in chaos. It's time to warn them to prevent them from destroying the mysterious sky world. Lin Fei smiled. Someone had taken the blame. There was no need to worry anymore. Boom. A terrifying consciousness swept through the secret space. If you want to fight, you can only fight in here. If you fight outside, I don't mind killing you on the spot. An overbearing threat sounded in everyone's mind. The expressions of the imperial court lords changed. This was the head of the Tianshan dynasty. That domineering and invincible fellow had beaten up the Dream Dynasty master. If he really wanted to kill them, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. Soon everyone understood. As long as they did not fight in the profound sky world, they would not be in any danger. Thus, Cao Zhu instructed his subordinates to only attack within the space and not outside. That powerful divine sense just now. It was as cold as knives falling on their bodies. If he were to kill someone, how terrifying would that be? So what if I'm out there fighting? Some of the other court lords were so bloodshot that they ignored the warning. Boom. A massive pillar of light shot out from the dynasty lord's body, reducing him to ashes. Even Jingguang wasn't able to save him in time, so everyone calmed down. This is more like it. Lin Fei crossed his legs. They watched the show with great interest. Heavenly Fate rankings? You've miscalculated this time. 6 worlds, all the benefits have been taken away by me. This time, the fight for the heavenly mandate is going to be difficult. Lin Fei was actually not happy about the Heavenly Fate rankings. Thus, when he killed the Dynasty Lord, he used his strongest attack and did not give him a chance. After the secret of the subworlds was solved, in addition to the initial commotion, another shocking news spread, causing the world to be shocked again. The accumulated heavenly mandate energy in the subworlds had disappeared without a trace. Although they knew that the subworlds could produce heavenly mandate energy, it was not as important as a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Thus, a question arose. Where did the heavenly mandate energy go? Why did it disappear? Mao Tu went straight to the first person to enter. A war broke out. The dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds were involved in the whirlpool because they were the first to enter. After all, when the subworlds opened, the first to discover them were Mu Rendi and the other dynasty lords. Humans were greedy and greedy. With the treasures in their hands, they only wanted to be the first to obtain them. As for the previous choice, it was a helpless choice. Now that there was hope to soar into the sky, they were the first to enter. Other than enjoying the first pillar of light, there was nothing else. At the same time, another unlucky thing happened. They became the scapegoat. In the end, Mu Rendi fled in the middle of the night, leaving a dynasty behind. This time, even if he had a mouth, he would not be able to explain himself. He had fallen into the scapegoat. Who schemed against me? That was the most helpless sentence they said after escaping. Indeed, they had all been schemed against. Are you all in the same situation? The 5 dynasty lords began to flee, and someone was chasing after them. After all, who would believe that such a huge benefit was gone? The pursuit was inevitable. The 10 dynasty lords gathered together. Now they wanted to find out if the secret of the subworlds was the same. It's indeed gone. Although it can still produce heavenly mandate energy now, the terrifying accumulation has disappeared. Dynasty Lord Wushuang shook his head angrily. Me too. After I entered, the heavenly mandate energy disappeared too. Dynasty Lord Purgatory smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that someone took it away. Is there a mistake? Who could have absorbed such a dense amount of heavenly mandate energy? The 5 of them are the most suspicious." Dynasty Lord Subduing Sea said sinisterly. At the mention of this, everyone became even angrier. They had no choice but to be angry. If they obtained the subworlds, they would obtain the heavenly mandate. Everyone knew that. But now, what was the use of this empty subworld? Even if they could produce heavenly mandate energy, it would be a drop in the bucket. Everyone should distribute the remaining heavenly mandate energy among themselves. Well, what about the Tianshan subworlds? Dynasty Lord Purgatory suddenly asked. It's the same. It's gone. However, what makes me curious is that Dynasty Lord Tianshan didn't steal it. Do you all think that there's a problem? Dynasty Lord Purgatory said expressionlessly. Everyone's spirits were lifted. However, when they thought about how terrifying Dynasty Lord Tianshan was, they immediately lost the confidence to interrogate him. Even after 100 years he was still the same. That battle had left a shadow in their hearts. Fortunately, they did not make things difficult for Ditian back then. Maybe he doesn't care about that at all. Dynasty Lord Purgatory Dream said. In fact, he also had doubts in his heart. It was not appropriate for them to say that. Then what should we do next? That's simple. Let's control the subworlds first and redistribute the resources. Chapter 2071. The Heavenly Fate rankings automatically unlocked the hidden secrets of the subsidiary worlds. But what was regrettable was that the number of people who benefited from it were few and far between. The hidden dimensions of the subsidiary worlds had also become useless. It was a pity to give it up, but it was tasteless. After some hesitation, everyone thought it through. The independent space was a must. The destiny energy produced inside was far from what the destiny energy outside could compare to. Next, it was time to see how it would be distributed. As a result, a noisy competition was staged again. The original 5 lords of the subworlds had become stray dogs who had lost their entire divine dynasty. No one knew where they were crying their hearts out. Our Tianshan divine dynasty is not interested in the other subworlds. However, we must have half of the subworlds of the mysterious sky world. Lin Fei coldly tossed out these words to the imperial lord. The distribution of the other 5 subworlds came to an end after an intense competition. Among them, only the Tianshan divine dynasty did not come. It seemed like they did not care. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Since the Tianshan divine dynasty did not interfere, it was easier for them to distribute. After dividing the 5 subworlds, everyone set their eyes on the independent space of the mysterious sky world. After all, it was still meat. They could not give it up. They could more or less gain something. When everyone saw Tian, they did not expect to hear such a sentence. They did not feel good. Impossible. Dynasty Lord Meng shook his head. We will never agree to it. After 100 years, Lin Fei's aura had become more stable. At this moment he stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. If you don't agree, our Tianshan divine dynasty will also take the remaining half. If not for the independent space appearing in the mysterious sky world, we would not even bother to ask. Dynasty Lord Meng was furious. Tian, don't be too greedy. This is the space opened by the destiny list. We will allow you to have 10% of the destiny energy. Yes, 10%. We are already very generous, Dynasty Lord Wushuang said. It was impossible for them to give up the independent space of the mysterious sky world. Even giving up 10% would make their hearts ache. There was no other way. The strength of the Tianshan divine dynasty lord had always made people fearful. 10% was something they had discussed with great difficulty. It was impossible. He did not expect the profound sky divine dynasty to have such a big appetite, wanting half of it. If the profound sky divine dynasty did not agree, they would swallow it whole. This was undoubtedly not giving them any face. Who would feel comfortable? It could be said that no one would be happy to agree. Lin Fei was not interested in an independent space. The big head had been plundered by him, and the remaining soup was tasteless. However, in order to put on a show, Lin Fei more or less wanted a part of it. Half was not all that Lin Fei had. This was Lin Fei's real thought. No. Lin Fei shook his head. It looks like we can't come to an agreement. Everyone can leave now. The independent space of the profound sky world will be managed by our profound sky god dynasty. There's no need to trouble everyone. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything else. It was meaningless. Let them out? Lin Fei had no such thoughts. Previously he had given those people face by letting them in. Now that there was someone to take the blame, Lin Fei could attack without worry. As for their suspicions? Lin Fei was not worried at all. Anyway, there were no clues left. After looking around, the 5 dynasty lords were the most suspicious. Hearing this, they were completely displeased. The first dynasty lord was on the verge of being exposed. Tian really did not give them face, and his appetite was too big. He actually wanted to swallow it in one gulp. Was he not afraid of bursting his stomach? Isn't this too much? The Sea Lord had a gloomy expression. The independent space was opened by the destiny list. It should be shared by everyone. Isn't he looking down on us too much by taking the whole thing? These words undoubtedly provoked everyone's anger. Lin Fei said lazily, "Anyway, our dynasty wants this independent space. Now you can leave. Do you want our dynasty lord to personally send you off?" After saying this, Lin Fei turned and left, leaving only his back to them. The first dynasty lord's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his expression was ferocious. This Tian was too impudent. He really did not take their dynasty lord seriously and wanted to chase them away. With a flick of his sleeves he turned and left. The last sentence was filled with a strong sense of intimidation. No one was afraid of the heavens, but they were really afraid of the mystic sky dynasty lord. Helpless, they could only retreat. Once they were outside the starry sky, their anger erupted. The first dynasty lord even destroyed a bunch of meteors. Damn Tian. How can they occupy an independent space? In reality, everyone was very angry. They had personally paid a visit and were very polite. That was already giving them enough face. They didn't expect that the profound sky divine dynasty wouldn't give them any face. What was even more hateful was that Tian. When he spoke, he didn't take them seriously at all. It was undoubtedly stimulating their pride. "Everyone, what do you think we should do?" The first dynasty lord had a strange look in his eyes as he asked everyone. "I mind if we organize some people to deal with the mystic sky dynasty lord again and strike a blow to their arrogance." As the number 1 dynasty, the first dynasty lord had never suffered losses elsewhere. However, he suffered losses again and again in the hands of Tian. The moment the first dynasty lord spoke, the expressions of the other dynasty lords changed slightly. Deal with the mystic sky dynasty lord? Save it. I say, isn't it just an independent space? In any case, there are no benefits. Why don't we give it to Tian? The Purgatory Dynasty Lord said seriously. Right. We have 5 subworlds anyway. We don't care about one subworld. There is no need to offend Tian and the Mystic Sky Dynasty Lord behind him. The Green Robe Dynasty Lord, who was ranked 6th, said indifferently. I think we can do this too, the Yang Fiend Dynasty Lord said. In reality, they did not want to fight with the Mystic Sky Dynasty Lord. That was purely because they were asking for a beating. The first dynasty lord's expression sank as he cursed them in his heart. How could they be like this? When they came, they were still acting as one. In the blink of an eye, they fell apart on their own? A bunch of cowards. At this time, the first dynasty lord was feeling very helpless. Very quickly, the first dynasty lord gave up. There was no need for discussion. No one was willing to make a move. Their plan to deal with the Mystic Sky Dynasty ended just like that. I'm dying of laughter. As Lin Fei watched them leave, he could not help but laugh out loud. Even though they thought that they were quite far away, this distance was nothing in front of the system. It was still under surveillance. Lin Fei could see their every move clearly. They are afraid. Attacking together? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Even if they joined forces, it would be extremely difficult to attack the Mystic Sky Dynasty. After 100 years of development, Lin Fei's power was unbelievably strong. Not to mention anything else, just the substandard Heavenly Mandate weapon that he created had a 15-fold increase in combat strength. This was enough to make people go crazy. Furthermore, Lin Fei still had the Purple Moon Sacred Saber that could increase it by 40 times. We can't let them have it too easy. Chapter 2072. One day I'll definitely kill my way back. On the other side, Mu Rendi turned around to look at the corpse on the ground. His expression was still sinister. Ever since the Heavenly Fate rankings revealed the secrets of the subworlds, Mu Rendi's greed had erupted. He wanted to obtain a large amount of benefits so that he could stand out. Unfortunately, he didn't get any benefits. Instead, he attracted a lot of trouble. Until now, Mu Rendi still regretted that he was the first to rush in. Now, the whole world was looking for him, thinking that he was the one who took the biggest benefits. For example, this group of people was from the 10 great divine dynasties. Mu Rendi wasn't that easy to bully. After a series of ambushes, he reversed the situation and killed all of them, leaving no one alive. However, Mu Rendi knew that this was only a short rest. There would be more people chasing after him. The enemies were strong and they came in waves. Even now, he still hadn't recovered his heavenly fate energy. It could be said that Mu Rendi was in danger. As long as there were more waves of enemies like this, he would have to surrender. The heavenly fate rankings is too deceptive. Mu Rendi shook his head. He wanted to find a new place to avoid those people. A few days later, Mu Rendi was pursued again. This time there were more than 10 heavenly fate realm experts. Mu Rendi couldn't defeat them and was heavily injured. He escaped to a star and was then surrounded in a valley. Mu Rendi, do you still think that resistance is useful? A heavenly fate realm expert coldly said, if you don't want to die, come with us and explain everything clearly. You know that the 10 great divine dynasties are looking for the 5 of you. No matter how big the world is, there won't be a place for you to hide. Mu Rendi wanted to curse. At this time he didn't have his usual high spirits. His entire person was dispirited. From the high and mighty lord of a dynasty to a wanted criminal, there was no comparison between their positions. How many times have I repeated? There's really nothing in the space. The heavenly fate energy wasn't absorbed by me. Mu Rendi couldn't help but roar. Mu Rendi didn't know how many times he had explained this problem. Every time, it would ignite a nameless flame. This pit was too big. Even he had fallen into it. If he doesn't want to talk, we'll capture him and bring him back. The heavenly mandate realm experts surrounded him and attacked once more. Mu Rendi was soon beaten to the point where he spat out blood. He couldn't resist at all. He hadn't recovered his heavenly mandate energy, and he had to expel it from his body as well. Am I really going to end up like this? Mu Rendi hated the 10 great divine dynasties for forcing him into a corner. Why did he end up like this? Whoosh. Just as Mu Rendi accepted his fate, a spatial fluctuation appeared. 3 black-robed men quietly appeared behind them. They pulled out a long purple blade, and a terrifying aura swept over everyone. Who are you? Without waiting for the black-robed man's reply, the purple saber slashed through a heaven's mandate realm expert's body, splitting him into 2 halves. He then fell from the sky without any signs of life. Mu Rendi's eyes widened. We reverse kill are handling matters. Who do you think you are? The 3 black-robed men coldly snorted. Purple shadows streaked across the bodies of the heaven's mandate realm experts, causing corpses to fall to the ground. In less than 30 breaths, the ground was filled with corpses. Mu Rendi felt his scalp go numb. His eyes were fixed on his opponent's long purple blade. A heaven's mandate weapon. Only a heaven's mandate weapon can be so domineering, sweeping away heaven's mandate realm experts. Mu Rendi's surveillance was not bad and he finally saw through it. He was extremely shocked. Soon Mu Rendi's heart turned cold. When the heaven's mandate realm experts from the 10 great divine dynasties were chasing after him, he still had the ability to resist. However, when he encountered the people from reverse kill, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. Didn't they see the dozen or so heaven's mandate realm experts being one-sided? Mu Rendi had never thought that reverse kill would be so powerful. They could even take out a heaven's mandate weapon and directly use heaven's mandate energy to the limit. Even the divine dynasty that Mu Rendi had established couldn't take out a complete heaven's mandate weapon, not even a fragment. What do you want? I really don't know about heaven's mandate energy. Seeing that they were coming, Mu Rendi's face was filled with fear. When he was chased by the people from the 10 great divine dynasties, Mu Rendi didn't show any fear. However, when he encountered reverse kill this time, he completely lost the will to resist. If they wanted to kill him, it would be easy. It wouldn't even take a blink of an eye. Brother Mu, do you want to take revenge? The ashen-faced Mu Rendi didn't expect to hear such a sentence. Not kill him? He could still take revenge? Of course he wanted to take revenge. If it wasn't for the opening of the damned minor world, he would still be comfortable as a dynasty leader. Who would have thought that he would be betrayed in the blink of an eye? A bunch of shameless people. Yes, I do. Are you willing to help me? At this time, after experiencing despair, Mu Rendi only had revenge in his heart. No matter what, he had to teach the people from the 10 great divine dynasties a lesson. Although reverse kill had come to the infernal world to cause trouble and caused Mu Rendi a lot of losses, he didn't care anymore. He only wanted to take revenge on those divine dynasties. We can't help you take revenge, but we can give you some support. For example, a heaven's mandate weapon. Mu Rendi's eyes lit up. This scene didn't just happen to Mu Rendi. The other 4 dynasty leaders had also encountered people from reverse kill. Moreover, they had appeared in the midst of despair and saved them from danger. At the same time, the members of Reverse Kill also offered to help them take revenge. For example, providing Heaven's Mandate weapons. They didn't hesitate and agreed. Now they could only take revenge. Soon the 5 court lords were gathered together. Their desire for revenge grew stronger. It's done. All of this was naturally arranged by Lin Fei. The 5 dynasty leaders weren't weak, and they had some forces under them. After a little reorganization, they would be able to take action. Lin Fei wouldn't let them take the Heaven's Mandate energy in peace. No matter what, he had to torment them. Using the Purple Moon Sacred Saber to support them, he believed that there would be a good show to watch soon. Lin Fei smiled. Although he didn't care at all about the Heaven's Mandate weapon, it was only a 7-fold increase in combat power, which was nothing. This was also made by Lin Fei using the system. It was cheaper, but in the hands of a dynasty leader, its power couldn't be underestimated. It was much stronger than a Heaven's Mandate weapon fragment. Lin Fei wanted to see what the expressions of the 10 great divine dynasties would be when they knew that Mu Rendi and the others were back. You want to deal with the profound sky world? Dream on. Lin Fei smiled smugly. Chapter 2074. The Destiny List had unraveled the secret of the subworld. Unfortunately, the secret of this subworld did not bring them much benefit. Everyone was very depressed. Not only did they not get any benefits, but they were also taken by others. Now all they could do was capture Mu Rendi and the others and learn the details from them. They suspected that Mu Rendi and the other 4 dynasty lords had taken away the true benefits of the secret space the moment it opened. As for what they had taken, they believed that the truth would soon come out. They all arranged for their people to hunt down the 5 dynasty lords, and the dynasties that originally belonged to them were also annexed. Not long after, the people of the 10 dynasties frowned. All the people they sent out were dead. Not a single one survived, and they were all killed in an instant. This time they were all surprised. They must have started refining the destiny energy in the independent space. Thinking of this, everyone's expressions became even more unsightly. This could have been theirs, but they could not sit still. They decided to capture them personally. Such a big piece of cake, everyone wanted a bite. A good show is on. After they left, Lin Fei of the Invincible Palace smiled. Although the 10 dynasty lords had secretly sneaked out, Lin Fei's surveillance was everywhere. Even if a fly flew out, the system would record it, let alone 10 living people. The feeling of having everything under his control was simply too satisfying. Although he had to pay some destiny points, Lin Fei didn't really care. Coming. After they left, Mu Rendi quietly appeared outside the Hell Realm. However, Mu Rendi did not go in. Instead, he hid and waited until they were a little further away. He hid for 3 days and the 10 dynasty lords were very far away. Mu Rendi made his move, holding the Purple Moon Saber and killing his way into the Hell Realm. The Hell Realm was guarded by people. Moreover, the 10 divine dynasties had left people behind to guard the place. More people were guarding outside the independent space, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Kill. Mu Rendi appeared, holding the Purple Moon Saber. His combat strength erupted, and he swept away everything in his way. At the same time, the same thing happened in the other 5 subworlds. The dynasty lords who had been chased returned, and their combat strength erupted. They had utterly defeated the people of the divine dynasty who were guarding this world. This is too terrifying. With the violet moon saber in hand, Mu Rendi's heavens will energy exploded. He was in high spirits as if he had found the domineering aura of the past. He killed his way to the independent space and took a deep breath. Although it was not much, it was enough for Mu Rendi's consumption. Ah! With this independent space, I'm not afraid of anyone. Mu Rendi laughed. He believed that once the 10 dynasty lords returned, everything would change. After absorbing the heavens will energy, Mu Rendi attacked again. With the violet moon saber in hand, these heavens will experts weren't his match. In a short time, Mu Rendi had slaughtered all the people of the 10 imperial dynasties. Those who originally thought that Mu Rendi's momentum was about to collapse, once again tried to curry favor with Mu Rendi. In less than half a day, Mu Rendi used the purple moon saber to reverse the situation, and those fence-sitters were all killed on the spot. The entire Covenant world was flooded with rivers of blood. What? Mu Rendi had returned? Our people are all dead? Dream Dynasty Lord received the news from the spy, and his entire person exploded with endless killing intent. This news made Dream Dynasty Lord suspect that it was fake. Of the 5 subworlds, the 10 divine dynasties occupied the most weight. For the sake of Heaven's Will energy, they had arranged for Heaven's Will experts to oversee them. Apart from a few factions, they weren't worried about other factions occupying them. Suddenly hearing this news, Dream Dynasty Lord was greatly agitated. He couldn't understand why Mu Rendi, a stray dog, would come back instead of hiding. Could it be that he had found help? Yes, Mu Rendi must have found help. The Dream One Dynasty Lord suppressed his anger. The spy from the other side of the world sent another message. The meaning was the same. The people they were guarding were all dead. This is impossible. Dream Dynasty Lord finally couldn't take it anymore. For the 5 subworlds, Dream Dynasty Lord had arranged for more than 10 Heavens Will experts to oversee them, as well as a large number of God Emperors. But now news came from there saying that their people were all dead? What a huge joke. In a fit of rage, the Lord of the Dream Dynasty returned to the Infernal Realm and swore to capture Mu Rendi and the others and cut them into pieces. Why are you back? As soon as the Dream Dynasty Lord returned, he bumped into the Peerless Dynasty Lord outside the underworld. Although they had all gone to kill Mu Rendi's group, they hadn't gathered together. Given their status, they weren't interested in working together. Plus, there was no way they would work together for such a great benefit. But now, seeing them appear one by one, everyone was stunned. They didn't want to know they were back. They didn't want to lose face. They were all smart people and immediately realized what had happened. Taoist Dream Dynasty Lord, were your people killed as well? Peerless asked. In truth, he himself had returned in anger. His people had all been killed. You too. Whoosh. Before Dream Dynasty Lord could reply, a huge blade ray from hell shot toward them like a river. This attack was too sudden. The 10 Dynasty Lords had rushed back, not believing that Mu Rendi had the strength to do this. They thought someone had helped him. Everyone's expressions changed as soon as the blade ray appeared. The power of this attack made their brows jump. They hurriedly took out treasures to block. Boom. A few of them were sent flying. Mu Rendi appeared outside the Hell Realm, the violet moon saber resting on his shoulder, and laughed heartily. Long time no see, my lords. Are you satisfied with my gift? The 10 Dynasty Lords were in a sorry state. When their gazes fell on Violet Moonblade, they were all shocked. This is a destiny weapon. Impossible, how can there be a destiny weapon? Where did Mu Rendi get it from? This is illogical. Did it come from an independent space? The 10 Dynasty Lords' expressions were ugly. They didn't have a destiny weapon, but Mu Rendi did. However, they soon felt something was wrong. A real destiny weapon shouldn't be this powerful, but the aura of the purple blade was that of a genuine destiny weapon. Didn't you want to kill me? Have a taste of my power. Mu Rendi sneered and slashed at the Purgatory Dynasty Lord, who was closest to him. The huge blade radiated a terrifying aura. The Purgatory Dynasty Lord took out a destiny weapon fragment and blocked it. The Purgatory Dynasty Lord's unparalleled might sent the destiny weapon fragment flying. None of you can leave today. Mu Rendi's destiny weapon, Violet Moonblade, was ferocious and domineering. Even the fragment couldn't block the attack. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 2075. Mu Rendi's destiny weapons were already difficult enough for them. Originally they were only one level higher than Mu Rendi, and the difference wasn't that big. Now that Mu Rendi had the Heavens Will weapon, his overall strength was one level higher than theirs. The most terrifying thing was that the weapons were invincible. At the very least they couldn't stop them now. If it was just Mu Rendi alone they would at most be afraid. But now there were 4 more, and the most frightening thing was that each of them had a complete heavenly mandate weapon. What's going on? For more weapons of destiny. Who is it? Why do they have 4 destiny weapons? The 10 Dynasty Lords were going crazy. There wasn't a single complete weapon of destiny in this world, but 5 of them had appeared out of nowhere. Their strength had leaped up and they were now stronger than they were. Bam, bam, bam. The 5 Dynasty Masters immediately suppressed the 10 Dynasty Masters and fiercely beat them up. The spectating court lords were all shocked, not daring to believe that this was real. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. Since when did Heavens Will weapons become so common? 5 of them had suddenly appeared. Too scary. What kind of dog shit luck did they have to get their hands on a weapon of destiny? The 10 Dynasty Lords lost this time. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. The 10 Dynasty Lords are all peak experts. They're destined to suffer this time. They all shook their heads, full of fear for Mu Rendi's group. Who would have thought that Mu Rendi's group would turn the tables again? 5 against 10, forcing the 10 Dynasty Lords to retreat. The 5 subworlds returned to their hands. Mu Rendi's group didn't let them go. They chased after them. He only stopped when he was almost at the first main god dynasty. He coldly said, 10 dynasty lords. Nothing much, ha. Their voices echoed in space. Following that, the same voice came from another part of the starry sky. It turned out that the ruler of another world had spoken. 10 dynasty lords. They'd lost all face this time. 5 dynasty lords acted impudently in front of the 10 dynasties, drawing out some destiny experts. After killing them, there was complete silence. No one was a match for the experts who had killed their way out. For the first time, the 10 dynasties were suppressed by a dynasty lord. The world was in an uproar. The dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds shook the world once again, and their statuses were on par with the 10 divine dynasties. The 10 great imperial dynasty lords really know how to be tortoises. Lin Fei had been paying close attention to the situation. With the purple moon saber in their hands and the 5 of them working together, if they could not defeat the 10 imperial dynasty lords, they could just go and commit suicide. After losing a few Heaven's Mandate Realm experts, the 10 dynasty lords didn't come out to fight with Mu Rendi's group, which surprised Lin Fei. The 10 great dynasty lords weren't as strong as he thought they were. Now I can have some peace. Ever since Lin Fei obtained the Purple Moon Sacred Saber and gained a 40-fold increase in combat strength, he no longer took the 10 great divine dynasties seriously. After witnessing the mysteries of the Heavenly Fate Board, Lin Fei didn't want to reveal it so thoroughly. It just so happened that Mu Rendi's group was being chased. An idea came to Lin Fei's mind, so he arranged for someone to contact Mu Rendi's group and give them the Purple Moon Saber. As for why it was called the Purple Moon Saber, it wasn't the Purple Moon Sacred Saber. Because it was on a completely different level, calling it the Purple Moon Sacred Saber was a waste of its name. Mu Rendi. The Nether River Dynasty Lord and the others didn't disappoint Lin Fei. With the Purple Moon Saber, they reversed the situation and caught the 10 divine dynasties off guard. Now it's their turn to have a headache. Lin Fei chuckled. After Mu Rendi's group recaptured the Hell Realm, they used the Purple Moon Saber as their heavenly fate weapon. The world was in an uproar. Everyone was thinking about the origin of the heavenly fate weapon. Very soon, all kinds of rumors spread. The biggest one was that the heavenly fate weapon came from an independent dimension of a subworld. Everyone thought that this news was reliable. In the whole world, there were at most fragments of the heavenly fate weapon. There had never been a complete heavenly fate weapon. Mu Rendi's group didn't use it at first, nor did they take it out. In their eyes, they were refining it. Now that they had refined the heavenly fate weapon, they returned. Mu Rendi's group didn't respond. This way, everyone thought that the heavenly fate weapon came from an independent dimension of a subworld. They couldn't help but envy Mu Rendi's group for being able to stand up again with a single heavenly fate weapon. After the news spread, Mu Rendi's group didn't stay idle. Instead, they directly launched a thunderous attack on some divine dynasties in the divine world. Mu Rendi personally took action. The dynasty lords of the other 4 subworlds did the same. They began to wipe out the divine dynasties in the divine world. With the heavenly fate weapon in their hands, in just a few months, all the divine dynasties had sided with Mu Rendi's group. There was even a rumor that with the heavenly fate weapon, one would be qualified to fight for the final heavenly fate. This news spread like wildfire, and no one suspected that it was false. The 10 divine dynasties were furious at this behavior. They gathered their forces to deal with Mu Rendi's group. Unfortunately, the odds of victory weren't great. Each time they suffered a crushing defeat, leaving behind a large number of experts. The situation in the divine world immediately changed dramatically. The dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds, which weren't very high in the rankings before, now had great fame. They even had the heavenly fate weapon, the people with the mandate of heaven. This didn't infuriate the dynasty lords half to death. They truly regretted not staying in the subworlds. If they had personally monitored them, the heavenly fate weapon wouldn't have belonged to them. Who would be qualified to fight them for it? Now that this was mentioned, everyone's stomachs were full of tears. The rise of Mu Rendi's group filled the dynasty lords with grievances. They couldn't think of a good way to stop them. Every time they organized an attack, they returned empty-handed. After a few times, they couldn't bear the torment any longer. There were too few heavenly fate weapons. While Mu Rendi's group was majestic, in a secret chamber of the all-heaven godly dynasty, the black-robed man frowned, seemingly stumped by something. Strange, how strange. Why would a heavenly fate weapon appear at this time? Could it be that there really is a heavenly fate weapon in a subworld? That's impossible. I can't be wrong. This black-robed man was the super dangerous figure that had been chased by the black and white duo. This time he was also shocked. The heavenly fate weapon appeared too suddenly, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Under normal circumstances, the heavens will weapons shouldn't appear at this time. Plus, from what I can see, the power of these weapons isn't even 10 times stronger than before, not even 100 times stronger. What is going on here? Everything seemed to have changed. Chapter 2076. They've lost again. This is the third attack in 50 years. Mu Rendi and the rest are too powerful. They used the weapon of destiny to suppress the 10 dynasty lords. Perhaps, in the future, the mandate of destiny will fall on the 5 of them. It's not just perhaps, it's very likely. Didn't you see that in 50 years, Mu Rendi and the rest swept through the many dynasties of the divine realm? Even the ancient forbidden lands cooperated with them. The 5 of them controlled 5/10 of the divine realm. As they lost again, all kinds of rumors spread again. That's right, the attack of the 10 dynasty lords failed again. Ever since the destiny list revealed the secret of the subworlds, Mu Rendi and the rest used the weapon of destiny to reverse the situation, killing everyone. After that, it became unstoppable. This kind of behavior threatened the 10 great dynasties. From then on, the 10 great dynasties and the 5 subworlds fought. As for the last one, the Tiantian God dynasty, they were ignored. They were too low-key. Originally, the 5 subworlds already gave them a lot of pressure. With the addition of the Tiantian God dynasty, they simply did not provoke them and focused on dealing with Mu Rendi and the rest. In these 50 years, the war between the 10 great dynasties and the 5 subworlds attracted everyone's attention. Unfortunately, the 10 great dynasties' attacks all ended in failure, and everyone knew that the 10 great dynasties were defeated by the weapon of destiny. Every time they failed, the influence of Mu Rendi and the rest increased to the limit. Rumble. In the depths of a certain forbidden land in the divine realm. At this moment, the forbidden land was in ruins. One person walked in alone. Another shard of the weapon of destiny, In the treasure house of the forbidden land, there were traces of violent breakthroughs everywhere. However, Lin Fei didn't need to care about any of this. Not far away, a forbidden region lord coughed up blood as he stared at Di Tian, who was keeping a low profile. Lin Fei pointed with the purple moon sacred blade and said directly, "Now it's your turn. Will you live or die?" "I admit defeat," the lord of the forbidden land said helplessly. In front of this young Di Tian, he suffered a crushing defeat. Especially the purple long blade. Just one blade was enough to make him unable to bear it. Even if he was undying and indestructible, in front of the purple moon sacred blade, he would also be killed on the spot. At least you know your place. Lin Fei left a mark in the depths of the other party's mind. In these 50 years, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. Instead, he searched for the fragment of the weapon of destiny. It might be difficult for others, but for Lin Fei it wasn't difficult at all. He already had the first shard of the weapon of destiny, so he only needed to rely on the system to continue searching. In the past 50 years, Lin Fei had been searching for the heavenly mandate weapon shard nonstop. The purple moon sacred saber's power had increased by 40 times. Lin Fei was still not satisfied. Lin Fei knew in his heart that he had messed up Heaven's Will's plan and might have offended some hidden powers. Therefore, Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to improve his combat power. Without a doubt, a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify his strength by 100 times was the best way. Alright, this is the 8th fragment. Lin Fei threw the 8th weapon of destiny to the system. In order to find the 8th one, Lin Fei spent a total of 50 years. Now he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Now I truly have a super weapon. After throwing the 8th weapon of destiny to the system, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. If he didn't have the weapon of destiny, the purple moon sacred saber, it wouldn't have been so easy for him. With a 40 times amplification, Lin Fei could sweep through all kinds of dangerous places such as the Forbidden Zone now. Done. The last fragment was fused. It took half a month. The purple moon sacred saber that appeared once again was shining with purple light. This was already a super weapon. The purple moon sacred saber that can amplify by 80 times is enough. Lin Fei loved it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. Although it didn't reach 100 times amplification, at least in this world, could be said to be a super weapon. In fact, Lin Fei also wanted to obtain a complete super weapon. Unfortunately, there were far more than 8 fragments of this destiny weapon fragment. The last one had disappeared without a trace. Even if the system was able to analyze it, the chances of finding it were very slim. Lin Fei wasn't satisfied anymore. Alright, help me calculate if I have the ability to fight against those super dangerous fellows now. Lin Fei had never forgotten about this matter. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the 10 god dynasties. What Lin Fei cared about were those 3 super dangerous fellows. They were the targets that Lin Fei needed to pay attention to. Master, you are now qualified to fight against them. The 80 times amplification has already given Master the ability to fight against them. However, the chance of winning is 50-50. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I still underestimated them. Lin Fei wasn't disappointed with this result. There was only a reason why the system listed them as super dangerous figures. Lin Fei didn't think of using super weapons to kill them. If it was that easy to deal with, the system wouldn't have made this analysis. 50-50 is still okay. At least I have the ability to fight. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. I still have to continue looking for other weapons of destiny. When I equip all 18 clones, let's see who will kill who. This was the source of Lin Fei's confidence. In the eyes of others, it was extremely difficult to obtain a weapon of destiny. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, as long as he had the fragments, everything was not a problem. With a purple moon sacred saber that increased his power by 80 times, Lin Fei's overall strength increased by a large margin. Most importantly, with this purple moon sacred saber, he could copy the purple moon sacred saber that was 40 times stronger. In a few days, I can go to the Supreme Demon Emperor's place. Lin Fei's eyes flashed. Supreme Demon Emperor. The big brother level in the forbidden area. However, the Supreme Demon Emperor was different from others. Ever since the Destiny list appeared, he had been keeping a low profile. Because the current situation seemed to have changed. The heavenly mandate energy of the subworld had vanished without a trace. After that day, the Supreme Demon Emperor became even more silent. No one understood better than him what this meant. Someone stole the accumulated destiny energy and left behind a useless rib for everyone. After knowing this, the Supreme Demon Emperor couldn't remain calm. As the old antiques that had survived, they all knew the secret of the subworld. They couldn't say it out loud. That memory had been sealed until recently. Who was it? Just which great character stole the heaven's will energy? In the secret space of the forbidden area. The Supreme Demon Emperor furrowed his brows. Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't think of who the culprit was. As for Mu Rendi and the others, the Supreme Demon Emperor didn't care. He was just very shocked by the fake weapon of destiny. He understood that this world didn't have a complete weapon of destiny. Who would have the ability to create such a weapon of destiny? Oh. Chapter 2077. The moment the Supreme Demon Monarch made his move, the heaven's mandate aura around him rippled and shone resplendently. His grab was extremely terrifying. Big brother, your temper is still as bad as ever. A hand casually reached out from the void and tapped the Supreme Demon Monarch's hand with a finger. At the same time, a calm voice sounded. Wah. The heaven's mandate energy swept out with this touch. The area around the two of them instantly turned into a black hole. The two of them were simply too terrifying. Their heaven's mandate energy was extremely dense and it completely shattered the surrounding void, turning it into a black hole. It's you, Ditian. The Supreme Demon Monarch retracted his hand and frowned. He was extremely shocked. Ordinary heaven's mandate experts wouldn't be able to block that grab just now, but Ditian did it so easily. That's right, it's me. Lin Fei walked out from the void with a faint smile on his face. Ever since we parted, I've wanted to be a guest. The Supreme Demon Monarch hadn't seen Ditian for over 100 years. During this time, Ditian seemed to have disappeared and there was almost no news about him. The Supreme Demon Monarch didn't expect that Ditian's strength would reach such a level in just 100 years and be able to shake off that grab so easily. 3 days without seeing each other makes me look at you in a different light. Taoist Ditian, congratulations on becoming a top-tier expert. I'm afraid everyone will be shocked. The Supreme Demon Monarch quickly returned to normal. At this moment, Ditian was already a top-tier expert in his position. You're too kind. The Supreme Demon Monarch invited Lin Fei to sit somewhere else. It wasn't a suitable place to talk previously. However, the Supreme Devil Emperor at this moment was filled with shock in his heart. He really wanted to know what Ditian was doing here. This was especially so for Ditian to raise his strength to this extent within 100+ years. Even the Supreme Devil Emperor had to admit that he was inferior to him. Taoist Ditian, you're now a top-tier expert. This old man is quite curious. What wind blew you here? The Supreme Demon Monarch wanted to know the reason now. Lin Fei looked at the Supreme Demon Monarch and smiled. Actually, it's quite simple. I just want something from Big Brother. The Supreme Demon Monarch smiled. Taoist Ditian, I'm afraid you're mistaken. I'm afraid there's nothing in this forbidden zone that can catch your eye. Lin Fei shook his head. Don't worry, I haven't told you yet. I'm sure you have what I want, and that's the Destiny Armament fragment. Any fragment will do. You want the shard? The Supreme Devil Emperor was surprised. This had indeed surprised the Supreme Devil Emperor. The Supreme Devil Emperor indeed had a Heaven's Will weapon fragment, but he rarely used it. They were in the Forbidden Region and rarely interfered in the fight for the Heaven's Will. Yes, as long as you are willing to give it to me, I can give you something that will satisfy you. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. What if I say no? The Supreme Devil Emperor's expression changed. He said expressionlessly. Lin Fei smirked. If Big Brother isn't willing to give it to me, then I can only do it myself because I need the fragment. The Supreme Devil Emperor felt that Di Tian was a little too arrogant. I haven't seen you for more than 100 years, but your temper is still the same as before. This old man is quite curious. Given your current strength, you won't be able to force this old man to hand over the item. Boom. What about this? Lin Fei took out the Purple Moon Holy Blade and placed it on the table. Purple light soared into the sky. The Supreme Devil Emperor's eyes almost popped out, and his breathing began to quicken. He stared at the purple blade, no longer calm. A complete Heaven's Will weapon. Not only did Lin Fei want the Heaven's Will weapon fragment, but he also wanted to know some secrets from the Supreme Devil Emperor. Lin Fei was quite interested in the secrets of this old antique who had lived for generations. You guessed it. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away the Purple Moon Holy Blade. Now, Big Brother, you can promise me now. The Supreme Devil Emperor's eyes flickered as he tried to calm himself down. The terrifying aura emitted by the purple blade made the Supreme Devil Emperor feel what a threat was again. It had been a long time since this happened, and today was the first time he experienced it again. Amazing. You can be called the #1 expert in the world now. The Supreme Demon Emperor said slowly, with this super weapon the 10 divine dynasties will be nothing but a joke. If I'm not mistaken, the counterfeit heavenly mandate weapons in Mu Rendi's hands were all made by fellow Taoist, right? Lin Fei was not surprised at all. As long as he gave old Antique a clue, everything could be connected. I can't stand the 10 major god dynasties, so I asked them to harm them. Don't you think it's interesting, Big Brother? Lin Fei chuckled. The Supreme Devil Emperor did not know whether to laugh or cry. If the people of the 10 major god dynasties knew about this, they would really vomit blood. You're playing with the entire world. Lin Fei was very clear that the Supreme Devil Emperor had lowered his head. In front of a super weapon, the Supreme Devil Emperor had no choice but to lower his head. Since Lin Fei was here, he did not mind fighting. The super weapon had to find someone to sacrifice. Suddenly, there was a moment when the Supreme Devil Emperor felt old. More than 100 years ago, Di Tian's strength was not comparable to his. Now he had surpassed him and reached an astonishing height. These are the pieces of the weapons of destiny I've collected. The Supreme Devil Emperor took out the pieces of the weapons of destiny. Lin Fei glanced at them. They belong to a few pieces of the weapons of destiny. Emperor Tadian and the others also have a few pieces. You can take them. The Supreme Devil Emperor said. Thank you, Big Brother. Lin Fei smiled. He put away all the pieces of the weapons of destiny. He was not afraid of having more of them at the moment. In fact, I should be happy today. The Supreme Devil Emperor suddenly burst into laughter. You've done something that makes all of us happy. Ah. Lin Fei also noticed that the Supreme Devil Emperor's smile seemed to be from the bottom of his heart. It was a smile that he had been suppressing for a long time. Lin Fei easily noticed this. An ordinary person's smile shouldn't be like this. Could it be that there's some sort of secret involved? Lin Fei's eyes flashed. Big Brother, I still have a question that I hope you can help me clear up. Lin Fei said seriously. Go ahead. The Supreme Devil Emperor was indeed happy at the moment. He had never been so happy. This arrogant young man had reached an unbelievable height. I want to know exactly who created the Heavenly Fate rankings. The Supreme Devil Emperor's expression changed, then returned to normal. If you want to know this, you'll be disappointed. I won't tell you. Besides, I can't tell you. Lin Fei was quite surprised by this result. Chapter 2078. Lin Fei had never believed that the destiny roll was without a master. There had to be something special about it, and Lin Fei was very interested in it, especially since the fight for the destiny roll involved the 3 extremely dangerous people. Can't say. Lin Fei was shocked. Isn't the Supreme Demon Emperor too direct? Can't say? And can't say? Does he know everything? Lin Fei immediately came to a conclusion. Just as he thought, the Supreme Demon Emperor did know about the secrets of the destiny roll. Master, I think it'll be very difficult for you to get the secrets of the destiny roll from him. According to the system's analysis, the Supreme Demon Emperor's emotions fluctuated when you asked the question, and a strange energy appeared at the same time. Maybe it's because of that strange energy. No matter how you ask, the Supreme Demon Emperor won't say anything, and he had no choice. Little Fiend said. So that's what happened. Lin Fei soon understood. The destiny roll had a powerful background. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Lin Fei didn't go up and ask for the time being. There was no need. Lin Fei had a guess. Maybe there was a forbidden seal inside the Supreme Demon Emperor's body that sealed some top secrets. Thinking about what had happened before, Lin Fei thought it was more likely. Especially the secret of the subsidiary world. Logically speaking, the Supreme Demon Emperor and the others should have known about it. After all, they were all people who had lived for a long time, and they would know the meaning of it better than anyone else. However, they didn't do anything in the end, which was suspicious. Lin Fei stood up, turned around and left, walking into the sky and disappearing from the forbidden area. He left just like that? Impressive. The Supreme Demon Emperor was also a bit startled. In fact, he didn't expect Lin Fei to be so decisive. He didn't continue asking and left when he said he would. I had no choice. Maybe you'll give us a big surprise. After leaving the Supreme Demon Emperor's forbidden area, Lin Fei went straight to the next overlord of the forbidden area. The Sixth Underworld Divine Emperor, the Deep Abyss Demon Emperor. Lin Fei had gone to visit Sacred Lord Tadian and the other overlords in person. Since they didn't welcome him, Lin Fei simply barged in. The Purple Moon's sacred saber opened the way. Along the way, he forced the powerhouses to show themselves and hand over the weapon of destiny fragment. You don't look well? Lin Fei couldn't care less. He would think about it after he got what he wanted. When leaving, Lin Fei would also bring some invincible god emperors with him. To increase the strength of the invincible palace. The most important thing was the doubt in Lin Fei's heart. Every time he came out of the Forbidden Land Tycoon's place, Lin Fei would have a smile on his face. The doubts in Lin Fei's mind were solved after he left the territory of the last Emperor Tadian. Amazing, truly amazing. Lin Fei gently shook his head. Who would have thought that someone would place a mark on the Forbidden Land giants, sealing away all their top secrets? If it weren't for my system, it would have been difficult to discover this. When they first came out of the Supreme Demon Emperor's place, Lin Fei only suspected that there was something fishy going on. After seeing the overlords of the Forbidden Land say the same thing, Lin Fei completely understood. It wasn't that no one knew the secret, but they couldn't say it, let alone show it. It was that simple. Master, their energy waves are exactly the same, and there's that strange energy. Do you still want to continue investigating? If you want to, the system can help you break the seal. Lin Fei shook his head. Never mind, there's no need for now. They must have extremely terrifying backgrounds. I don't need to alert them. They'll show up sooner or later anyway. Let's go back now. Lin Fei had become stronger quickly, but he wasn't a reckless person. If he hadn't met those three extremely dangerous people, he wouldn't have paid attention to them. Lin Fei wouldn't have paid any attention to it. It seemed that everything had been worth it. There was indeed a huge secret behind the heaven's will. In the Supreme Demon Emperor's lair. The Sixth Underworld Divine Emperor, the Abyss Demon Emperor and Emperor Tadian were all there. After Lin Fei left, they took the initiative to come. They couldn't sit still anymore. Tian had grown to such a level, and the most unbelievable thing was that they were all threatened. Even the overlords of the Forbidden Land had to lower their heads in front of the Purple Moon's sacred blade. Old man, why didn't you tell us that Tian was here? Emperor Tadian said with dissatisfaction. That's not nice of you, the Abyss Demon Emperor said angrily. The Supreme Demon Emperor shrugged. I can't do anything about it. Besides, I already told you. Do you still want to fight with Tian? Although that heavenly mandate weapon isn't complete, you know better than anyone else how powerful it is. The Supreme Demon Emperor's words silenced everyone. Right, that super weapon was too threatening. Until now, they still didn't understand where Tian got the heavenly mandate weapon from. That was a great killing weapon. Even they were afraid of it. Just like what the Supreme Demon Emperor said, they wouldn't be a match for Tian if they really fought, especially when they couldn't resist the power of the super weapon. That was something they couldn't avoid. We're really old. Everyone is fighting for the heavenly mandate, but I think the final heavenly mandate might fall into Tian's hands. That kid is too good at hiding. Emperor Tadian sighed and said, I still remember the previous generation. Even though there was a heavenly mandate weapon, it wasn't as powerful as the super weapon in Tian's hands. Everyone became silent again. They seemed to be recalling something. The Supreme Demon Emperor said bitterly, everyone knows that Tian is interfering now. As for the Tianxian Divine Dynasty, there might not be a dynasty lord at all. Everything was just Tion's trick. Everyone was fooled by him. The overlords of the Forbidden Land were all smart people. They actually understood many things that couldn't be explained since the moment Lin Fei appeared. Lin Fei was the real manipulator behind the scenes. Everything that happened before couldn't be covered up. It was really unimaginable that he could come up with such a method at such a young age. At the moment, the 10 divine dynasties were just like that in their eyes. There was no point in fighting for them. Before there was a super weapon, no one was a match for Tion. If Tion went out to kill now, he could definitely sweep the entire divine realm. No one could resist the power of a super weapon. However, don't you think it's even more interesting? The Supreme Demon Emperor smiled. Those people have been scheming for generations and used this place as their base. This time they're destined to be disappointed. We're just ants. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2079. Lin Fei did not know the true thoughts of the Supreme Demon Emperor. Right now, he only needed to know that the Destiny Board was controlled by someone. This trip wasn't in vain. Returning to the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei was completely relaxed. After paying a visit to the leaders of the Forbidden Area, not only did he receive the Destiny Weapon Fragment, he also learned some secrets. More vaguely, he knew that the Destiny Board was controlled by someone. But what was their goal? For the time being, Lin Fei could not figure it out. However, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. In any case, it would be exposed sooner or later. Master, what you should do now is to gather the destiny energy of heaven and earth. As long as you have a large amount of destiny energy, everything in this world will be under your control. Even if the leaders of the Forbidden Area were unconvinced, in front of your Purple Moon Holy Blade, they would have to lower their noble heads. Lin Fei nodded. This was very true. No matter why they created a God Emperor, as long as I control the destiny energy, then the existence behind the Destiny Board will have nothing to fear. Since they are hiding behind the scenes and controlling it, there must be a reason. I don't have to worry. Lin Fei rubbed his chin, then contact Invincible Number 1 and the rest. Urge Mu Rendi and the rest to occupy more places. At the same time, set up the energy pagoda in this world. Lin Fei really needed to prepare for a rainy day. Whether it was for himself or for his family. Just as the little devil said, as long as he had the destiny energy, it was not impossible to start a great war. Master, your way of thinking is correct. Right now, there is more heavens will energy floating around the world than before. Master can use the energy tower to collect it. As long as Master can occupy 80% of it, no, even 70%, competing for the heavens will be a joke. Lin Fei laughed. Your ambition is not small. 70% of the destiny energy. They will go crazy. However, the little devil's words were still very tempting. As long as he controlled the destiny energy, it was equivalent to controlling everyone's lifeline. It sounded like a super cool thing. Now, you have to help me make more powerful heavens will weapons. One that can amplify 80 times is not enough, I want more. Yes, my master. Lin Fei's incarnation went to meet Mu Rendi and the other 4 emperors. Lin Fei's doppelganger represented counter-kill. Even the dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds couldn't resist the temptation of the heavens will weapons and the terrifying increase in power. Envoy, we are already trying our best to expand our territory. Mu Rendi changed his previous high-spirited attitude and said cautiously. Since the end of the pursuit, Mu Rendi knew that he had shed all pretenses of cordiality with the 10 divine dynasties, and there was no turning back. Countless experts had died in his hands over the years, and he himself had become a top expert in this world. My president has said it. You have done a good job. Continue to work hard and continue to work hard. The doppelganger wearing the mask said, in order for you to have no worries, I specially asked me to give this to you. I believe it will be of great help to you. Mu Rendi received it with both hands and his expression slightly changed. After dismantling it, it was another heavens will weapon, and it was even more powerful than the one he had. That chilling aura was filled with terror. Thank you, President. It's good that you know. This heavens will weapon can increase your combat power by 20 times. It's enough for you to deal with any problem. Mu Rendi felt like he could die of happiness. 20 times. Just how powerful was that? All these years. It wasn't that Mu Rendi didn't want to get rid of this restriction, but he was disappointed that he couldn't find a complete heavens will weapon. Other than the heavens will weapon, there was one more thing that he couldn't give up. That was the energy block provided by counter kill for the first time. He could no longer refuse such a magical existence. The reason why Mu Rendi could use the Violet Moon Saber to attack cities and plunder lands, other than the power of the heavens will weapon, was that he had enough energy to squander. With the Heaven's Will weapon and the energy block, Mu Rendi felt that he was invincible. Even those at the level of the 10 Dynasty Lords had a limit to the amount of energy within their bodies. If the fight went on for too long, then congratulations, you could run away. Mu Rendi didn't have to worry about this problem. He was besieged several times by several powerful Heaven's Will masters, and each time he won by relying on his energy advantage. Ever since he experienced this feeling, Mu Rendi couldn't give it up. It was truly wonderful. Mu Rendi also realized that he and Counter Kill were powerful, and that he couldn't fight against them. These years, his desire for the Heavens Will grew weaker and weaker, and he no longer had any desire to protect it. If he had this thought, he might as well hug this thigh tightly and have a better position in the future. He recognized the boss of Counter Kill as someone who would become a god emperor in the future and create a new era. With the new Heavens Will weapon, Mu Rendi guaranteed that he would launch an attack in the shortest time possible and swallow up the 10 Dynasty Lords' territories. At this time, Mu Rendi was full of fighting spirit. At the same time, the same scene was happening in another world. They all felt the same as Mu Rendi. A new war had begun. This time it was Mu Rendi and the other 4 Dynasty Lords who started the war. They seemed to have contacted each other and attacked the forces outside of the 10 dynasties. As soon as the attack began, Mu Rendi and the others led the charge, sweeping through the dynasties one by one. The dynasties ranked in the 40s didn't escape this time. They were all swept away. It could be said that they came with great momentum and everyone was shocked. Before, the 5 worlds had fought steadily, but this time their attacks were very fierce. No one dared to underestimate them. In just a month, 5 or 6 mid-sized dynasties were destroyed. After that, they didn't stop and immediately started a new attack. Everyone was scared. Were they preparing to unify the divine world? 5 worlds and 5 dynasty lords came with great momentum. Even the 10 dynasty lords were moved. Many forces had sent messages for help, hoping that they could send troops. Are Mu Rendi and the others crazy? Why are they launching such an attack at this time? Dynasty Lord Meng listened to his subordinate's report and felt unwell. In a short time, 2 of the dynasties under his control had been killed by Mu Rendi. This was the biggest loss. And this wasn't the end. This was just the beginning. How could Meng dynasty not roar in anger? Send troops, we must send troops. Chapter 2080. The dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds launched another attack. This time the offensive was very fierce. The 10 divine dynasties suffered the greatest losses. The territory they controlled shrank rapidly. They were so angry that they sent troops to deal with Mu Rendi and the others. Under everyone's attention, the 10 divine dynasties sent troops, including experts who had condensed seeds of destiny. They were determined to drive Mu Rendi and the others out. Unfortunately, they were fiercely attacked by Mu Rendi and the others. After such a long battle, everyone knew the strength of the dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds. As long as they cooperated well, they could suppress them. This time they were destined to be disappointed. From the very beginning he had been crushed by his opponent. As soon as the battle began, 3 of the 5 heavenly mandate experts were killed, and the remaining 2 fled in disarray. It was a crushing defeat. It was the same for the other divine dynasties. Their heavenly mandate experts were killed again. The world was in an uproar. Relying on their overwhelming momentum, the 5 dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds once again broke through one divine dynasty after another, forcing the 10 divine dynasties to take action completely. Their borders were heavily guarded. An invisible oppressive aura shrouded the sky above the 10 divine dynasties. Everyone realized that this time, the dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds were stronger than before, which could be seen from the fact that they had killed heavenly mandate experts. At the same time, they came to the conclusion that the power of the heavenly mandate weapons in the hands of the dynasty lords had improved again, surpassing that of before. This news immediately made the 10 dynasty lords feel uneasy. They held a meeting that night. It was a meeting of the 10 divine dynasties. The ones who came were the 10 imperial lords. They didn't bring anyone with them, just the 10 of them. All of their faces were terrifyingly dark, as if someone owed them money. In the past, when they gathered together, they were all in high spirits. Now they were all having a headache. Mu Rendi and the others are a bunch of bastards. Why did they attack my territory? The Purgatory Dynasty Lord cursed with a dark face. In this attack, the Purgatory Divine Dynasty lost 3 divine dynasties. They had no ability to resist and were directly crushed. The heavenly mandate experts guarding them were all killed. The Purgatory Divine Dynasty suffered heavy losses. At this moment, no one could laugh. If it were any other time, they would definitely laugh at them. If they didn't slap their faces this time, when would they get the chance to? But this time, they were all silent. All of the 10 divine dynasties had suffered losses. It was just a matter of how big the losses were. They had never thought that the 5 child worlds, which had not been considered strong before, would become so strong in such a short period of time. As for the mysterious sky world, they had completely ignored it. They could not wait for the mysterious sky world to not come out so that it would not increase the pressure on them. Everyone. Do any of you know where the purple moon blades in Mu Rendi's hands came from? Dream One Dynasty Lord said sinisterly. Everyone fell silent again. A weapon of destiny. They didn't even have it in their hands yet, but they did, and they even changed it again. It was only when the power was even more terrifying that the scene of suppression appeared. Perhaps only they themselves know. The unparalleled Dynasty Lord said with a bitter smile. What should we do? We can't let Mu Rendi keep attacking. The sea calming Imperial Lord said with a dark expression. We haven't found a way to restrain them, so we can only retreat. They were the 10 Imperial Lords. It wasn't that he hadn't made a move before. He had tried to kill 1 or 2 of them but failed. The gap was not big, and they also had the fragments of the weapon of destiny. But without a fight they couldn't last until the end. Their plan to exhaust their heavenly mandate energy became a joke. In the end they had no choice but to leave regretfully. Why don't we negotiate with them? The Purple Flame Imperial Lord said with great difficulty. That's impossible. Someone immediately rejected. Just like that the discussion came to an end. Nothing was discussed. Mu Rendi's attack was still ongoing and it was very fierce. They fought steadily, advancing all the way, devouring the territories of the 10 god dynasties. The 5 child worlds showed their valiant side. That was the 10 god dynasties. This time they were actually crushed by the 5 child worlds, and they had no choice but to bow their heads. During this period, the 10 god dynasties organized resistance, but it was to no avail. Even the 10 imperial lords made a move, and the result was repeated once again. They could only helplessly leave. They lost. Once again they lost completely. The wind was also blowing in their favor. This can't go on. When Mu Rendi's personal reputation reached its peak, in a certain divine dynasty 2 people, one in black and one in white, sat facing each other. There was wine on the table, but at this time neither of them was in the mood to drink. I didn't expect that Mu Rendi and the others would make such a desperate counterattack, and then it got out of hand. Today they are suppressing the 10 divine dynasties. The white-robed man sighed softly. They have even changed the competition for the destiny. If it continues, the people of the 10 divine dynasties won't have a chance to fight for the destiny at all. The black-robed man nodded. Do you think the people of the 5 child worlds have the support of Old Man Fu? If it wasn't for him, how could the heavenly mandate weapon appear? These 2 were the ones who chased after Old Man Fu last time. Impossible. The white-robed man shook his head. Old Man Fu is now a stray dog, and there's no chance for him to get his hands on the heavenly mandate weapon. I dare say that there's another unknown force controlling it. The 2 fell silent for a moment. They could see the meaning in each other's eyes. According to the latest news, they've received support again. Now, the heavenly mandate weapon in their hands has increased in power. It should be more than 10 times stronger, enough to sweep the 10 god dynasties. Chaos, it's all chaos. The black-robed man hesitated for a moment. Should we report it? Otherwise, the 10 god dynasties won't have a chance to fight for the heavenly mandate. It's time to report it. Mu Rendi and the others have the heavenly mandate weapon that's more than 10 times stronger. They have the capital to be invincible. The 2 nodded again. They had made up their minds. What Lin Fei didn't know was that the rise of 5 subworlds would cause a new change. Ever since Mu Rendi began to expand his territory, Lin Fei secretly set up energy pagodas one by one to seize the heavenly mandate energy between heaven and earth, and the harvest was surprisingly good. There was a huge difference between mechanical tools and manual labor. Lin Fei continued to seize the heavenly mandate energy. As his territory expanded, the amount of heavenly mandate energy he obtained increased. The divine world was also the main source of heavenly mandate energy. Right now, Lin Fei's focus was on the divine world. As for the 5 child worlds, they were all under Lin Fei's control. As long as he seized 70 to 80% of the heavenly mandate energy in the divine world, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Lin Fei was very clear about this. Chapter 2081. The war started by Mu Rendi's side lasted for another year. Over the past year, the 5 subworlds had been unstoppable, and no one had been able to stop them. The forces of the 10 divine dynasties had also been shrinking, and every attempt to resist had ended in failure. The dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds were known as the ones with the best chance of fighting for the mandate of heaven. The 10 god dynasties couldn't keep up. Now half of the god world was in their hands. For the first time, the 10 god dynasties chose to fully cooperate and resist together, barely stopping Mu Rendi's advance. Half of the land had been occupied. The 10 god dynasties had been slapped in the face. Now the territory was in their hands. Now they only had about 40% of the territory. The remaining 10% was occupied by other factions. It could be said that the 10 god dynasties had completely lost. With mandate weapons in hand, the 5 subworld dynasty lords were invincible. They could easily suppress the 10 god dynasties. Trash, a bunch of trash. Master Meng Yichao raged in the palace, his entire body roaring. As the first dynasty lord hadn't smiled in a long time. His face was gloomy almost every day and his temper was getting worse. Every time that place was taken, it was like provoking the first dynasty lord. The people below the palace were scolded until they lost their temper. It didn't matter if they were god emperors or mandate experts. These days they had all gotten used to this method. The overall strength of the subworlds was about the same as theirs. Only the dynasty lords were extremely powerful. With the violet moon blade they could sweep through them. There was once a mandate expert who didn't believe it, but he was cut down in 3 strikes. From then on, the 5 subworld dynasty lords were dangerous people in their eyes. They couldn't fight them. If they took a strike they couldn't even run. Not to mention 3 strikes. That was fatal. After a round of scolding, the first dynasty lord sent them away. He sat powerlessly on his throne. Such a good situation gone just like that. When the 10 god dynasties were established, the first dynasty lord was undoubtedly the happiest one. At that time he was in high spirits. He never thought he would suffer at the hands of the 5 subworlds. Mandate weapons. The first dynasty lord knew very well that if there were no accidents, it would be impossible for him to fight against the 5 dynasty lords. There was a huge gap. Existence that cannot be filled. Even Dream 1 dynasty lord himself couldn't find a good way to fight back and make him accept his fate. First Dream dynasty lord was unwilling, so why did he have to admit defeat? In reality, Dream dynasty lord knew how powerless his idea was. His only regret was that he hadn't taken down the 5 subworlds immediately, which had led to his failure at the last moment. Boom. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment in the palace, an invisible force quietly appeared. Before this power, the Dream dynasty lord couldn't help but tremble from the bottom of his heart. His heaven's will energy was compressed to the point where he couldn't move at all. Who is it? Dream 1 dynasty master didn't even realize that his voice was trembling. It was a fear of the unknown. Even when facing Mu Rendi, who wielded a heavenly mandate weapon, he didn't have such a terrifying feeling. Do you want to become a god emperor? The deep voice carried an irresistible temptation to the Dream dynasty lord. God emperor? The eyes of Dream 1 dynasty lord flashed with a glint. Who didn't want to become a god emperor? Wasn't it all for the sake of establishing an era that belonged to them and ruling over the world? Dominating the world. Yes. Dream 1 dynasty lord knew very well that this mysterious aura had a shocking origin. It wasn't something he could contend with. He decisively agreed. Master, there's a situation. In the invincible palace, Lin Fei was lazily lying on a rattan chair. This was a gadget that he had exchanged from the system. What's going on? Lin Fei opened his eyes slowly. With the activation of the advanced mode, Lin Fei also let the system monitor the movements of the entire world. The prerequisite was the consumption of heaven's will energy. Lin Fei now occupied half of the divine world, and almost all of the heaven's will energy was in his hands. Through the system's analysis, Lin Fei was now very clear about the production of heaven's will energy in the divine world. Now that the little devil sent a notification, Lin Fei was indeed a little shocked. He thought that the 10 dynasty lords had made some new moves. Just now, the system detected a mysterious force descending on the Dream 1 dynasty. After that, the 10 dynasties and other dynasties all detected the invasion of the mysterious force. Lin Fei's eyes flashed and he stood up. Mysterious force. Does it mean that someone is contacting them? Yes, a powerful aura has invaded the dynasty. Through the system's analysis, we have come to a shocking conclusion. The little devil chuckled. Master, your enemy has begun to appear. Enemy? They finally appeared. Lin Fei perked up. They can't sit still anymore. I thought they would hold on for a long time. I didn't expect them to come so soon. Lin Fei didn't have to think to know that the mysterious force descended in this way. Who else could it be other than those behind the scenes? Master, arranging for Mu Rendi to crush them all the way and occupy half of the divine world is tantamount to making them lose the hope of fighting for the heaven's will. The person behind the scenes will definitely appear. This energy is very powerful. However, Master, don't worry. Since they can only come in the form of energy, they won't last long. The little devil said proudly. Suddenly it said, Master, they're here. Whoosh. The sharp Lin Fei sensed a terrifying energy wave descending in the profound sky world. Then it appeared in front of him and formed a light pillar. I know you are Ditian, a lucky guy. The light pillar was formless and colorless, but it gave off a powerful pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. Who are you? Lin Fei really didn't expect that the mysterious force would find him. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that they didn't discover the real secret. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I can make you a god emperor. The voice was filled with temptation. You really think I'm easy to fool? Lin Fei wasn't a 3-year-old child. Fool me? Better save it. However, Lin Fei didn't plan to expose himself for the time being. You're wrong. I'm just a junior. How can I become a god emperor? Lin Fei rejected. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Carefully analyze this mysterious force for me. Lin Fei contacted the little devil. He believed that the little devil could conceal his aura. He didn't need to worry about it leaking out. I'm only asking if you want to or not. Lin Fei began to ponder whether or not the person behind this mysterious energy knew his true identity. That was the most important thing. Chapter 2082. After receiving the news from the system, Lin Fei was secretly on guard. They were looking for an agent. Mobilizing so many at once, how many forces were involved? Lin Fei was not a softie. He would not agree to the other party's request with just a few words. He had to probe the other party's background. If he could analyze something, that would be for the best. Enemy. Lin Fei had never treated the 10 divine dynasties as his enemies. In front of his Violet Moon sacred saber, the 10 divine dynasties could effortlessly crush them. He knew that his true enemy should be the mastermind behind the heavenly fate rankings. After the destiny list appeared, coupled with the system's analysis, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. He needed to be wary of the existence behind the destiny list. If they didn't show themselves, Lin Fei wouldn't do anything. Well water does not interfere with river water, everyone goes their own way. The idea was good, but there would always be accidents. The people behind the scenes had really come. Although they appeared in the form of a mysterious energy, it was enough to prove that his plan to support Mu Rendi and the others was real. They could not sit still anymore. You are indeed very courageous. It is your honor that we have taken a liking to you. The mysterious energy's voice sank with a trace of anger. Since I can find you, I can also destroy you. Hua hua. The mysterious energy turned into a long sword. Cold light shot out in all directions, and endless killing intent locked onto Lin Fei's body. Master, don't be afraid. He is just bluffing. He is doing it on purpose. Little evil demon mocked. Just now, I have already analyzed the source of this mysterious energy. Lin Fei had seen all sorts of storms. Threat? How shameless of him to put on a brave front. Although this killing intent was very domineering, Lin Fei did not take it seriously. It was far from enough to deal with him. It could not even break through the invincible defense, not to mention killing him. The moment the other party said this, Lin Fei was very unhappy. Can we capture them for analysis? Lin Fei was very curious where they came from. Sure. Lin Fei was very courageous. At first he planned to be careful. After knowing that the other party was pretending, Lin Fei understood that they were just trying to scare him. It would be difficult to kill him. Of course, to those who didn't know the truth, the other party's powerful aura was enough to suppress everyone. Resist? No one would do it. They had long been frightened by this power. In Lin Fei's eyes, the other party was just a joke. Since, if you can't appear in person, then you must have misgivings. No matter what misgivings you have, as long as you have misgivings, Lin Fei has nothing to worry about. If it was just a strand of mysterious energy, it might be understandable. However, this mysterious energy had appeared in such a manner. Lin Fei knew very well that they were afraid of this part of the starry sky. This was Lin Fei's chance. Can you cut them off? So that they won't be able to pinpoint the exact location? Yes, I can shield the profound sky world, but it will consume a lot of Master's destiny points. At the same time, it will simulate another position so that no one will be able to discover it. Lin Fei was relieved. What he was most afraid of was leaking out his position. He didn't want to expose too many details. Shielded immediately. Lin Fei was prepared to take out the Purple Moon's sacred blade and destroy this mysterious energy. Alright. All in all, this happened in an instant. If you want to destroy me, I'll completely destroy you first. What kind of bullshit is this? Lin Fei laughed and took out the Purple Moon's sacred blade. 80 times amplification. With the super weapon, the Purple Moon's sacred blade in his hand, he was filled with endless confidence. Kill. The Purple Moon's sacred blade struck the other party's sword, its power reaching its limit. Lin Fei didn't need to worry that this power would spread out. Little evil demon had already shielded it. With a swing of the blade, the sword condensed from the mysterious energy shattered on the spot. Damn it, you actually have a heavenly mandate weapon. And it's an 80 times amplification. The other party let out a roar. The roar carried an exaggerated expression of surprise. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. The Purple Moon's sacred blade continued to slash. Wherever the blade went, pieces of the mysterious energy were shattered, unable to reassemble. Who exactly are you? It was just as little evil demon had analyzed. The other party was just a ball of mysterious energy. Its power was limited. It was no problem for it to deal with the 10 great dynasty lords, but it was still lacking to deal with Lin Fei. The person who wants your old life. With an 80 times amplification, the heavenly mandate energy was unleashed to its limit. With every slash, a portion of the mysterious energy was shattered. The mysterious energy counterattacked at the start, but the counterattack wasn't strong. Lin Fei, who had activated his invincible defense mode, attacked fiercely. With the Purple Moon's sacred blade in his hand, he was like an invincible overlord. You're dead. The mysterious energy's voice became sharp. No matter who you are, if you dare to spoil something good, you will definitely be destroyed. The mysterious energy wasn't an idiot. With pure energy, it wasn't a match for him. After threatening him, it prepared to leave. When the time came, it would come back to take care of this blind thing. On the way back, the mysterious energy was blocked. An unknown energy sealed invincible palace, trapping him in this place. Wanna leave? Dream on. Lin Fei charged over again. He raised his blade and slashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The mysterious energy kept attacking. Regretfully, the seal of the unknown energy was too firm. It couldn't be broken at all. His mysterious energy was getting weaker and weaker. With every slash, a portion of the mysterious energy would be shattered. This made the other party fly into a rage. Suppress. The mysterious energy was getting weaker and weaker. Lin Fei opened the system and suppressed it with a huge amount of heavenly mandate energy. What are you doing? The system's unique spatial barrier came down and sucked in the mysterious energy completely. Hoo-hoo. Lin Fei held the Purple Moon's sacred blade and felt a little strained. Luckily, I have the Purple Moon's sacred blade. With an 80 times amplification, it would be hard to break the mysterious energy's defense. The other party was very strong. Especially in terms of defense, it was almost invincible. At least it was so in Lin Fei's eyes. Ordinary monarch weapons wouldn't be able to break it. He sat down again and opened the system page. He couldn't help but open his mouth. Damn, the consumption is really huge. In just a short battle, I actually used up 5% of my heavenly mandate points. Lin Fei at most grumbled a little. Without heavenly mandate points, not to mention concealing the aura, even suppressing this mysterious energy was an unknown thing. Now Lin Fei only wanted to know the origin of the other party. As for the consumed heavenly mandate points, it wouldn't take more than a few days to replenish. With half of the divine world in his hands, Lin Fei had become the richest person in this starry sky. Chapter 2083. Lin Fei was very confident in Little Devil. He believed that everything would be taken care of in the future. Even if the other side found out, it would not be easy to find him in the vast starry sky. They left. Soon, Little Devil noticed that the mysterious energy had left. It seems like they have reached some kind of cooperation. Lin Fei smiled. Maybe they have a new backer. It won't be long before they make a move. No matter what they do, Lin Fei has nothing to fear. As long as they occupy a limited amount of heaven's will energy, he does not believe that they can overturn the heavens. This is Lin Fei's biggest advantage now. Where did they go? Can you find out? Lin Fei suddenly thought of something and asked. Lin Fei really wanted to know where the mysterious energy went. They disappeared in this starry sky. I can't find any traces of them for the time being. My guess is that they should be on the other side of the starry sky, very far away from us. Lin Fei was slightly startled. The other side of the starry sky? Are you sure? I can only vaguely feel that they are in this starry sky, but they are in a distant position. How far? Little Devil said, with Master's current strength, if you go there, you might need to fly for a few hundred years, and this is also my estimate. With Lin Fei's current strength, using heaven's will energy to drive the power of space, the speed of movement is unimaginable. Even so, it would still take more than a few hundred years, which is really very far. If it was an ordinary god emperor, it would take more than 1,000 years. I should heave a sigh of relief. A few hundred years to come here. By the time I come here, the daylilies would have already dried. Lin Fei can't help but laugh. No wonder they used this method to descend. You better quickly subdue that mysterious energy. In the entire starry sky, except for a limited number of people, almost no one knows that the mysterious energy has descended. They are too good at protecting it. Only Lin Fei put down the surveillance to monitor all the big powers in the divine world. Only then did he know how much mysterious energy has descended this time. They want to support him from all sides. Master, I have subdued it. The next day, when Lin Fei was still eating, the imp sent him good news. So fast. Lin Fei didn't really care about how much destiny energy he had used. Now he could finally reveal his true face. In the secret chamber of the invincible palace, little evil demon shielded the surroundings, not letting any energy leak out, forming an independent existence. In the future, this place will always be open. Lin Fei didn't mind such a small consumption at all. In the secret room, a mass of energy floated. Tell me about yourself. Where are you from? Lin Fei casually said, I want to know the exact purpose. Master, I come from the other side of the galaxy, the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The mysterious energy was completely subdued, and its words were no longer as sharp as before. World of the 33 sacred heavens? This was a very strange world. There was one thing that the little demon had analyzed correctly. They were indeed from the other side of the starry sky. In other words, they were all in the same starry sky. Although Lin Fei had already expected this. They came from the same place. Just from the name, one could tell that they had an extraordinary background. World of the 33 sacred heavens, what kind of place is that? Tell me more about it, the more detailed the better. Lin Fei was excited. This was equivalent to unveiling a whole new place. Phew, so the world of the 33 sacred heavens is so amazing. Lin Fei listened very carefully. The other party was also very detailed. Only after listening did Lin Fei understand the world of the 33 sacred heavens. How terrifying it was. It was a terrifying country. In this part of the starry sky, the strongest existence ruled this part of the starry sky world. It was the undisputed overlord. Any expert from that place would be invincible on this side. Because the world of the 33 sacred heavens had developed to the extreme, even if one's physical strength was weak, they could still use external forces to improve. Lin Fei also knew the origin of this mysterious energy. It was the subordinate of one of the important figures in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Relying on special equipment, he had traveled a long distance to the immortal world to find an agent. Because he had arrived late, he had chosen the mysterious sky world, and Lin Fei just so happened to be the strongest person in the mysterious sky world. Say, if the world of the 33 sacred heavens rules this part of the starry sky world, then why isn't there anyone from them in the immortal world? This was something that Lin Fei was very interested in. A journey of a few hundred years wasn't that long. Since they were so strong, why didn't they set up a stronghold here, station troops and experts and control everything here? Lin Fei felt that there was a problem here. In reply to my lord, because this is the world of the 33 sacred heavens sealed grounds. Lin Fei finally came to a realization. So this part of the starry sky was called the sealed grounds by the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Could it be because you can't enter the sealed grounds personally, and can only use this method? That's right. The power of the heavenly Daos in the sealed area is extremely powerful, forming a sealed area. Once an outsider enters this sealed area, he or she will be mercilessly suppressed by the heavenly Daos. Those who are weak will be directly killed by the heavenly Daos. Only then can they send a portion of their divine sense in, and they can't last for too long. Lin Fei completely understood. My worries were unnecessary. Lin Fei had been worried that they would kill their way here, but now it seemed that this sealed grounds wasn't a bad thing. At least they couldn't enter, and even if they did, they couldn't last for too long. The more Lin Fei asked, the more he learned. Who would have thought that such a huge part of the starry sky was actually a sealed grounds? If word got out, everyone would be shocked and find it hard to believe that it was true. Then why does the world of the 33 sacred heavens interfere with the matters of the sealed grounds? Surely it can't be that you have nothing better to do. Lin Fei quickly asked about the most pressing matter. The God Emperor was controlled by them. The so-called destiny energy actually came from the world of the 33 sacred heavens, and the God Emperor was also nurtured by them. I'm not too sure about this. Rumor has it that only the top figures know. This guy doesn't know this ultimate secret. Lin Fei thought about it again. This seemed very normal. If their subordinates all knew, they wouldn't need to worry so much about a sealed grounds. Lin Fei asked a few more questions and got the little devil to temporarily seal this mysterious energy. It might come in handy in the future. Chapter 2084. An earth-shattering secret shocked Lin Fei. Sealed grounds, world of the 33 sacred heavens. Regardless of who it was, all of them were horrified. If news of this got out, the entire god world would be shaken. No one could imagine that this part of the starry sky was actually sealed and formed into a unique place. There's going to be a good show. Lin Fei's lips curled up into a smile. Keep watching the 10 god dynasties. I think those fellows from world of the 33 sacred heavens will make their move soon, Lin Fei instructed the little devil. What Lin Fei could do now was to keep watch over the 10 god dynasties. Only by keeping everything under control would Lin Fei have no need to worry about world of the 33 sacred heavens. So many years had passed, but no one from world of the 33 sacred heavens had entered this part of the cosmos. That was the best proof. I'll keep watch over the 10 god dynasties immediately. Lin Fei immediately thought of something else. Perhaps the old man who was hunted came from world of the 33 sacred heavens. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Fei felt that there should be no mistake. That person must have come from world of the 33 sacred heavens. Only there could be such a super expert who could make the system warn him. Only a few top people knew about the arrival of people from world of the 33 sacred heavens. The rest did not know about it at all. But for the 10 god dynasties and even some other dynasties, the appearance of the mysterious person made them understand something. Perhaps fighting for the position of God Emperor was no longer an impossible thing. Ever since the rise of the 5 subworlds, the 10 god dynasties had been struggling. They had been suppressed everywhere, especially with the appearance of that damned weapon of destiny. Fight? They couldn't beat them. Give up? They felt that they would give up now. As the subworlds grew stronger and occupied half of the world, the dream of the 10 god dynasties would no longer exist. If they continued to attack, the 10 god dynasties would soon be suppressed to the point where they were at death's door. This was not something they wanted to see. Now they saw hope. True hope. They're here. In the ancient forbidden zone. The supreme demon emperor stood on a mountain peak with his hands behind his back. You guys still came. It seems like the rise of the 5 subworlds has disrupted your plans. Who would have thought that you would have such a day? The supreme devil emperor felt very satisfied. It had been a long time since he had seen them suffer a setback. Didn't you all think that you could control everything? This time around you're going to be disappointed. The supreme demon emperor was an ancient existence who had lived for countless eras. He could sense existences that ordinary people could not sense. For example, the descent of mysterious auras. Although they were well concealed in the eyes of the supreme demon emperor, they were like white lights in the dark night, incomparably dazzling. Tion. Don't disappoint this old man. This old man really wants to see what kind of expression the arrogant bunch of you will have after being defeated by a junior. The powerhouses of the ancient forbidden lands all noticed the arrival of the mysterious aura. No one knew this better than they did. All of them were shocked, but soon after they burst into hearty laughter. Perhaps, there was nothing more worthy of their happiness than this kind of thing. How many years has it been? Even though they were powerful existences in the Forbidden Zone, they were still unable to leave this part of the starry sky, let alone other matters. They were like little birds. Trapped in a place they were destined to be unable to leave. As they appeared, they became even more excited. Even big shots had such a day. Their schemes seemed to pale in comparison to this part of the starry sky. The first Dream God Dynasty. The first Dream God Dynasty Lord couldn't digest the shocking news for a while. That tyrannical aura crushed everything in his path. At that moment he realized how tiny he was. Cooperation? Agent? Under such circumstances, the first Dream God Dynasty Lord had no choice. He didn't even hesitate. He immediately agreed. As long as he sat in that position and controlled an era, cooperation didn't matter. When he became the God Emperor, there would eventually be a way to solve this problem. He would take advantage of this first. The first Dream God Dynasty Lord felt that there was definitely a problem since they couldn't descend with their main bodies. He was much more relieved. A weapon of destiny. Even if it's only a semi-finished product, it can still turn the situation around. The first Dream God Dynasty Lord thought about how the mysterious person would soon send over a weapon of destiny. Just thinking about it made him excited. Without the weapon of destiny, Mu Rendi and the others were nothing. Mu Rendi, your doomsday is coming soon. He appeared so soon? In the secret chamber of the All-Heaven God Dynasty. Old Man Fu had a rare serious expression as he stared at the starry sky outside. You still have to decide to intervene. This old man thought that I could shake everything this time, but I didn't expect someone to be even more powerful than me. Truly amazing. Old Man Fu shook his head. He felt a trace of joy in his heart. This part of the starry sky had been controlled by someone from era to era. This time there was no need for him to cause any waves. Someone was already doing it. I hope you can make those people suffer a huge setback. Old Man Fu closed his eyes again. He seemed to be much more relaxed. The next day, some of the divine dynasties, including the 10 divine dynasties, withdrew their forces and stayed in hiding. Those who didn't know would think that they were afraid of the 5 subworlds. However, that wasn't the case. Mu Rendi and the others didn't know about the mysterious person descending. Their eyes were focused on how to attack. The rulers of the 5 subworlds attacked in a line. They supported each other and had the upper hand. What are they doing? They actually withdrew their forces. Looks like they're afraid. The Nether River Divine Emperor laughed. I didn't expect that there would be a day when they would be afraid of us. We have a strong army now. We can destroy the God dynasties one by one. Even if they join forces, they won't be able to stop the 5 of us. Only Mu Rendi frowned slightly. Don't attack for now. I have an uneasy feeling. Among the 5 subworlds, Mu Rendi of the Hell World was the commander and had great authority. This decision surprised them. Taoist Mu, is there a mistake? They're the ones who are afraid of us now. Why should we worry about them? What can they do now? You said that they're making an altar? Lin Fei didn't go out. With the system, he could monitor the 10 great god dynasties. Lin Fei would know immediately if they made any movements. Ever since Lin Fei learned about the 33 sacred heavens and the sealed world, he had listed the 10 great god dynasties as the key targets of surveillance. Send me the images. As soon as the system screen was turned on, 10 small images appeared. They're really mysterious. They're going to cover the sky and the sea. When he saw the tall altar, Lin Fei knew what they were up to. They're going to open a temporary passage. Maybe those people will help them and send some equipment. The little devil said. Chapter 2085. With half of the divine world under his control, Lin Fei could now fully monitor it. How many destiny points would be consumed? Lin Fei didn't care. Anyway, it was negligible and he wasn't afraid of the consumption at all. After they built the altar, Lin Fei knew what they wanted to do. They were going to replace the equipment soon. Where did they come from? They must be from the 33 sacred heavens. There was no better way to reverse the current situation in the divine world than to increase their strength. And to do so, supplying some weapons of destiny was undoubtedly the best choice. Lin Fei was sure that they were going to send the weapons of destiny to the 10 divine dynasties soon. 18 clones can now come in handy. The 10 divine dynasties retreated to the back. Secretly, he began to build the altar without stopping. In order to build the altar, each divine dynasty gave everything they had. They took out all kinds of supreme-grade materials and threw them into the altar. Almost every divine dynasty did the same. In less than a few days, a huge sacrificial altar was built. The divine dynasties were very secretive. While the altar was being built, the surroundings were guarded by heavenly mandate experts, for fear that anything would go wrong. In order to complete the construction of the altar, the divine dynasties went all out. When it was finished, the altar was so tightly sealed that not even a mosquito could get in. They really spent a lot of money. On a mountain peak of the Dream God Dynasty, which was the closest to the altar, Lin Fei, dressed in black, stood on the peak. The surveillance was turned on, and everything around the altar was in Lin Fei's sight. The huge altar was hundreds of feet high, and it was made of supreme-grade materials. Fortunately, they had a strong foundation so they could afford to build it. I wonder what kind of good equipment you will send this time. After they finished building the altar, Lin Fei came in person. Lin Fei had arranged for people from all the 10 divine dynasties. After occupying half of the divine dynasties, Lin Fei would not let the 10 divine dynasties turn the tables and destroy their ceremony this time. This was the best choice. It would be best if he could plunder some weapons of destiny. Lin Fei wanted to know if there was any difference between the weapons of destiny created by his system and their weapons of destiny. According to the system's calculations, after the altar was built, it would be activated immediately. He's here. The Dream Dynasty Lord did not know that the altar he was building was already being monitored. To build the altar. First Dream Dynasty Lord was going all out. Are you ready? Meng Yichao asked his subordinates calmly. In truth, Dream 1 Dynasty Lord was extremely nervous. He couldn't help but feel nervous. It was related to turning the current situation around. The first Dream Dynasty Lord did not think that he would be the only one receiving help. The earlier he built the altar, the earlier he would receive help. According to the orders of the Imperial Lord, everything has been prepared. Meng Wan waved his hand. Then let's begin. The altar was very high. At the peak of the altar was a huge platform. Meng Yichao stepped onto the platform and stood at the peak. Open. At this moment, the altar and the first Dream Dynasty seemed to have become one. There was no difference between them. The first Dream Dynasty Lord sent out a mysterious mark, and a giant hole appeared in the space not far away. This hole wasn't big, but with the help of the altar, it became bigger and bigger. Throw it in. The Dynasty Lord gave the order. The person at the back threw out a treasure. It turned out to be a treasure used to trap people. The moment the treasure was opened, a dense number of people fell down. These people fell into the hole. Ping ping ping. As they fell in, the entire hole turned into a giant blood-colored whirlpool. This is a sacrifice. Lin Fei was slightly shocked. The first Dream Dynasty Lord was really willing to do anything, to actually use Celestials as a blood sacrifice. They are using the power of Celestials to connect to the outside. However, this tunnel can't last for long, it can only last for a short period of time. Lin Fei frowned. He was unhappy with such actions. Although he was unhappy, he didn't decide to stop them. The blood sacrifice lasted for around an hour. During this period, tens of millions of Celestials were sacrificed. The same scene was happening in the other divine dynasties monitored by the system. In order to turn the situation around, these people would do anything. However, in the divine realm, which had a huge population, Celestials were the most worthless. Tens of millions of Celestials were really nothing. It's about to start. Lin Fei kept staring. Whoosh. Half an hour after the blood sacrifice, the tunnel completely stabilized and a terrifying aura came from the other side. The first Dream Dynasty Lord heaved a sigh of relief. Using Celestials as a blood sacrifice could be considered ruthless. It didn't matter how many Celestials were sacrificed. It's coming? The first Dream Dynasty Lord stared at the tunnel. According to that person, once the tunnel was opened, it wouldn't last for long. When it completely stabilized, the other side would send over equipment. First was a Heavenly Mandate battle armor. It was completely white and flew out of the tunnel. Seeing this white Heavenly Mandate battle armor, the first Dream Dynasty Lord finally smiled. Haha, this is great. The first Dream Dynasty Lord knew what this was. The Heavenly Mandate battle armor with terrifying defense. Master, according to my analysis, this Heavenly Mandate battle armor will have 40 times the defense, the little demon said. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. Not bad, it's the Heavenly Mandate battle armor with 40 times the defense. It can block Mu Rendi's attack. Master, do you want to destroy it now, or? With Lin Fei's current strength, the Purple Moon Sacred Saber could easily break the tunnel. Lin Fei didn't want to do that now. It was meaningless. The Heavenly Mandate battle armor was soon in the first Dream Dynasty Lord's hands. That was already very tempting. However, what the first Dream Dynasty Lord cared about the most was the Heavenly Mandate weapon. That was the key. As long as he had it, he could fight Mu Rendi and the others and even reverse the situation. It's coming. Behind the Heavenly Mandate battle armor, the sound of metal clashing came from the tunnel. A chill surged from the tunnel. Great. 5 Heavenly Mandate weapons appeared in the first Dream Dynasty Lord's vision. Wow, there are actually 5 of them. Quick, analyze them for me. Lin Fei was also secretly surprised. 5 Heavenly Mandate weapons were enough to reverse the situation. At the very least, they could maintain an invincible position and maintain the situation. I've analyzed it. The strongest one has a 50 times increase in power. The other 4 have a 30 times increase. Lin Fei thought that the 33 sacred heavens would give him 100 times increase in power. He didn't expect it to only be a 50 times increase. Master, this is already very good. The little demon smiled. It's so good to give it all at once. Maybe the Heavenly Mandate weapon over there doesn't have a very high increase in power. Not very high? Impossible. Lin Fei didn't expect the little demon to analyze it like this. Chapter 2086. Lin Fei was a little disappointed. 50 times? What was this? If the people of the 33 sacred heavens knew about this, they would probably vomit blood. You really have a Heavenly Mandate weapon that can increase one's power by 100 times. Help me change the lens. Soon, Lin Fei had a clear view of the situation in the other divine dynasties. Soon he had the results. After reading it, Lin Fei shook his head. He was very disappointed. The strongest heavenly mandate weapon could only increase one's power by 50 times, not 100 times like he had imagined. It should be because the seal here is too strong. Even they can't send a better one over. Or they don't want to give it so much in one go. Lin Fei felt that it made sense. No matter what the reason is, the good equipment that came to my door is now mine. It's still here. Outside the peerless divine dynasty, Old Man Fu's eyes were like lightning as he stared at one of the stars. It's time to make a move. A heavenly mandate weapon can increase my strength by a lot. Boom. Old Man Fu's palm covered the sky as he punched out. The attack was locked on the passage. Boom. 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 The punch hit the passage. The body of the person on the altar shook, and the passage also shook. The peerless divine dynasty lord was furious. The punch was too fast and he couldn't block it. He took out the fragment of the heavenly mandate weapon and threw it at the other party. Old Man Fu was dressed in black. He stepped on the air and charged over. No one could stop him. The dense heavenly mandate energy turned into a huge wave and swept across everyone. The experts of the peerless divine dynasty were all sent flying. Boom. A huge finger came from the passage. Obviously, the other party also knew that someone was trying to steal it. You can't do it. Old Man Fu snorted and threw a punch. The entire passage shook and began to become unstable. Quick, sacrifice and stabilize the passage. The peerless divine dynasty lord was also sent flying by the heavenly mandate energy. How could there be an expert of this level in the divine world? That old man actually appeared. Before Lin Fei could make a move, Little Devil sent a notification. The scene changed and he recognized the black-robed old man. Looks like he can't help it either. Lin Fei knew a few clues. This old man Black Ao. He should be from the 33 sacred heavens. Arrange for our people to leave. Lin Fei had little interest in the weapon of destiny. The purpose of this trip was none other than to prevent them from increasing their strength. They wanted to suppress their strength. Now that Old Man Fu had made a move, Lin Fei didn't plan to go to the peerless celestial dynasty's side. Even if the people from the peerless celestial dynasty made a move, they wouldn't be able to stop Old Man Fu's attack. It's my turn now. Boom. With a wave of the purple moon sacred saber, the saber light was like a long river, instantly blasting the huge passageway. Instability began to appear. Damn it. Mengi roared. He looked around and said, kill them. You must block them. With just one saber, Dream One Dynasty Lord knew how terrifying Lin Fan was. With just one saber, the passageway became unstable. The terrifying saber light aura caused Dream One Dynasty Lord's body to tremble uncontrollably. Bam bam bam. Another saber radiance came crashing down. The experts from Dream One God Dynasty were instantly sliced in half, turning into corpses that fell from the sky. Lin Fei continued to attack from afar. 80 times increase in strength. As expected, it is amazing. One saber from afar caused Dream One Dynasty Lord to spit out 3 liters of blood. Come here. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed towards the weapon of destiny in the passageway. Bastard, this is mine. Dream One Dynasty Lord's destiny battle armor activated the weapon of destiny fragment to try to block him. Scram. The saber light swept out. Dream One Dynasty Lord couldn't dodge and was swept away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into a mountain range. Lin Fei controlled half of the heaven's mandate energy. How could a single attack from him be blocked by the Dream Dynasty Lord? Hong. Just as he was about to collect the weapon of destiny, a roar came from the passageway, showing that it was extremely furious. You dare to move. The roar was filled with endless rage. At the same time, a huge finger went straight for Lin Fei on the mountain peak. You're just a will. Who do you think you are? Lin Fei was unmoved by this angry voice. He slashed out 3 times with the purple moon sacred saber, each more terrifying than the last. The huge finger was cut off. Collect. Lin Fei opened his mouth and sucked, sucking in all the shattered energy. It's that person again. At the same time, Old Man Fu blocked the opponent's counterattack and snatched the weapon of destiny in the passageway. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed the situation from the other side. So powerful. He broke the opponent's attack with 3 slashes. Old Man Fu moved quickly and soon stood in a starry sky, watching the battle outside the Dream One God Dynasty. Is this person also from that place? Old Man Fu narrowed his eyes. Looks like I should go talk to him. I was alone, but now I have a companion. Oh. When Lin Fei launched his attack, a battle also broke out in the other god dynasties. Someone from Reverse Kill? That's amazing. Very quickly, Old Man Fu noticed another situation. Battles were erupting everywhere. Wow, there are so many weapons of destiny. Old Man Fu was experienced and knowledgeable, but no one knew better than him that there was not a single complete weapon of destiny in this starry sky. There were only a certain number of fragments. But now, Old Man Fu felt that he was really old. Good, they're going to be disappointed again. Old Man Fu turned and left. The huge movement in the divine world was noticed by the top figures. When they saw the battle, they all gasped. Those black-robed people were too powerful. Each of them was holding a weapon of destiny, and they actually blocked the attack from that side. The battle was fast and swift. They attacked with lightning speed, not giving the other side time to react. The whole battle did not last long. The people of the God Dynasty could only watch them leave. No one dared to stop them. After all, the weapons in their hands were not for show. These people left as quickly as they came. My weapon of destiny. Soon, sharp roars came from the divine world. It wasn't just one voice, it was one after another, and all of them were filled with endless grievances. The weapon of destiny was right in front of them, but it was taken away by an outsider. There was nothing more tragic than this. Good harvest. After defeating the counterattack with 3 slashes, Lin Fei put away the weapon of destiny and absorbed a part of the destiny energy. He quickly left the Dream One God Dynasty and returned to the Invincible Palace. This time he robbed a total of 11 God Dynasties. Chapter 2087. Although the sacrificial altar built by the Divine Dynasties was not destroyed, it did not last long. Especially when the enemy's energy surged in, the passage collapsed in a short time. That night many people were furious. Spies were sent out to find out who had done it. In the end, the mastermind focused on the Counterkill organization. This was the most mysterious faction in the Divine Realm. Even now, no one knew who the leader of the Counterkill organization was. They had appeared without a trace. Originally, the Divine Dynasties and Divine Dynasties had wanted to use this opportunity to increase their strength and crush the other party in one go. Everyone was dumbfounded that the weapons of destiny had been stolen. Neither of them could laugh. Everyone looked like they were about to cry. They hated the Counterkill organization to the bone. Even though they knew that the Counterkill organization had supported the 5 subworlds and made them like the sun at high noon, and that the strength they had displayed made them wary, they did not think it was that scary after the mysterious person's support. Only after this night's attack did they realize how strong the other party was. A total of 40 to 50 weapons of destiny had been stolen. When another piece of news came that the Divine Dynasties ranked lower than the top 10 had not been robbed, the leaders of the 10 Divine Dynasties were completely furious. They hurriedly called for a meeting to discuss the serious consequences of this incident. 43 in total. Not bad. At this time, all the weapons of destiny were placed in front of Lin Fei. Analyze it for me. With the system, Lin Fei had to calculate the situation in the world of the 33 holy heavens. He could not do it himself, but he had the system. As long as the system was there, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. After spending a certain amount of destiny points, Lin Fei received the latest analysis report on the world of the 33 holy heavens. I just analyzed it. These weapons of destiny came from the hands of a grandmaster, and their quality is pretty good. They are relatively exquisite. Then, I calculate that the strongest weapon of destiny in the world of the 33 holy heavens should have a 500-fold increase in power. In theory, this result should have an 80% chance of success. Lin Fei blinked. The strongest is a 500-fold increase? That doesn't sound like much. If those people knew, they would probably vomit blood and curse crazily. You're just a junior, so how would you know how terrifying a 500-fold amplification is? Lin Fei currently had the Purple Moon Holy Saber in his hands, which was amplified by 80 times. In his opinion, a 500 times increase in power was actually nothing much. It was just that. Of course it's nothing much. In front of me, a mere 500 times increase in power is just a joke. Little Evil Demon said complacently. Master, your current Purple Moon Holy Blade is 80 times more powerful. Now, with these authentic Heavens Will weapons, I can increase the power of Master's Purple Moon Holy Blade by 100 times. We should thank them for sending us the Heavens Will weapons. Ah. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the 100-fold increase in power. The power of the previous slash had directly broken through the defenses of the altar. It was a true attack of a monarch descending upon the world. At least in this world it was very useful. Then increase the power of the Purple Moon Holy Saber to 100 times. As for the remaining weapons of destiny, Lin Fei wasn't interested in them. With the real weapons of destiny in front of him, the system could safely calculate them. Then, he would be able to create a heavenly mandate weapon that was 100 times more powerful. This night's work was not in vain. After this night, the position of the 10 god dynasties began to waver. 3 months later, the War of the Divine Dynasties broke out, and the Divine Dynasties ranked behind the top 10 broke out. The god dynasties behind the top 10 launched an offensive against the 10 god dynasties. With the weapons of destiny in their hands, they launched a powerful offensive. Most of the forces of the 10 god dynasties were swept away, and they had no choice but to hide. This made the lords of the 10 god dynasties gnash their teeth. It was all because of that detestable organization, Counterkill. If it wasn't for the night attack, would they be like this now? They should have been the ones showing off their strength. Although he hated them, he now hoped that the mysterious man would appear again and bring them benefits. The overall strength of the god dynasties behind the top 10 had improved a lot. They didn't launch an attack on the territories of the 5 subworlds. Instead, they launched an attack on the 10 god dynasties, forcing them to keep shrinking, and even to the point where they were at the gates. With the 40 times increase of the weapons of destiny, it was enough to suppress the current 10 god dynasties. Just when everyone thought that the 10 god dynasties were about to change dynasties, the destiny list in the sky actually made a move. One after another, Jingguang descended on the 10 god dynasties and enveloped them, forming a powerful shield that forced the god dynasties to retreat. The whole divine world was in an uproar again. *CK This is cheating. Lin Fei was very happy to see that the 10 god dynasties were about to be defeated. The destiny list actually sent Jingguang down to protect the 10 god dynasties. Lin Fei was very unhappy with this kind of behavior. Everyone knew that the 10 god dynasties wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Master, the destiny list should be a very extraordinary treasure that can resist the influence of this starry sky. The 10 god dynasties are destined to compete for the destiny of destiny. In other words, they have luck and the destiny list is their luck. As long as the destiny list exists, those god dynasties can't attack it. The little demon explained. If they are lucky. Lin Fei snorted. Even with the protection of the destiny list, it won't be that easy for them to compete for the destiny of destiny. In 3 months, the power of Lin Fei's Violet Moon Sacred Blade had increased by 100 times. Of course, it consumed a large number of destiny points. At the same time, he also had the Heavenly Mandate Battle Armor, which had 100 times the defense, which finally allowed Lin Fei to save some destiny points. Most of the Divine World's territory was in his hands. As long as he fought steadily and seized 20 to 30% of it, even if he had the weapons of destiny, they wouldn't be able to display their full power. At this time, those who were observant would discover that the destiny energy of the divine world was shrinking rapidly. Every time it was consumed, it was not easy to replenish it. Since he's here, why hide? Suddenly, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and slashed at the void with the Violet Moon Sacred Blade. He sneered. Young man, what a temper. This slash caused a person to appear in the void. The corner of the person's eyes kept twitching. The small square shield in front of him also showed traces of cracks. The person who came was especially heartache. Someone is sneaking around, how can I not be angry? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth slightly rose. He was no stranger to the person who came. It was that dangerous person. Old Man Fu's heart trembled at this moment. His gaze landed on the purple long blade. Dao friend Di Tian, you are really young and promising. Just based on this move of yours, no one in this starry sky can compare to you. Congratulations. Chapter 2088. What a joke, in the profound sky world, even top-notch experts couldn't hide from Little Devil's surveillance. From the moment the old man snuck in, Little Devil had already informed Lin Fei. It could be said that his every move was under surveillance and it was impossible to spy on him. Coincidentally, when the old man was not far away, Lin Fei launched an attack. He took out the Purple Moon Sacred Blade and attacked with his strongest attack, chasing the old man out. Haha, I like what you said. Since you know that I'm so powerful and you still dare to spy on me, I feel that your words are fake. Lin Fei said unyieldingly. Old Man Fu frowned and thought to himself, this brat is really arrogant. If it was in the past, whoever dared to say such words would have died under his hands. Of course he was an exception now. Fellow Taoist Di Tian must be joking, Old Man Fu said awkwardly. When he came in previously, he was indeed prepared to spy on Di Tian, who knew that before he could stand still, he would be forced out by the other party, and the treasure in his hand would be damaged. That was a heartache. Sit. Lin Fei threw out 2 chairs, pulled out one for himself and swaggered down. Old Man Fu pulled a chair over and sat down. I really didn't expect you to be the mysterious person behind the scenes. It's really shocking and completely different from what I imagined. Lin Fei never thought that he was well hidden. Among the limited number of experts, they could definitely find him based on the clues he left behind. Without a doubt, Old Man Fu was one of them. It just came a little faster than he had expected. I'm quite satisfied that you can say that, Lin Fei said with a smile. Since you've seen the person, say what you have to say. Everyone is busy. Old Man Fu didn't expect the other party to be so direct. Busy? Who doesn't know that you're in the profound sky world and you're still busy? Especially after Old Man Fu found out that Kill was closely related to Di Tian. Old Man Fu knew. This Di Tian was more terrifying than he had imagined. Right now, the entire situation in the divine world was under Di Tian's control. Old Man Fu knew that he wouldn't be able to do something like this, especially for the experts that he had groomed. All of them were absolute powerhouses in this part of the starry sky. With heavenly mandate weapons in their hands, they could sweep through almost everything. You're very direct. You do have the right to speak like that. If it was someone else, Elder Fu might have probed, but Di Tian was different. All of this was unnecessary. This old man wants to cooperate with fellow Taoist. I wonder if fellow Taoist is interested? Tell me about it, Lin Fei said casually. I hope that you can give the position of Celestial Emperor to me. Old Fu looked at Lin Fei passionately. Lin Fei chuckled and said, Senior, you must be joking. I'm just a nameless junior. What qualifications do I have to say such words? Moreover, it's about deciding the position of a God Emperor. The little devil suddenly said in his ear, Master, this old man is very agitated. He probably values the position of God Emperor very much. Excited? It seems like the position of God Emperor is hiding many secrets. Lin Fei thought to himself. It wasn't without reason that the world of the 33 sacred heavens valued it so much. Fellow Taoist, we all know that half of the God realm has fallen into your hands. They're just struggling at death's door. What's more, you have the most powerful force in your hands. Even I have to concede defeat. If fellow Taoist goes all out and chases the representative of the world of the 33 sacred heavens out, the position of God Emperor will definitely belong to you. Lin Fei indeed had the ability to do that. After knowing about the world of the 33 sacred heavens, Lin Fei didn't intend to do it this way. Now that someone jumped out and wanted the position of God Emperor, it was perfect. Lin Fei couldn't feign ignorance since he had already said it so bluntly. There was no need. The old man in front of him wasn't an ordinary person. He was one of the few dangerous people in this part of the starry sky. If he hadn't shown the purple moon's sacred blade at the start and left a deep impression on the other party, perhaps the old man wouldn't have spoken so politely. The position of God Emperor is a piece of cake for Senior. As for those two dangerous people, there's no need for Senior to worry about them. Now that the 10 God dynasties are no longer a threat, Senior can make your move. Lin Fei knew that the old man was testing him. Since he had done so, he didn't mind throwing out some words. Do you really think I don't know anything? What a joke. Elder Fu was shocked. He confirmed that this person was from the world of the 33 sacred heavens just like him. He just didn't know which faction he belonged to. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, since you already know, I might as well say it directly. Elder Fu's expression was solemn. I hope you can help me get rid of those two. After we're done, I'll share everything on Mountain God Emperor with you. Old Man Fu knew that he couldn't kill the two of them by himself. If he had Di Tian's help, he had a higher chance of success. Even if he obtained the position of God Emperor in the future, he still had to deal with this mysterious Di Tian. Mountain God Emperor, is this the objective of the world of the 33 sacred heavens? Lin Fei thought. He knew that the old man was trying to drag him down with him. I can't make a decision on such an important matter. I need to think about it. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Lin Fei said after pondering. I understand. I'll come back in 3 days. Elder Fu didn't think that he had an answer now. Next time, don't be sneaky. Not everyone has a better temper than me. Lin Fei smiled. There's no news about Mountain God Emperor? After the old man left, Lin Fei started to search for news about Mountain God Emperor. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find any news about Mountain God Emperor. It was as if it never existed. Looks like Mountain God Emperor is more mysterious than I imagined. Could it only be opened by God Emperors? Lin Fei guessed. Should he agree to cooperate? According to the system's analysis, if Master cooperates with that person, you will get 60% of the benefits. However, there's also a certain risk. Little Fiend whispered. 60% of the benefits? Lin Fei was tempted. After finding out about the world of the 33 holy heavens and that this part of the galaxy was a sealed land, Lin Fei knew how powerful the unknown enemy was. If they knew that he was the mastermind behind this, it wouldn't be easy to imagine what kind of revenge they would unleash. I'll get my revenge sooner or later. Let's talk about it after I take over Mountain God Emperor. Lin Fei was quite bold. After guessing their true intentions, he decided to go crazy for once. The old man dared to say it out loud because he believed that Lin Fei was from the 33 sacred heavens. Hence, Lin Fei didn't mind cooperating with him. It's decided then. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He immediately made his decision. Chapter 2089. 3 days later. Elder Fu came again. After suffering the loss last time, he didn't dare to sneak up again. The power of the Purple Moon's sacred saber wasn't that easy to defend against. This time, Elder Fu came directly. Lin Fei came out to welcome him personally, which was considered giving him some face. What's your decision? Old man Fu was indeed worried and nervous. He had to be nervous. If Lin Fan didn't agree, Elder Fu wouldn't be confident if he didn't have a helper in this situation. Di Tian was an unexpected situation. An existence that couldn't be easily killed. If there was a way, Elder Fu wouldn't use this method. Since he wasn't as strong as Di Tian, he had to consider it seriously. I want 70% of the benefits on Mount God Emperor. Although Lin Fei agreed, it didn't mean that he would agree to it. No way. Elder Fu shook his head. 50% is already a lot. 70%? Wouldn't I have done all this for nothing? Lin Fei sneered. The more excited you are, the more it means that the things on Mount God Emperor are good stuff, and the more I understand the importance of Mount God Emperor. Since Senior said so, you can go alone. I won't interfere. Lin Fei said lazily. Anyway, I know what's on Mount God Emperor. Elder Fu liked Di Tian's way of threatening him and he wanted to say something. He wanted to say something but he couldn't say anything at this moment. Am I going alone? Although he had snatched some Heaven's Will weapons before, the quantity was far less than what Di Tian had, and he was also the scapegoat. Now those people were suspecting that he had stolen the Heaven's Will weapons, and the enemies were also looking for him. This was why Elder Fu had no choice but to come. Knowing that Di Tian took the Destiny weapons, Elder Fu couldn't say it out loud. Di Tian wouldn't admit it and he would be the scapegoat. Someone as shameless as Di Tian. It was Elder Fu's first time meeting such a person. You know the importance of the things on Mount God Emperor, and you should know how much 70% is. Forgive me for not agreeing. Elder Fu was slightly angered. Lin Fei shrugged. 70%, not a single cent less. Otherwise I don't mind doing it myself. It might be troublesome but I can handle it myself. Whoosh! The Purple Moon's sacred saber landed in Lin Fei's hand, flickering with a cold light. Xiao 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 xiao. Around Lin Fei, numerous figures appeared from the void and locked onto Old Fu with killing intent. Each of them held a heavenly fate weapon in their hands. There were more than 10 super experts wielding weapons of destiny. I know that Senior is very powerful, but I still have the confidence to eliminate you. Lin Fei sneered, his fingers brushing past the Purple Moon sacred saber. Senior, what do you think? Elder Fu's face darkened. You win. After some thought, Old Fu knew that he couldn't resist this powerful force. Di Tian wasn't easy to deal with, especially under such circumstances. If they really fought, the loser would definitely be him. The power of Di Tian's heavenly mandate weapon was extremely terrifying. Who asked me to have more people than you? Besides, if you want to kill those 2 people without my help, do you think you can succeed? Lin Fei smiled. Elder Fu didn't have anything else to say now. Alright, now we can discuss how to deal with them. In one of the divine dynasties in the divine world. It wasn't ranked high but it was still ranked 18th. It usually didn't show its strength. After the surrounding divine dynasties were annexed, it had kept a low profile. It must be Elder Fu who did it. That guy is really powerful. He has such a powerful force under his control without anyone knowing. In the divine dynasty, 2 people, one in black and one in white, were sitting. They had seen the recent situation, but unfortunately, Elder Fu was elusive, and they couldn't find his whereabouts. Elder Fu is quite ruthless this time. He instantly knocked down the top 10 divine dynasties and supported the divine dynasties ranked lower than the top 10. In such a short time, the power of the top 10 divine dynasties was completely suppressed. I wonder what Elder Fu plans to do next. We still underestimated Elder Fu. So many years have passed, generation after generation. Boom. Suddenly, the divine dynasty they were in shook violently. A blade light slashed at the palace where they were. The 2 of them soared into the sky. Hey Wuxia, by Wuxia, weren't you looking for me? I'm here now. Elder Fu's clones sent out thousands of blade lights toward the two of them. The two of them were brothers. Hey Wuxia laughed. Elder Fu, it's not easy. After so many years, I've never seen you take the initiative to attack. However, can you do it? He took out a pair of golden gloves and put them on. Then he punched the blade lights head on. A large number of blade lights were shattered, and he pounced at Elder Fu like a leopard. Let me see if you've improved after so many years. He grabbed with one hand and an eagle soared into the sky, heading straight for Elder Fu's body. In the distant sky, Lin Fei kept watching. As expected of a super dangerous person, his strength is boundless. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The purple moon sacred blade was also in his hand. Sneak over. Both of them were super experts, almost invincible in this part of the universe. If Lin Fei wanted to seriously injure or even kill them, he needed to win by surprise. That way he could save a lot of destiny points. This was also what Lin Fei and Elder Fu had discussed. It wasn't difficult to find the two's location. As soon as Elder Fu and the Black and White Veil fought, the entire Divine Dynasty collapsed. A terrifying aura spread throughout the Divine world. Many Divine Dynasty lords appeared in the sky and looked at the battlefield. When he saw how the three of them were exuding a horrifying aura with every single one of their attacks, he could no longer remain calm. Goosebumps rose all over his body. No matter how far they were, they could still feel the terrifying aura. They couldn't suppress it. Too terrifying. Who are those three people? Why are there three terrifying experts like them in this world? No matter who it was, their expressions were almost the same. This aura was too terrifying. The three of them destroyed a divine dynasty in a moment. Then one of them rushed out of the divine world and entered the starry sky. The black and white figures chased after him. Elder Fu, you can't run away. Lin Fei followed them quietly. Hehe, let's see what you can do when you don't have much destiny energy left. Lin Fei's plan was simple. He wanted Elder Fu to consume their energy. In this part of the starry sky, 60% of the destiny energy was absorbed and controlled by Lin Fei. The remaining ones were few and far between. They might not be able to experience it during normal times, but it was very difficult to absorb the destiny energy during a battle. Chapter 2090. The three of them fought and soon arrived outside the starry sky. The black muslin and white muslin were very good at fighting together. One in the front, one in the back, they unleashed waves of heaven's will energy that shook the starry sky. The dynasty lords of the divine world couldn't help but be shocked. The three of them spread out in a circle, and that area became a starry sky of death. If anyone were to recklessly barge in at this time, there would only be one outcome: to be killed on the spot by the heaven's will energy. Even the Grand Luo immortals could only watch helplessly. Old Man Fu, just accept your fate. The black gauze's attacks were overbearing, and the gloves on his hands unleashed a terrifying might. Even though I don't know why you're here, it doesn't matter. As long as you're dead, your men won't be able to cause any trouble. Bai Wuxia took advantage of the opportunity and placed her palm on Old Man Fu's shoulder, sending him flying. Old Man Fu coughed out a mouthful of blood that flowed down the corner of his mouth. Why isn't Di Tian making a move yet? Elder Fu grumbled in his heart. According to the plan they had agreed upon, he would personally lead them into the starry sky. Then the two of them would join forces to kill the Black and White Veil Saint. It was different from what they had agreed on. Old Fu was under a lot of pressure. Although he was grumbling in his heart, Old Fu still gritted his teeth and continued to circulate the heavenly will energy in his body. He could not lose to these two. You want to kill this old man? You can't. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Old Fu had thousands of clones and the starry sky was filled with them. It was a black mass that crushed towards the black and white veil. Lin Fei stealthily came over. Little Devil was also monitoring the destiny energy in their bodies. Master, the black crow yarn only has 30% of heaven's will left, while the white crow yarn has 40%. Well done. Lin Fei was very satisfied. I told you to release your ultimate moves. You'll regret it later. Lin Fei didn't believe that they had stored enough destiny energy. At the very least, they wouldn't have the same amount of energy as him. I'll attack you first. Lin Fei stared at Heisha. This guy was quite strong. The purple moon sacred saber was already in Xiao Chen's hands. He only needed one opportunity to severely injure the Black Veil Saint. That's right, activate the shielding function later and block this place. I don't want to be exposed so soon. No problem. The three of them exchanged blows for a short while. The mandate of heaven's mandate in his body was being consumed very quickly. Its might was also not as great as before. Good chance. Lin Fei yelled. He decisively chose to attack when the Black Veil Saint was attacking Elder Fu. Whoosh. First, the system was blocked. The entire starry sky was quickly blocked. The onlooker's spiritual senses collided with an invisible layer of existence. Everything in front of him disappeared. Kill? A domineering and sharp blade appeared in a strange manner and slashed at the Black Veil Saint's body. A massive amount of heaven's will energy surged out. Bang. Although the Black Veil Saint was prepared, he did not expect that the intruder would be so ferocious. His whole body was sent flying, and his entire arm flew out with blood flowing out. Do it. 19 black-robed men appeared out of thin air, each holding a purple moon saber. They surrounded by Wuxia. Phew. They're finally here. Old Fu heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Wuxia, today is the day you die. Old Fu sneered as he looked at Bai Wuxia, who was surrounded, and chased after Hei Wuxia. Bai Wuxia was stunned. The intruder's attacks were too domineering and every strike was fatal. He was forced into a defensive state. Even so, wounds were left on his body in the blink of an eye, and blood was flowing out. Soon Bai Wuxia felt that something was wrong. He did not have time to replenish his heaven's will energy. There did not seem to be any heaven's will energy in this starry sky. Even if there was, it was only a trace and there was no time to replenish it. What the hell? Sir, who are you? Bai Wuxia's body quickly returned to normal. He had used up a large amount of heaven's will energy. He had never imagined that he could break through his body's defense with a single strike. I'm someone who wants your life. Lin Fei held the purple moon sacred saber in his hand and soared down, creating a saber-like rainbow. He slashed at the Black Veil Saint. Feeling the threatening aura of the saber, the Black Veil Saint's heart sank. Damn old Fu. Where did he find this helper? Why don't I know about this starry sky? Why does this person exist? Clang. A square shield blocked in front of him. Crack. With just one strike, the square shield exploded into pieces. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fei slashed out 3 more times. Each strike was more ferocious than the previous. The saber flashed with unparalleled might. BFFF, BFFF, BFFF. The 3 strikes landed on the Black Veil Saint's body, and his powerful body was instantly severed into 3 pieces. How can he be so powerful? Old Fu, who had caught up, was shocked. Back then, Di Tian had damaged his treasure with a single strike, so he was rather fearful. Now that he had witnessed it, he realized that Di Tian was more terrifying than he had imagined. What kind of expert was the Black Veil Saint? Even if he had used up a lot of his heaven's will energy, he should have been able to block Di Tian's attack. But now his body had been severed in 3 strikes. Whoosh. After his body reformed, the Black Veil Saint's face was pale. Those 3 strikes are too terrifying. Even if the Black Veil Saint pushed his heaven's will energy to the limit, he could not block Di Tian's attack. Di Tian's strength was boundlessly domineering, and he had crushed all resistance. He had never seen such a powerful person. Go. After a short exchange, the Black Veil Saint understood that he was not Di Tian's match. F***ck, he ran away just like that. Lin Fei was slightly startled. You're a super expert, alright? This doesn't fit with the development of the plot. Master, you still don't know? Now that you control half of the divine world, you also control a huge amount of heaven's will energy. Who can block the attack of Master's purple moon sacred saber? That's really the case. Lin Fei came back to his senses. Whoosh. A saber radiance swept towards the Black Veil Saint like a silver river. Here it comes again. The Black Veil Saint turned around and activated his heaven's will weapon. When it collided with the saber radiance, a small part of it was shattered, and the remaining part remained unmoved. In such a short period of time, the saber radiance swept up and landed on his body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Black Veil Saint immediately felt that something was wrong. The heaven's will energy in his body was shattered, and he could not condense it for a short period of time. The heaven's will energy in his body was extremely domineering, and it forcefully shattered every part of his body. In terms of heaven's will energy, Lin Fei's saber radiance was extremely terrifying. It was not something that the Black Veil Saint could break. It would be fine if he was at his peak, but not now. Whoosh. Another saber radiance swept over and landed on the Black Veil Saint's body. The saber radiance wrapped around the Black Veil Saint's body tightly. Even if the Black Veil Saint kept attacking, his strength could not keep up, and he could not break the saber radiance. How is it? Not bad, right? Lin Fei said to Elder Fu, who had caught up to him. This is still not enough? You still want to do that? Elder Fu smiled bitterly in his heart. You're already so powerful, and you're lucky that I didn't have any ideas about you. Chapter 2091. Number 1. Lin Fei quite liked it. As he occupied more and more territories, the energy towers started to appear all over the place. He accumulated more and more destiny points. With the addition of the Purple Moon Sacred Blade's power, it was no exaggeration to say that he was the number one. You're flattering me. There was no one who didn't want to hear good things. Lin Fei liked to hear good things too. The strength of this super dangerous expert disappointed Lin Fei. He wasn't as scary as he had imagined. Why did the system warn him that he was in danger? Elder Fu, I didn't expect you to find such a powerful helper. I have underestimated you. Black Gauze, who was entangled by the saber ray, stopped struggling. However, since you've made your move, I'll kill you here today even if I have to sacrifice everything. Elder Fu's expression changed. You're crazy. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the Black Gauze Saint's body erupted with a tyrannical aura. Bang. 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 The blade radiance on the Black Gauze Saint's body shattered. The Black Gauze Saint's aura continued to rise and soon reached a shocking limit. Master, be careful. This guy's strength has exceeded the limit of this starry sky. Little Devil quickly warned. At this time, the Black Veil Saint's body emitted a sharp aura. His thick heavens will energy created endless gales that whistled in all directions. The entire starry sky was blown into a broken sack riddled with holes. Ah, power that I haven't seen in a long time. The Black Gauze Saint revealed an expression of enjoyment. He squinted his eyes. When he opened them again, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Although I only have 50 breaths of time, it's enough to kill all of you on the spot. Lin Fei knew that the situation was bad. Old man, what did he do? Why did his strength increase so quickly? Elder Fu had a strange expression, but he didn't think too much about it. He explained, they are from the 33 sacred heavens. This is a sealed world. Their strength is suppressed to the God Emperor realm. We are from the outside world, so our strength will be sealed. The Black Gauze Saint has unsealed his strength and reached the God Emperor realm. However, he can only last for 50 breaths of time. After 50 breaths of time, the heavenly Tao will kill him on the spot. God Emperor realm? Lin Fei finally understood. Die you too. After removing the seal on his power, although he was only at the Emperor God realm, it was enough to kill the two people in front of him. The Black Gauze Saint was very satisfied with the Purple Moon Sacred Saber in the black-robed man's hand. It could increase his power by 100 times. The Black Veil Saint made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a powerful surge of heavens will energy shot out towards the two of them. The moment this power appeared, the two of them immediately felt a terrifying aura suppressing them. The surrounding space distorted. Is this the power of an Emperor God? Compared to Elder Fu's change in expression, Lin Fei wasn't that afraid. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. It's nothing much. At this moment, Lin Fei's momentum was already established. He had accumulated a massive amount of heaven's will energy, so he wasn't afraid of the Black Veil's attack. Good timing. Lin Fei bellowed and waved the Purple Moon Sacred Saber. The saber light slashed over and struck the 5 tyrannical heavens mandate powers. This slash only caused the other party to tremble slightly. It's useless, all of you will die today. The Black Gauze Saint held his hands and stood up. 2 of his fingers formed a sword as he stabbed at Lin Fei's forehead. I will kill you first. You make me feel very uncomfortable. Explode my heavens will points. The sword attack made Lin Fei's forehead twitch. His hair stood on end. At this moment, the Black Gauze Saint was like a monarch. A casual finger was filled with boundless terror, enough to kill anyone on the spot. Invincible defense was instantly activated. The Purple Moon Sacred Saber, under the injection of a massive amount of heavens will points, slashed at the other party's sword light. Even Elder Fu couldn't break through the sword light, but it was like a piece of tofu in front of the Purple Moon Sacred Saber. Eat my saber too. Lin Fei waved his hand and slashed at the Black Gauze Saint. The Black Gauze Saint frowned. He blocked it and even broke it. Could he be a God Emperor? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Somewhat famous, but that's it. Swish, swish. The Black Gauze Saint stabbed out over 10 times in one breath, and each sword had the power of a peak God Emperor. It could be said that each sword could kill a Heaven's Will expert. The power of the 10 swords was unimaginable. If it wasn't to kill Elder Fu and this black-robed guy, the Black Gauze Saint wouldn't have undone the seal. As long as the 2 of them were killed, the mission would be completed. At this moment, Lin Fei used his full strength. This was the first time he used his full strength. A massive amount of Heaven's Will points were instantly consumed. The power of the long and narrow saber light was amplified by 100 times. Lin Fei turned into a terrifying great demon king. The saber light and sword light clashed. Bang! Bang! In this clash, the saber light shattered the sword light, and the saber aura didn't stop as it landed on the black gauze saint again. Bang! Bang! The heavens will aura surrounding the black gauze saint was shattered. Lend me your second saber. Lin Fei's second saber was more ferocious than the previous one, and the saber light was imprinted in the black gauze saint's eyes. How can he be so strong? The other party shattered his God Emperor attack with a single saber. It looked like they were evenly matched, but the black gauze saint had actually lost. 3-part heaven-shocking sword art. 50 breaths of time passed faster and faster. After the black gauze saint's attack was broken, he felt that something was wrong. Since he could block a God Emperor's sword light attack, was he also a God Emperor? However, he didn't have the aura of a God Emperor. This was what made the black gauze saint feel the most uncomfortable. The black gauze saint's attacks became more and more ferocious as he used his sword art. He enveloped the other party in a dense layer of sword shadows. At this moment, Lin Fei wielded the purple moon sacred saber. The saber light was extremely sharp and domineering. It forcefully shattered the surrounding sword light and sword intent and went straight for the black gauze saint. Elder Fu, who was far away, was completely shocked, and his expression became more and more solemn. I really can't imagine that Dao Friend Di Tian is actually so strong. His attack power is clearly within the God Emperor realm, but why isn't he a God Emperor? This is unbelievable. Elder Fu was sure that he didn't see wrongly. Dao Friend Di Tian's battle power has actually reached the God Emperor realm. What a monster. I finally understand why Di Tian isn't interested in becoming a God Emperor. He already has the battle power of a God Emperor. What's so special about a mere God Emperor position? Elder Fu was originally prepared to open the seal. At most he would just fight it out. After all, it was impossible to escape from a God Emperor. However, he didn't expect Di Tian to display such terrifying strength at this critical moment. Bang! 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 One saber strike after another, Lin Fei was like an undefeatable god of war as he disintegrated the black gauze saint's attacks. The black gauze saint was completely flustered. Impossible. How can someone like you appear in the sealed world? I have the strength of a God Emperor, but I can't kill you. Rumble. Suddenly, in the starry sky above, a terrifying aura surged out, sweeping away the clouds. Chapter 2092. This black gauze saint was indeed very powerful. Lin Fei didn't deny this, but it was a pity that he had met his powerful system. It was useless even if he had the strength of a God Emperor. Heavenly punishment. Old Fu exclaimed. Thunder boomed. Even Lin Fei, who was far away, could sense how terrifying the heavenly laws were. Rumble. The lightning landed on the black gauze saint's body, and he was blasted into pieces. He didn't even have time to struggle. What a terrifying heavenly punishment. Lin Fei was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying heavenly punishment. Master, I just analyzed this heavenly punishment. If Master encounters it, you can block it 10 times. 10 times? That was already very impressive. Lin Fei was very satisfied. After the fatal strike, the dark clouds didn't dissipate. Are they looking for trouble with me? Lin Fei stared at the dark clouds in the sky. Master, don't worry. The heavenly Tao isn't that powerful. If Master hasn't reached the God Emperor realm, the heavenly Tao won't be able to detect you. Little Devil said in disdain. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds as if they were looking for something. It was a pity that they couldn't find any traces. A moment later, the dark clouds dissipated and the lightning disappeared. He really left. Old Fu was in awe of Lin Fan. Previously, even he felt afraid of the dark aura. He suppressed the sealing power in his body as he was afraid that it would be released and attract the heavenly punishment. At this moment, Old Fu looked at Lin Fei with respect. It was the first time in the sealed world that someone could avoid the heavenly punishment. If this news got out, the entire 33 sacred heavens would be shaken. The heavenly Tao isn't as powerful as I thought, Lin Fei said casually. Old Fu smiled bitterly. I know better than you whether the heavenly Tao is powerful or not. If I didn't care about the heavenly punishment, I wouldn't have to hide. There's another person. We can't let him go. Lin Fei turned around and looked at Bayusha. Big brother. Bayusha was covered in blood. He let out an angry roar and smiled bitterly as he looked at his elder brother who had been killed by the heavenly punishment. Bayusha couldn't imagine that her big brother couldn't kill that person even after releasing a portion of his power and obtaining the power of a God Emperor. In the end, even Tian Fa distanced herself, breaking the rules. Go. Bai Wuxia kept attacking one of the clones. After his big brother died, his rationality told him that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have a chance to take revenge. Kill? How could Lin Fei let such a terrifying enemy go? The God Emperor's battle prowess was unleashed. The saber light was like a long river that struck Bai Wuxia's body. You can't escape. Bai Wuxia's blade was sent flying. Cough cough cough, fighting power of an emperor god. Bai Wuxia vomited blood. Half of his body was crushed, and the dense heavens mandate energy was wreaking havoc in his body. His fighting strength was instantly reduced by 10 to 20%. It's too terrifying. Why didn't a god emperor's battle power cause a heavenly punishment to appear? Why? Bai Wuxia was at a loss. Bai Wuxia couldn't imagine that Lin Fei's god emperor battle power was obtained through heaven's mandate points and not through normal cultivation. This was a huge loophole, a loophole that deceived the heavenly law. Right now only Lin Fei understood. Dao friend Di Tian, this person is heavily injured. Why don't you let me deal with him? Elder Fu suddenly begged. Lin Fei could naturally see the killing intent in Elder Fu's eyes. He nodded. I've wanted to see Senior's glory for a long time. My wish has finally come true. Elder Fu felt very comfortable. Bai Wuxia, you destroyed my entire clan back then. Today I'll kill you here. Elder Fu's aura rose to the peak, and his killing intent was cold as he charged at Bai Wuxia. For some reason Bai Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as that person doesn't attack, I have nothing to fear. He was well aware of the current situation. He couldn't deal with the black-robed man, but he could still kill Elder Fu. The two of them quickly clashed and created a huge wave. However, Lin Fei didn't move. That Bai Wuxia will definitely die if he doesn't remove the seal. In fact, Elder Fu had a great advantage at this moment. He had thousands of clones surrounding Bai Wuxia and continuously unleashed his ultimate attacks. Bai Wuxia was at a disadvantage. Bai Wuxia was also unlucky. He fought with Lin Fei's clones at the beginning and exhausted quite a bit of his mandate energy. After that, he was attacked by Lin Fei again and exhausted quite a bit of his mandate energy. There wasn't much mandate energy left in his body. In just a few dozen moves, Bai Wuxia couldn't hold on anymore and was about to die. Seal open. Bai Wuxia still chose to open the seal. The moment the new energy entered, Elder Fu seemed to have a telepathic connection and unleashed an ultimate attack. The moment the new and old energy couldn't be replenished, Elder Fu's ultimate attack arrived. Bai Wuxia's body was slashed into two, and a flaw appeared in the seal. Die. No one knew better than Elder Fu that this was the best time to kill Bai Wuxia. A sharp sword aura swept out and shredded Bai Wuxia's body into pieces. A silver-white pearl floated in the sky and was grabbed by Elder Fu. So many years have passed and you're still stupid enough to try to remove the seal. Do you really think I'm not prepared? Elder Fu sneered and let out a long roar. This battle had come without any warning. The entire divine world was shocked. Even though there was a barrier in the middle and they couldn't get any specific information, they could still feel the terrifying heavenly punishment. No one knew who those people were. No one knew why they attracted the attack of the heavenly law. Only then did they know that they weren't the strongest in the divine world. There were still existences that were stronger than them, and those existences could easily kill them. Inside the invincible palace, Elder Fu placed the white pearl on the table. I don't deserve this sealing pearl. Elder Fu knew very well that if Di Tian hadn't injured Bai Wuxia, he wouldn't have been able to kill Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia's strength was publicly acknowledged. If it wasn't for the fact that Bai Wuxia had exhausted a lot of his heavenly mandate energy and couldn't remove the seal, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill Bai Wuxia. Even though the sealing pearl was very precious, Elder Fu decided to take it out. Master, this is a good item. Actually, Lin Fei knew that this was a good item. The pearl contained extremely dense heavenly mandate energy. Previously, when Bai Wuxia reached the God the Arch Realm, he only used a portion of the heavenly mandate energy. If he used all of it, Lin Fei would have to use a lot of heavenly mandate points. It wouldn't be as easy as before. Lin Fei wouldn't stand on ceremony with such a good item. Elder Fu, you're too courteous. As he spoke, the sealing pearl was in Lin Fei's hand. Does everyone in the 33 sacred heavens have this pearl? You don't know? Elder Fu frowned. Chapter 2093. Lin Fei didn't mind saying it out loud. Did it matter whether he was from the world of the 33 sacred heavens? It didn't matter. Moreover, Lin Fei was afraid of Old Fu now. He knew that Old Fu was restricted by this galaxy and couldn't release his sealed power. Old Fu's fighting strength was destined to be weaker than his. Over the past 100 years, Lin Fei had secretly absorbed destiny points. He had accumulated a large amount of destiny points. The stronger he was, the more destiny points he would receive. The weaker he was, the more he would receive. Lin Fei was in control of the size. After this battle with the Black Gauze Saint, Lin Fei knew the exact level of a God Emperor's fighting strength. He didn't need to worry about not being able to use it. He thought that a God Emperor's fighting strength would be at an extremely high level, but it seemed like it was just SOSO. Since he had the fighting strength of a God Emperor, there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. You aren't from the world of the 33 sacred heavens? Old Fu was shocked and in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Old Fu thought about it and realized that Di Tian was right. Did it matter whether he was from the world of the 33 sacred heavens? He didn't care at all. Previously, Old Fu felt that Di Tian's fighting strength was limitless and that he could be called the number one. He didn't really feel that way and was just being polite. However, after suppressing the God Emperor Black Gauze Saint, Old Fu understood that Di Tian was indeed the number one person in this world. Everyone in the world of the 33 sacred heavens has one. Old Fu didn't ask where Di Tian came from and just gave a simple explanation. Lin Fei listened quietly. This was really surprising. So the seal bead is also known as the power bead. It can store the absorbed destiny energy and replenish it at crucial moments. At the same time, it is also a cultivation method to raise one's fighting strength. Interesting. Lin Fei understood. After reaching the God Emperor realm, one could cultivate the power bead. It could be used to store destiny energy. The stronger one was, the more power beads they would have in their body, which could increase their fighting strength. People like the Black Gauze Saint only had one power bead in their body. He only had one power pearl in his body, but in this part of the starry heavens, he was the undisputed number one in a prolonged battle. No one could match him. However, it was a pity that he had encountered Lin Fei, who also possessed an invincible system that was even more terrifying than the Orb of Power. This is really interesting. Lin Fei had thought that the energy block was magical and unique, but it seemed that everyone's intelligence was not simple. They could even research the power bead, an alternative way to increase their strength. Old Fu smiled bitterly to himself. The DD Heaven knew very little about the world of the 33 sacred heavens. However, there was a look of disdain on his face. In the eyes of ordinary people, this person was sick. Elder Fu didn't think so. Di Tian had a trump card that he couldn't imagine. For example, the heavenly punishment that could deceive the heavenly Tao was the best proof. Elder Fu, you've killed Bai Wuxia. What do you plan to do next? Lin Fei didn't want to ask about Elder Fu's background as it was meaningless. This isn't the time for me to think about anything. The question is what fellow Taoist Di Tian wants to do. Elder Fu said in a low voice. Furthermore, I might not have the heart to do anything in front of fellow Taoist Di Tian. Lin Fei thought to himself. Is he expressing his stance to me? The battle in the day. It would be abnormal if Elder Fu didn't do anything after Lin Fei revealed his terrifying strength. Handing over the sealing orb was the first step. Elder Fu's words sounded more like he was expressing his stance. Lin Fei wasn't stupid and he quickly understood what Elder Fu meant. Was Di Tian going to rely on him? Or did Di Tian need his help? He felt that the latter was more likely. After the battle, Elder Fu thought about many things. Originally, if no one else appeared, he might have a higher chance of fighting for the mandate of heaven. However, after seeing Di Tian's battle strength, Elder Fu didn't think so anymore. Di Tian was a powerful enemy that he couldn't surpass. Even if he unsealed a portion of his strength, he still wouldn't be Di Tian's match. Since that was the case, why not make a choice? In Elder Fu's position, he wasn't limited to just one place. Elder Fu, I really don't understand what you mean. Lin Fei decided to try Elder Fu again. Elder Fu squinted his eyes. I'm willing to give up on fighting for the mandate of heaven and become a God Emperor. I only hope that you can promise me one thing after you become a God Emperor. I'll sell this body of mine to you. At this moment, Elder Fu's expression became extremely solemn. Lin Fei wasn't interested in becoming a God Emperor. A God Emperor could use their battle strength limitlessly, but it had nothing to do with him. With the help of the system, he had already disregarded those realms. A God Emperor wants me to help? Do you really think I'm a fool? Lin Fei was speechless. Someone who could make Elder Fu escape to the sealed world must have an extraordinary background. Lin Fei wasn't interested in helping Elder Fu. I'm actually not interested in a God Emperor. Lin Fei shook his head. I think it's better for you to be the God Emperor. He didn't want the God Emperor position? That was the glory of an era. Even if the starry sky was sealed. Elder Fu had never thought that someone could disregard the position of a supreme being. Many people were envious of that. Even the 33 sacred heavens had always interfered behind the scenes to support someone to ascend to the position of God Emperor. It was all because of the generous rewards that came with being a God Emperor. How can I do that? Elder Fu said hurriedly. In his heart, he was thinking, whoever becomes a God Emperor will still be bullied by you. What's the point of being a God Emperor then? In the previous few eras, although God Emperors were supported, they were almost invincible in this starry sky. There was nothing to worry about. Even the people behind the scenes wouldn't make a big move against them. The losses would be too great. But now, with Di Tian around, the position of God Emperor wasn't something that anyone could sit firmly on. Only a fool would become a God Emperor. It was definitely the most aggrieved God Emperor in history. If the 10 major God dynasties and other God dynasties knew that the two of them were pushing the position of God Emperor around, they would probably faint from crying. If you don't want the position of God Emperor, take pity on us. Why can't I? Lin Fei laughed. I don't think it's interesting to be a God Emperor. I'm quite interested in the God Emperor Mountain. I wonder if Elder Fu can tell me more about the God Emperor Mountain so that I can broaden my horizons. Seeing that Di Tian didn't want to talk about the God Emperor, Elder Fu was helpless. He finally met someone who wasn't easy to deal with. Moreover, Di Tian was stronger than him in all aspects. Chapter 2094. Elder Fu stayed in the Invincible Palace for 3 days. No one knew what the two of them talked about during that time. Afterward, Elder Fu stayed in the Invincible Palace for a long time. The All-Heaven God Dynasty, which was originally in his control, also announced that it would join the mysterious Sky World. Many people in the divine world were speechless when the news came out. Everyone knew that the All-Heaven Godly Dynasty was relatively strong. Many people had thought of taking over the All-Heaven Godly Dynasty, but unfortunately no one had succeeded. Who would have thought that the All-Heaven God Dynasty would choose to join the mysterious Sky World at this time? While everyone was still guessing, another powerful God Dynasty joined the mysterious Sky World. The 5 subworlds took the opportunity to take over a few more dynasties, bringing them into their fold. Soon, nearly 70% of the God World's territory was occupied by the other dynasties. While everyone was thinking about what to do next, Lin Fei, who gave the order, was bringing Elder Fu to the Forbidden World. Lin Fei was very helpless that Elder Fu wanted to stay by his side. Ever since this fellow decided to give up his position as the God Emperor, he didn't plan to leave. He insisted that Lin Fei agree to help him in the future. He was betting everything on it. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't agree. It wasn't worth it to do such a risky thing. However, Elder Fu stayed by his side all day and wouldn't leave unless Lin Fei agreed. From time to time, Lin Fei was speechless. You're a super expert. Do you have to do this? Lin Fei couldn't withstand Elder Fu's torture. In the end, he had no choice but to agree. No matter what, he was still a super expert. I said that a noble person would come today. I didn't expect it to be Taoist Di Tian. When Lin Fei and Elder Fu arrived at the entrance of the Supreme Demon Emperor's Forbidden World, the Supreme Demon Emperor was already waiting for them with a smile. Taoist Di Tian, you're too polite. The Supreme Demon Emperor had guessed who it was after the treasures from the passageway were stolen. He didn't expect Di Tian to be so daring. He really dared to make a move on those things. Ever since then, the Supreme Demon Emperor knew that Di Tian was an extremely dangerous person. Especially after what happened a few days ago, the Supreme Demon Emperor was even more afraid. The Supreme Demon Emperor was even more afraid. That was heavenly punishment. The Supreme Demon Emperor was 70% confident. This matter should be related to Di Tian. Dao friend Di Tian is currently the pinnacle existence in this starry sky. If he isn't a benefactor, then what is he? The Supreme Devil Emperor's words were very pleasing to the ears. The Supreme Devil Emperor was very clear that it would attract the heavenly punishment. That was when one's power surpassed the scope that the Heaven's Way recognized. That was the Emperor God realm. To be able to survive the heavenly punishment, the Supreme Devil Emperor was overwhelmed with shock. When the old man saw Di Tian again, his heart trembled once again. Where did this guy find such a person? He's definitely not from this starry sky. With a stomach full of doubts, the Supreme Demon Emperor invited the two of them in. The Supreme Demon Emperor had lowered his status. If I'm not wrong, the commotion a few days ago must have been caused by you, right? The Supreme Demon Ruler said to Lin Fei after sitting down. Senior is senior. You don't need me to say it. You're amazing. Lin Fei readily admitted. The Supreme Demon Sovereign took a deep breath and all his doubts were cleared. He cupped his hands towards Lin Fei and said, "Congratulations on becoming the strongest person in this starry sky." "Are you so sure?" Lin Fei smiled and thought to himself, "These old giants are really not simple." At that time I asked Little Fiend to conceal his aura. Although the heavenly punishment appeared and destroyed the effect of the concealment, he was still able to find some clues. "It's quite impressive." The Supreme Demon Sovereign smiled and said, "This old man is still capable of this. Moreover, I believe in my own eyes." When he first met Di Tian, he thought that Di Tian was only slightly more influential and had great potential. The Supreme Demon Emperor didn't expect this. In such a short time, Di Tian had reached this step, and even the heavenly punishment couldn't do anything to him. Lin Fei likes straightforward people. "As expected of Senior, your eyes are penetrating." Lin Fei said, "Then I'll be straightforward. My purpose for coming here is very simple. I hope that Senior can come out of seclusion and help me. I will help you remove the seal in your body and let you regain your freedom. You will no longer be confined to the forbidden area." A strange look flashed across the Supreme Demon Emperor's eyes. He hesitated for a moment before he sighed softly. "I knew you would come, but I didn't expect you to bring good news. However, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. You're useless." The Supreme Demon Sovereign was very clear about the seal in his body. Generation after generation, the power of the seal was terrifying. Although it wasn't dangerous, it restricted him greatly. The Supreme Demon Sovereign didn't believe that Di Tian had the confidence to break the seal. Senior was a top-notch expert in the immortal world back then. "Have you been defeated after so many years? You don't even have the confidence to try?" Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The Supreme Demon Sovereign knew this seal better than anyone else. It was planted by experts from the 33 Sage Heavens. Although they didn't have any ill intentions, the Supreme Demon Sovereign was very displeased. "Let's give it a try." The Supreme Demon Sovereign hesitated. Since Di Tian was here today, the Supreme Demon Sovereign knew that Di Tian should know a lot of secrets. "I've given you a chance. Whether you're willing or not is up to you." Lin Fei smiled. "You should know that there won't be another chance like this." In the end, the Supreme Demon Sovereign agreed. Lin Fei didn't use his divine sense to check directly. Instead, he let Little Devil scan and analyze it. No matter what kind of seal it was, Lin Fei wasn't worried. From Elder Fu, he knew that the person who planted the seal wasn't the strongest. This was easy to deal with. After analyzing and scanning, Lin Fei let the system analyze and crack the seal. It was just a waste of destiny points, so that was easy. In less than half a day he had a solution. Even someone as calm and collected as the Supreme Demon Emperor was taken aback when he found out about the solution. If he were to follow the steps, he would definitely be able to unlock the power of the seal. "Dao friend Di Tian, I'm convinced." For an expert like him, he could tell whether the solution was real or fake just by looking at it once. The Supreme Demon Sovereign never thought that Di Tian's ability to break the seal would be so strong. It completely exceeded his imagination and gave the Supreme Demon Sovereign hope of freedom. The reason why the generations of people lived was to break the seal on their memories. Now, the Supreme Demon Sovereign was completely convinced. No wonder Di Tian had the confidence to help him break the seal. "Alright, I'll help you break the seal now." Lin Fei had a smile on his face. It wasn't difficult to break the seal. Chapter 2095. The Supreme Demon Monarch was excited for a long time after the seal was completely removed. It was too fast. In less than a day, the seal that had troubled him for generations was removed so easily. "Fellow cultivator, thank you for your help. Without you, I don't know how long I would have to worry about it." The Supreme Demon Monarch was relieved after the seal was removed. Who would have thought that there would be someone in this starry sky who would help to undo the seal? The Supreme Demon Monarch soon returned to normal. He also calmed down and started to tell Qin Fan his secrets. This was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. It turned out that the Supreme Demon Monarch used to be a celestial monarch. He became the ruler of this space and ruled an era. The higher the level, the bigger the picture. The Supreme Demon Monarch was dissatisfied with the people he supported, so he planned to leave. However, he was suppressed before he could do so. Initially, he thought that the heavenly mandate weapon would be enough to stop them. But alas, the Supreme Devil Emperor was suppressed by a powerful force. Even though he managed to kill some of his opponents, he was still sealed by a restriction. After ruling for an era, he was chased out and established as a forbidden zone. Then, one era after another, all the way until now. They didn't want to kill the Supreme Demon Monarch, which was why the Supreme Demon Monarch was still alive until now. Lin Fei exclaimed. Once a person's status rose, they would naturally be ambitious. The Supreme Demon Monarch was unlucky. He encountered a powerful world and was sealed in the end. It was already good enough that he was still alive. You can rest assured now. Follow me and I believe all the suffering will be far away from you. Lin Fei smiled. The Supreme Demon Monarch didn't doubt Lin Fei's words at all since he was able to remove the seal and resist the heavenly punishment. Alright, the first thing you need to do now is to invite Imperial Emperor Tadian and the others here. I believe they won't reject this. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. You've subdued them without any effort. Even though Old Fu was shocked, he wasn't surprised at all. Old Fu was more confident now that he could easily unleash the power of a celestial monarch and remove the seal. Maybe he could really count on Di Tian to take revenge for him. This is all because of you. Now that the two of them have been killed, I believe that the world of the 33 holy heavens will make a move soon. I have to act in advance. Moreover, I also want to see everything on God Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Once we get the main leaders of the Forbidden Land under our control, we will have no more enemies in this galaxy. Elder Fu was very clear that their greatest enemy now was the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The Supreme Devil Emperor had personally invited them without hiding anything. This time the other big shots were shocked. Their old friend's seal was broken just like that? What a joke. Whether he was joking or not, they did not doubt the words of the Supreme Devil Emperor at all. As a giant, there was no need for the Supreme Devil Emperor to lie to them. Hence, the few powerhouses followed the Supreme Devil Emperor to the Forbidden Land with doubts and anxiety in their hearts. When they saw the leisurely Di Tian, they were all slightly shocked. When they arrived, they didn't know who helped the Supreme Devil Emperor break the seal. The heavyweights weren't fools. Once the Supreme Devil Emperor revealed some information, they immediately understood. The commotion that occurred a few days ago was caused by Di Tian. That was simply too terrifying. Who's first? Lin Fei released a bit of his terrifying energy. The powerful figures immediately realized that Lin Fei was already powerful enough to look down on them. Just the aura it released was enough to make one's heart tremble with danger. It was far more terrifying than what they had released. I'll go first. Imperial Emperor Tadian was the first to arrive. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You won't be disappointed. Lin Fei easily broke the seal for the powerful figures. The powerful figures were convinced. Compared to freedom, paying such a price was nothing. They knew that even if they worked together, they would still be unable to resist Di Tian. To be able to survive the heavenly punishment. How terrifying was that? Besides, the energy Lin Fei released had surpassed the heavenly fate level and entered the divine the arch level. It could be said that he had the power of a divine the arch. Nobody knew better than them how terrifying a divine thearch's power was. It was absolutely unimaginable to release the power of a divine the arch without incurring the heavenly punishment of the laws of heaven. He had subdued the powerful figures. The rest of Lin Fei's task was simple. He asked the 4 powerful figures to clear out the rest of the Forbidden Lands. The Forbidden Lands occupied a lot of power in the divine realm. Unfortunately, they didn't produce heavenly fate energy. Lin Fei didn't really care. As long as he cleared out the Forbidden Lands and gathered all the power in his hands, the remaining divine dynasties in the divine realm wouldn't be a threat. Lin Fei only needed to worry about the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The Supreme Devil Emperor and the others were very fast. In less than 3 days, they had gathered all the power in the Forbidden Lands. Lin Fei's power had increased greatly, such as invincible divine emperors and heavenly fate overlords. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief after resolving one of his worries. Now we can do the second thing. The commotion inside the Forbidden Lands wasn't big. It was a small matter for the 4 powerful figures to gather the power in the Forbidden Lands. By the time everyone realized it, the power had already been gathered. The first to react were the 10 divine dynasties. The 10 divine dynasties had tried to obtain the heavenly fate weapons and other important armed forces with the support of a mysterious force. Unfortunately, they were seized, causing their power to be greatly reduced. Another divine dynasty took advantage of the situation and rose, causing them to suffer a great loss. After the power in the Forbidden Lands was gathered, they couldn't remain indifferent. Before they could do anything, the dynasty lords of the 5 great subworlds launched a fierce offensive. At the same time, they also attacked the power of the Forbidden Lands. For a moment, the 5 great subworlds were extremely powerful. In less than 10 days, the divine dynasties were removed from the heavenly fate list one after another. Whether they were in the top 20 or the top 30, when they encountered the people of the 5 great subworlds, they were immediately defeated. Even if the dynasty lords came out with heavenly fate weapons, they were instantly besieged by several experts with heavenly fate weapons and killed on the spot. Half a month later, 80% of the divine realm had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. Now only a dozen or so divine dynasties were left. Apart from the 5 great subworlds, the rest were the 10 great divine dynasties. There were only 10 divine dynasties left in the entire divine realm. At this moment, the 10 divine dynasties were under great pressure. They couldn't imagine who had gathered the power of the Forbidden Lands and the 5 great subworlds. Chapter 2096. This offensive was so fierce that all the forces were shocked. Could it be that the 10 divine dynasties, which were favored by everyone, were really doomed this time? The offensive grew fiercer and fiercer day by day. The 10 divine dynasties were losing ground, and their territories were shrinking. This was not the end. This was the beginning of a new beginning. The 10 divine dynasties quickly joined forces, mobilized their forces, and began to resist the attack of the 5 subworlds. The situation was much more serious than they had imagined. The 5 subworlds, including some auxiliary forces, were stronger than them. They crushed their way over. Even the 10 dynasty lords couldn't resist their sharpness. 10 days ago, the 10th-ranked divine dynasty had been destroyed, and the people of the 5 subworlds had come to wipe out the remaining forces. At this moment, they finally understood that the combined strength of the 5 great subworlds had completely surpassed them. Even if they joined forces now, it would be of no use. We're finished. The 10 dynasty lords gathered together. Bad news came one after another. The enemy was constantly breaking through their territory. The 5 dynasty lords, who had been indifferent before, were now attacking with endless troops. The Violet Flame dynasty lord slumped weakly to the side. His Violet Flame divine dynasty was located on the outskirts. Now, more than half of it had been annexed, and the forces under his command were all crippled. Perhaps because the Violet Flame dynasty lord had opened an opening, the other dynasty lords didn't look too happy. Some even sighed. How could they have imagined that they would be defeated so quickly? We haven't lost yet. Dynasty Lord Meng said in a deep voice. We still have helpers. As long as they are willing to help us, even if Mu Rendi and the others come, we can still hold on. Among those present, the one who was the most unwilling was Dynasty Lord Meng Yi. He was the one with the greatest hope of becoming the God Emperor. Who would have thought that the people of the 5 subworlds would come so aggressively and wipe out their forces? They had been forced to this point. Yes, we still have hope. A gleam of joy flashed in the eyes of Dynasty Lord Jinhai. Contact them immediately. Even though they had resisted the mysterious force before, they were now at their gates. Even if they joined forces, the strength of their subordinates was constantly being attacked. The losses were severe, and they were far from being able to hold on until the day of victory. Everyone was silent for a moment. They had no other choice. They didn't want to contact the mysterious force. Who knew what their purpose was? There was no such thing as a free lunch. Boom. Not waiting for their collective response. The ferocious power landed on their palaces, and a world-destroying power swept out, tearing the palaces apart on the spot. The 10 imperial court lords were all sent flying. Even if they activated their Heaven's Will barrier, it would still be difficult for them to block the power. They lost. In the void outside the palace, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. For Lin Fei, ever since they controlled 50% of the Divine World's territory, they were no longer afraid of threats. More than half of the Divine World's mandate was in their hands, and the rest was divided among them. The portion that fell into their hands was negligible. Old Fu said from the side. As long as fellow Taoist takes care of them, the mandate of heaven will belong to fellow Taoist alone. Fellow Taoist can instantly break through to the God Emperor realm and become the God Emperor of this era. God Emperor? Lin Fei had never seen a God Emperor so close to him. Now, the God world was about to fall into his hands. Lin Fei's excitement towards becoming a God Emperor wasn't that intense. A mere God Emperor. He didn't really care. Lin Fei stared at the battlefield. They're out. The palace had been destroyed and the 10 imperial lords had been pushed out. All of them seemed to be in a mess. Mu Rendi and the other 4 imperial lords were wearing the heavenly mandate armor and holding the heavenly mandate weapons. They looked at the 10 imperial lords not far away. Imperial Lord Meng Yi, I bet you never thought this day would come. Mu Rendi stared at the imperial Lord Meng Yi and burst into laughter. You won't be able to escape this time. The imperial Lord Meng Yi looked bitter and there was more anger in his eyes. Mu Rendi, are you so confident that you can defeat me? You're far from enough. What if you include us? The Supreme Demon Emperor and the other 3 overlords of the Forbidden Lands quietly walked out of the sky. They each took a position and surrounded the Imperial Lord Meng Yi. Apart from the 4 overlords of the Forbidden Lands, there were also the lords of the Forbidden Lands behind them. Supreme Demon Emperor, you too, the imperial lord of the Wuxia dynasty said bitterly. Who would have thought that the 4 overlords of the Forbidden Lands would come to help? Accept your fate, Imperial Lord Tatian said. Surrender and you'll have a chance to live. Otherwise you'll die. The 4 overlords of the Forbidden Lands gave them a lot of pressure. The imperial lords of the 5 subworlds weren't easy to deal with either. They knew each other better than anyone else after so many years of fighting. The most terrifying thing was that they were fully armed. The imperial lord Mengyi knew that he had lost the upper hand. It was really difficult to break through the siege. As for those mysterious people, they didn't know. Supreme Devil Emperor, I really want to know who the mastermind behind all of this is. I also want to make sure that I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. I want to know who I've lost to. The Imperial Lord of the Purgatory Dynasty also said, the 10 overlords of the Forbidden Lands knew they had no chance. If they had the equipment of the mysterious people and armed themselves, they might have had a chance to fight back, but that chance was completely gone. We just want to know who we've lost to. The Imperial Lord of the Purgatory Dynasty also said. At this moment they all wanted to know who they'd lost to. If it weren't for this group of people they really wouldn't have lost. In terms of resources and power they were better than anyone else. At the same time, they were also the best candidates to compete for the Divine Lord position. Everything was over now. Now they only wanted to be convinced of their defeat. Fellow Taoist, it's time for you to appear. Elder Fu smiled. Lin Fei nodded and walked out of the void facing the crowd. I'm here now. Are you satisfied? I knew that this matter was related to you. The Imperial Lord of the Dream Dynasty gritted his teeth. In this starry sky, the thing that we can't see through the most is your profound sky world. The so-called counterkill organization is also your doing. One had to admit that the Imperial Lord of the Dream Dynasty's reaction was very fast. He deduced the true person behind the most mysterious counterkill organization in the divine world. Lin Fei lightly clapped his hands. You guessed it right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. The other Imperial Lords were a bit slower, but they quickly realized that they had been fighting for so long. They didn't expect to be defeated by a young man. 100 years ago, the Imperial Lord of a subworld already had a heavenly mandate weapon. At that time, Di Tian might have been able to suppress them. I really didn't expect it to be you. We're really old. Young people are really amazing. Chapter 2097. They had to accept it wholeheartedly. In less than 1,000 years, Di Tian had created a terrifying force. He had raised the 5 subrealms who had been hunted before, and they had become his vanguard. At this moment everyone understood. Di Tian had hidden his strength too deeply. He had only revealed his true fangs today to teach them a lesson. Even the Dream One Dynasty Lord could not help but sigh. This kid was very powerful. The 4 leaders of the restricted area, thinking about the combat power of counterkill, knew that they no longer had a chance. The situation was hopeless. Di Tian, I have to admit that you are very powerful. If I had chased you all the way back then and killed you on the spot, you would not have achieved what you have today. The Dream One Dynasty Lord stared at Lin Fei. However, it is impossible for me to admit defeat. This Dynasty Lord is the first Dynasty Lord. How can I surrender as you say? Everyone quickly regained their composure. After so many years, their status did not allow them to surrender. Moreover, as long as they left this place, there was still a chance for them to make a comeback. They still remembered the mysterious man. Di Tian, I am the son of God and I am protected by the heavenly law. Don't even think about making me admit defeat. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord was the same as before, but he was no longer high-spirited. His face had become ferocious. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord's strength had increased a lot. Right now, a guy who was inferior to him in the past had reached this stage. To the Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord, it was absolutely unacceptable. Dream One Wuxia Jinhai, let's join forces and kill Di Tian. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord looked at them. Without any hesitation, the 4 immediately made a decision. Kill? The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Dynasty Lord roared and charged forward. Rumble. Suddenly there was a roar in everyone's ears. The sound was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone's mind went blank. They seemed to have lost control of their bodies. This is my heavenly divine voice. Everyone do not hesitate. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord's strength had increased rapidly in recent years. This heavenly divine voice had given them a chance. In their eyes, as long as they killed Di Tian, the remaining people were nothing to fear. As for the Tianxian Divine Dynasty, everyone understood that it was just a joke. In this world, there was no profound Sky God Dynasty at all. It was all fabricated by Di Tian in order to deceive them. In reality they had indeed been deceived. That was why Di Tian had come this far. If they had known that day, they would have spared no effort to kill Di Tian and prevent today's situation from happening. Heavenly Law Judgment Sword. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor unleashed his ultimate move. Grabbing at the void, a sword of light fell into his hand. When the sword of light landed in his hand, a terrifying heavenly will emanated from it. Before the heavenly will, everyone was bound. Die. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Palace Lord slashed out with his sword. He couldn't catch any traces. This was a peerlessly powerful sword. At the same time, this was also a trump card in the hands of the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Court Lord. It was a pity that he had to reveal it prematurely. However, if he could kill Di Tian, the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty ruler would definitely laugh for 3 days straight. He was clear that his attack would definitely leave an unforgettable impression on Di Tian. Bang! A sword strike that contained the will of the heavenly path struck Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei's body did not move at all. He did not even move. What a divine sword blessed by the will of the heavenly path. It's comparable to the heavenly mandate weapon. It's a pity? Lin Fei shook his head. It's useless against me. Lin Fei flicked his fingers, and 2 of his fingers unhurriedly landed on the sword. Crack. Everyone saw a terrifying scene. That was the light sword that contained the will of the heavenly path. With a flick from Lin Fei, it was broken into countless pieces. The fragments shot out, and some of the god emperors in the surroundings were killed on the spot. Just how terrifying was that? Even they were affected by the will of the heavenly path. Although it wasn't for a long time, the moment they exchanged blows, the outcome would be decided. The light sword in the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor's hand shattered. Lin Fei raised his hand again, forming 2 fingers into a sword and slashed at the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor. You take a sword of mine. Have a taste. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor retreated, his heart pounding. That's my body. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor reacted quickly, but he soon saw an unbelievable scene. His lower body was left in place, and the will of the heavenly path on his body was shattered by the other party's sword. How terrifying was that? How can such combat strength exist? Lin Fei shattered the light sword and slashed the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor's body. It happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. The pupils of the Dream One Dynasty Lords, the Unparalleled Dynasty Lords, and the Sea-Suppressing Dynasty Lords shrank. When the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor made his move, they realized that he was far more terrifying than they had imagined. At the very least, the light sword had never appeared from the start. If such a weapon were to appear at a crucial moment, it would be enough to injure them. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor had concealed himself too deeply. However, the light that belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor was completely shattered by Lin Fei, easily suppressing the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor. Everyone go all out. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the 3 of them threw caution to the wind. If they didn't kill Di Tian, they wouldn't be able to live. This was especially so for the Dream One Dynasty Lord. He knew that he would definitely die if he fell into Di Tian's hands. The Supreme Devil Emperor, Elder Fu, and the others prepared to attack, but Lin Fei waved his hand, signaling them to stop. Originally, I wouldn't have killed you if you had been obedient. However, you asked for it. Lin Fei grabbed with his 5 fingers and 5 sharp lights shot out, turning into a huge tornado that swept the 3 of them into it. Their attacks were instantly shattered. How can he be so strong? The Dream One Dynasty Lord lost his balance and fell into the tornado. The arch armor on his body was torn into pieces, and his flesh was a mess. He was incomparably shocked. Impossible, we are already at the peak of the heavenly mandate realm. How can his combat strength surpass ours? The Unparalleled Dynasty Lord felt as if he had been hit in the head with a stick, and he was at a loss. The Sea-Suppressing Dynasty Lord wasn't any better. This is impossible. Could it be that he has already become a God Emperor? At this moment, Lin Fei was like an invincible God Emperor. With a casual move, he broke the attacks of the 3 of them, and he even slashed the Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord into 2, severely injuring him. The Dynasty Lords who hadn't made a move yet all gasped. The scene before them was simply too terrifying. That Di Tian actually easily suppressed the combined attacks of the 4 of them. The strength. They didn't dare to think about it. A thought kept flashing through their minds. Isn't this the combat strength of a God Emperor? Ever since Lin Fei obtained a large number of destiny points, he didn't take the 10 great dynasty lords seriously anymore. At this moment, their attacks would appear as point attacks in front of the system. It was a clear attack and it was better to use force to break force. Now the 4 of you can die. I don't have the mood to continue playing with you, shouted Lin Fei. Chapter 2098. As soon as the saber light appeared, it immediately engulfed the four of them. Lin Fei's blade was very ordinary, but with the support of the Purple Moon Sacred Blade, its power was amplified by 100 times. In addition to the Heaven's Mandate points, the attack that couldn't be any more ordinary became incomparably tyrannical, truly like a sovereign descending upon the world. God Emperor level fighting power. How can he be so terrifying? Why hasn't Tian Ming chosen a God Emperor yet? Why can Di Tian unleash the power of a God Emperor? Why is that? Everyone trembled in front of this blade. They felt so vulnerable. Anyone who could condense a Heaven's Will seed would consider themselves to be very powerful. However, in front of this saber, everything was destroyed without exception. Even if he was a human. No one had expected Di Tian to reach this stage. As soon as the saber appeared, the world was shocked. The saber light shattered the attacks of Dream One Dynasty Lord and the other three. Their eyebrows twitched and only the horrifying saber light remained in their eyes. Run. It was no longer possible. The terrifying power of the saber radiance was enough to kill them in one move. At this moment, no matter who it was, they all regretted. They had fought with their lives on the line, but who would have thought that they would be so weak in front of that young man? Will of the Heavenly Tao shatter. The Heavenly Dragon Court Master threw caution to the wind. A massive will of the Heavenly Tao descended from the sky, intending to shatter the saber radiance. The might of Lin Fei's saber strike was extremely concentrated. When the will of the Heavenly Tao collided with the saber light, it only shattered a portion of the saber light's periphery. The saber light could not penetrate any further. Again. Boom boom boom. Several will of the Heavenly Tao pressed down like sovereigns. The saber gleam was getting closer and closer. Blood immediately flowed out of the four people's bodies. This was just the remnant power of the blade light, yet it could easily tear their bodies apart. If it really landed on their bodies, how terrifying would it be? His attack can actually ignore the will of the Heavenly Way. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Palace Lord had continuously used the will of the Heavenly Path to attack, expending a large amount of Heaven's Will energy in order to shatter the saber light attack. However, at this moment he realized that he was unable to shatter the saber light attack. This gave him a bad feeling. Could it be? Am I really going to die here today? The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Dynasty Overlord was very conceited, and he had even obtained the help of the Heavenly Tao. He had not expected to be defeated by Di Tian, and he himself could not even withstand a single blow from Di Tian. Whoosh! When the saber radiance came, the four of them felt as if they had fallen into a hell of death. Nothing could stop the shattering of the saber radiance. Just as they were about to resign themselves to their fate, a huge list appeared in the void and collided with the saber light. Boom boom boom. The ferocious and domineering blade aura was forcefully smashed by the huge list, and the blade aura fragments flew everywhere. The people in the distance were so frightened that their scalps went numb, and they hurried to block. I knew you wouldn't be satisfied. Lin Fei slashed with the Purple Moon Sacred Saber once again. He slashed 3 times in a row, ferocious and tyrannical, attacking the huge list. This was none other than the Heavenly Fate rankings. We won't die. The instant the Heavenly Fate board appeared, it broke through the saber light and wrapped around the four of them, protecting Jingguang. Bam bam bam. For terrifying strikes. The Jingguang on the Heavenly Fate rankings flickered, but a large part of it was instantly destroyed by the saber light. The entire ranking board trembled violently. Poo pu pu. The 4 people protecting Jingguang also vomited blood. Too scary. With the Heavenly Fate rankings protecting them, they thought nothing would happen. Who would have thought that Di Tian would be able to easily injure the Heavenly Fate rankings? The Supreme Devil Emperor and the others weren't surprised at all. This ancient existence has finally made a move. The other 3 powerhouses of the restricted area also had a look of shock on their faces. Since Lin Fei had made a move, his attack power had increased to a terrifying level. The Purple Moon Sacred Saber was in his hand. Each strike was more ferocious and domineering than the previous one, constantly bombarding the Heavenly Fate board. Cracks appeared on the Heavenly Fate board, but it didn't shatter. What a tough Heavenly Fate board. Even this can't break it. Lin Fei slashed with his saber again, bringing along a huge long light. His power increased once again. He had to tear this thing apart. Master, be careful. The little devil warned. Lin Fei blocked with his saber and a Jingguang Dao came crashing over. It collided with the Purple Moon Sacred Saber, and the huge impact sent Lin Fei flying. F***ck, there's such a thing. Lin Fei saw a Jingguang Dao. It was the heavenly fate road from back then. The power of this collision was invincible. Even though he had activated his invincible defense, Lin Fei still couldn't help but grit his teeth. He had almost smashed himself into pieces. This power is too fierce. I dare say that in this starry sky, there really aren't many people who can block this collision. As expected of an ancient object. Lin Fei came out from a mountain peak. The heavenly fate board and heavenly fate road had disappeared without a trace. They ran so fast. Lin Fei still underestimated the arrangements of those people. They could actually activate these two treasures to attack him. Can you find their location? Lin Fei asked. They disappeared, shielded by a mysterious power. I can't find them for the time being. The little devil said helplessly. This was the first time that the little devil didn't monitor their whereabouts. From today onwards, Lin Fei never thought that he would kill them. Therefore he was ruthless from the start. He believed that the people of the 33 sacred heavens wouldn't let him do that. According to the Supreme Demon Emperor and Old Fu, the resources on Mount God Emperor were extremely rare and precious. Even the 33 sacred heavens couldn't ignore the benefits on Mount God Emperor. Most importantly, the resources on Mount God Emperor could only be found in this starry sky. Save it for the outside world. Fellow cultivator, are you all right? Old Fu flew over and said apologetically. I didn't know that the heavenly fate road could also attack people. Old Fu was shocked when he saw the heavenly fate road attacking him. Even he didn't dare to take that terrifying attack head-on, even if he opened a part of the seal. Lin Fei waved his hand. It's not your fault. After all, you didn't know that the heavenly fate road could attack. In fact, Old Fu really didn't know. Old Fu knew that the heavenly fate board could attack, but he had never seen the heavenly fate road actively attacking. Furthermore, the momentum was so terrifying that a casual attack could bring about an earth-shattering power. I also didn't think that it could kill them. Lin Fei ordered his clones to attack the remaining god dynasties. Among the 10 god dynasties, except for the 4 dynasty lords who left, the other dynasty lords surrendered. They regretted not making a move earlier. Now, it would be difficult for them to leave. Lin Fei's subordinates chased after them. In less than 3 days, the remaining resistance was wiped out. 90% of the divine world was under Lin Fei's control. Energy towers were planted deep in the ground, absorbing the heavenly fate energy of the divine world. The energy consumed in the battle was quickly replenished.